5-0 said freeze, and I got numb. Can I tell them that I never really had a gun? But it's the wax that the Terminator X one. Now they got me in a cell cause my records they sell. Cause a brother like me said, well, there comes a brother and I think you ought to listen to what he can say to you. What you wanna do is follow for now. The power of the people say, make a miracle. Hold the lyrical, like it's back all in. We're gonna win, check it out. Here we go again, turn it up. Bring the noise. Turn it up. Bring the noise. Never better than bad cause the brother is madder than mad at the fact that's corrupt as a senator. Soul on the road but you treat it like soap on a road cause the beats and the lines are so dope. Listen for lessons I'm saying inside music that the critics all blasting me for. They'll never care for the brothers and sisters not cause the country has a suffered a war. We got to demonstrate, come on now. They're gonna have to wait till we get it right. Radio stations are questioning blackness, they call themselves black. We'll see if they play this. Turn it up. Bring the noise. Turn it up! Bring the noise! Get from in front of me! The crowd runs to me, my DJ is warm, exact cycle of norm, you know. He can cut a record from side to side, so with the ride, the glide should be much safer than a suicide. Soul control, beat is the father of the rock and roll. Music for worship, for rich, and you call the band, man. Big enough music, of music with the kid, do it, you know. You call them demo, we ride limo too. What you gonna do? Rap is not afraid of you. Beat us for Sonny Phono. Beat us for Yoko Ono. One of your seats, % of DJ could be a band, stand on its own feet. Get you what you'll see. Beat us for everything, hell as well. Hell, practice for anthrax, silicon rock bells. Ever forever, universal and will sell. Terminator exit, Terminator exit. Turn it up. Bring the noise.
I didn't hear no bell.
Bring the noise.
Oh my God.
Breaking windows on those Waymos, and there's that other Waymo that's on fire.
And welcome back to another Thursday.
Hey, everybody.
Glad everybody is alive.
Hello.
Simply
That
speaking.
intro is incredible.
Have one for your health, or don't. Live longer. Anyway. So I'm wondering where Roadkill is.
That's a good question.
Yeah, he said he was going to be here, but he could have had something come up or something. So
Yeah.
Too much
life
Frito.
comes first. Okay, so we have the new edition here, Slay Every Game. You can tell us a little bit about yourself.
So, normally I'm a VTuber, but my avatar doesn't like to work on panel shows. I do game streaming. I've just been running a few test streams on Rumble lately, and they seem to be going good. So I'm going to pick back up my game streaming schedule, and I also make some funny videos with content creators as wrestlers in the new WWE game.
Yes, Slay Every Game likes to do like kind of like these wrestling deathmatch kind of videos, which they're entertaining. I like them. I'll probably play one. I'll probably play one of his clips at some point tonight.
those games are really good for getting out your aggression.
I don't keep so much of a schedule. This is kind of random. I might bring up something here, there, when the fuck ever.
Yeah. I mean, you could be having a really shitty day and get a hold of a deathmatch game, and it just makes you feel so much better after you play it.
Yeah, definitely.
I take it Ellie screams at the game as she's playing. God damn it, don't be doing that to me.
Yeah, I do.
And that almost sounded like a Dan impression.
Yeah, no, that's what I was thinking.
That's one thing I can say for Lilith. She was good at Dan impressions.
Yeah, well. I hope she gets better.
Well, I hope we all get better. I mean, There are none of us without our faults.
True.
True. Yeah.
It's just, some's worse than others. But
Yes,
anyway,
Yeah, I got my fucking bot in here grifting for me. Of course, I'm gonna grift for myself from time to time because that's part of the game, right?
Grift.
Come
that's
over to
why you
Rumble.
got that little skinny blonde chick to do it for you.
Yeah, come over to Rumble. I'll post the link momentarily. Come over to Rumble where you hit that $sign, hit that gift button. You'll be helping us a little bit. We're a very small channel, so you'll be helping us more than you would imagine. And of course the like and subscribe and all that bullshit. Other people it doesn't. They're like, they could have it or leave it, but it really helps us.
Yeah.
So I hope everybody's had a good week.
Yeah.
I got better.
It's cold.
Cold.
Yeah. Over in Australia, it's wintertime.
Yeah, it's an
Oh
area.
yeah. It is winter on this side.
It's down under.
Like something I didn't know for the longest time is that Christmas in July in America is because of like the Nordish people in America still wanting to celebrate Christmas on their actual Christmas. Like there's a little town in Sweden and Kansas, Lindsborg, Kansas. They celebrate every other year, so every 2 years they celebrate Christmas in July, traditional Swedish Christmas. It's a big thing. Yeah, it's like 2 or 3 days long too. It's really cool.
I did not know that.
There, of course, there's the argument of when Jesus was really born, and then there's the whole Christmas was basically a pagan traditional holiday, if you will, that was adopted to bring pagans over to Christianity. So there's a lot to be read into with all that.
Yeah. Yeah,
I thought it had
especially with
something
like
to do with
the orders.
Saint Nicholson or whatever it was.
Yeah.
That's
Well-
No, not Saint.
that's like the Catholics version of it, I think.
Yeah.
To my knowledge, I mean, I don't
That's
know.
where the Yule log
None of
comes
us are
from.
all knowing. And none of us are all knowing, but Saint Nicholas, Santa Claus. I've read
Brenda the
that
Witch.
I've read it started in Russia, but I really don't know.
Like the guy that everyone claims or whatever fames over, he was supposedly in Russia, and then the story made over into Germany, which then it turned into Glinda the Witch, because my son had to do a report on Glinda the Witch for scouts and stuff, and then it as it moved over closer to America, it just kept changing more back to the Russian style, and then in America, I guess you could say the German version of the Russian guy, St. Nicholas, got really, really big here. And then that's how we know Santa Claus as he is, because Americans really altered everything.
Well, then there's the pagan. They would have in their rituals or in plays or however they wish to do it, they would play out where there was a fat bearded man that represented one of the seasons, and another would come and kill him off for the changing of seasons, and he resembled what the Santa Clauses we know it today.
Yeah, Mr. Autumn or something like that.
Yeah, I don't remember exactly, but that's the gist of it.
Yeah, because there is a every season at one time was a god, because everything at one time was a god, and the Nordish believe that there's a big man in red and gold coat. I believe he was Autumn, but there's also basically something kind of like a small elf is Winter, I think, and then you have two ladies who represent spring and summer, if I remember right.
Yeah. I like Krampus better, though.
Yeah.
Well,
I can't help it. I like Krampus.
I am not a pagan, but I kind of did grow up in a pagan family. I had a few family members, and I was like a little kid learning all about it and growing up and, even partaking in some of the rituals and stuff. But I'm not that, I've had that experience. I know a thing or two here and there.
I can't help it. I like Krampus because Krampus has horns. I like
Oh, so you like horns, huh?
Well, you know, let's say
I was
I'm
gonna say-
betting the more people hear about me, the stranger, more twisted the story gets, because I say so much shit about myself, and it's like none of it really fucking adds up, and it just gets more confusing as the story progresses.
It sounds
Yeah,
like the
I mean,
South to me.
if I didn't just know him, I would think he's full of shit. But he's
Yeah,
not.
you think I was bonkers? I was a fucking
Yeah.
fruitcake.
I would think he was insane, but no.
But you know me.
Yeah, I've known him for, God, 24 years.
More like
And-
26.
Oh yeah, 26 years. And it's like every bit of it's fucking true, and I'm going, shit.
Oh, every bit of it and then some, because in
Yeah.
some you don't really tell, because they're gonna be like bullshit. So you're like, no, I'm not even gonna bother.
Yeah.
Yeah. I know I've seen clips of the festival where they celebrate the Krampus thing. They look like a lot of fun where they dress up and everything and go into the home.
Yeah.
Well,
But
you know, speaking for
know,
myself, I don't really adopt any way these people way or those people's way. You know, I'm a bit of a nonconformist. Not to say I don't have my own beliefs, but I just don't like getting in groups of people who believe in very specific ways.
Okay.
well, you know, it's like, I guess I'm strange, but I'll see something that intrigues me, and then I'll kind of adopt it into my own way of doing things. And then I'll see something from somewhere else, and it's like, oh, that looks neat. What's that about? And I'll learn about that, and on and on and on and on until I have this smorgasbord of different traditions that I do from different cultures. And it's like, well, that doesn't make any sense. And I say, it makes sense to me. You don't have to understand it. I understand it. So, you know, it's I guess, learning about different people and cultures and places all over the world that's kind of meshed into this ideology that I have. But that's
Okay.
just me.
That's what's up. I know. I mean, like my grandma,
When I
my
was-
dad's mom was kind of like that. So I feel you. Like mesh of different things.
Yeah. And
When I
it's
was young.
interesting.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, go ahead.
I was gonna say when I was younger, and back in my party days, we came up with our own holiday. Me and my friends, we were like, you know what? Let's just celebrate from Christmas Eve all the way into New Year's, and we called it Rastafanica. And then every day we would just get fucked up. That was how we celebrated
all
the holiday.
day. Hell yeah.
It's kind of like, oh, you need a holiday to get drunk.
Well,
It's
that's
let's
like
play a
my-
drinking game, right? Let's play a drinking game. What? I'm already drunk.
Wait.
Fuck you.
who here has heard of the holiday called Monday?
Monday.
Ugh.
So there are people that go start getting drunk at 6 a.m. on Monday, and if you ask them what are you celebrating, they'll say Monday.
Or they might say a day that ends in Y.
Yeah, that's a good. Oh, that is a good one.
I have to remember that one. That's a good one. I like that.
I used to work across the street. Like I used to work overnight at Whataburger, and we had a bar across the street that would open at 6 a.m. And there was an employee of mine. He'd always go in there in the morning, and I'd go in there to get coffee and then get a little bit of liquor. And there would be people in there, like 5 or 6 people before us, and we're showing up at like 7 a.m., 8 a.m. And we're like, "Damn, what are you guys here celebrating?" And they're just like, "Yeah, exactly. You know it." It's like, all right.
I know my grandmother and her family, they would celebrate Christmas all December. But it wasn't, I mean, they really didn't give gifts and stuff like that. They would just stay messed up all the time for the whole month of December, every day.
Well, I do like to celebrate the whole month for October for Halloween. But
Yep.
Halloween to me isn't like some cutesy little kid thing. It's an excuse to get into the macabre, the creepy, the wicked, and so on.
Yeah.
I thought it was just you every day for Halloween.
I
Well,
like
Many would say so.
Okay.
but especially in October. I don't know what it is about October, but October and from toward the end of September onward, it's like that's the shit. That's when you want to be outside. That's when you want to go in the woods. That's when you want to do all this weird shit. It's something about the fall and winter that does it. The summer, no, it's got to be the fall and winter for me anyway.
It's like that. It's the weather's getting crisp, so the air is crisp. It's kind of cold, but not super cold. That kind of thing. So you're like, it's a relief from the heat, but it's still not freezing. Oh yeah, very fun.
Yeah, you
know,
say
you-
these
you go
words
out-
doesn't make sense to me. You're like the
You go
relief
out
of
at dusk.
winter.
You go out at dusk and you hear the crows cawing, and it's got that whole creepy vibe. I love that shit myself.
And fire. There must be fire.
All right, so hold on, pal. Let me see if I can get this. For winter for you, it's like, that moist air when the sun's coming up just a little bit sooner and it's going to stay up a little bit longer before you have to see the darkness arrive and freeze your balls off. Am I about right?
Well, it's not so much, the dead of winter, but what fall, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Autumn. But
I definitely prefer spring and autumn over summer and winter.
oh, summer can just go away. Summer can go away because it gets like 120 here, and you're breathing in water, and it's
No,
not.
we
fun.
actually had one day in Alabama where it literally hit 160.
Wow. Now
Yeah.
that is like legit.
Well, see, at the time we were on a reservation, and they were having a powwow on a reservation, and people were passing out from the heat, and they were bringing in cool water. So you get that bottle of water, and before you're done with it, it's fucking hot. I mean, you're like downing it in like 10 seconds. Before you're done with it, that fucking bottle is hot.
Yeah, they had to pause the powwow and convene when it was dark because it was so damn hot.
The only other day I know that compares to that is the day I went to an Ozfest in Tennessee, and people were passing out from the heat. So they brought in a fire truck to hose people down, which is the dumbest fucking idea ever, because guess what happens when people are wet in the heat?
Well, all that moisture comes in and you can't breathe. Yeah, steam.
You cook.
Everybody got sunburn.
Yeah, I mean, I suppose not many people know, but getting wet while being in the heat is a bad recipe.
Yeah.
Yep.
A lot of people passed out and stuff. Oh, you know what you got to do, don't you, Noise? He's petting his pussy.
Oh, okay. Hopefully this video clip won't get me thrown off of YouTube, but yeah. So this is what Phoenix looks like over there.
Not the clip
What,
I
no
thought you
one-
was going to play.
Yeah. I had to find a use for that clip. I thought it was entertaining anyway.
It's a good one. Not at all anybody's expecting to.
I wasn't expecting it when I first seen it either. I was going, oh, okay. I see what's going on.
Okay. For those who like the snatch and the ponies, I've got a new short clip that will maybe keep them entertaining. So look away if you're squeamish.
Did anybody notice that thing's boobies?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
they were very pointed.
Yeah, you know, it reminds me of my ex-wife. You know, you get a woman, right? They got their clothes so fucking tightly, you know, and they're looking shapely, they're looking like well formed, and then they let that shit bust loose, and then it just goes sags down to the fucking knees. Hey, some women, you know, some women hold shape better than others, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Some have flapjacks. Some have nice round bulbuses.
I see. I can envision what you said, Noise. I envision the woman from my 5,000-pound life or whatever it is, 1,000-pound sisters or whatever. And she was like that. She
So-
just waves.
We have someone in Kick saying, I'd love to join your live streams whenever you're streaming. Add me on Discord. Well, I would have to talk one-on-one. I mean, you always got to be careful who you let on.
Yeah. But anyway, hi Cross to Crown.
No, I'm confused. Is it 42 or 75? I see both.
I don't know. 42 to.
Oh, the other name is their Discord name is what it is.
Oh. Well, I'm blind, I guess. I didn't. I guess I'm blind. I need new glasses or something. I don't know.
Hold on a second. I'm checking to see if I have two hands. All right. I got two hands. We're good.
You gotta check.
Yep. One time I checked and I only had one hand. Turned out it was sitting on the other. It took me like an hour to find it.
I'm not gonna ask why you were trying to make your hand numb.
Oh no, I fall asleep randomly, and sometimes you end up.
Your hand
You know,
goes.
yeah, you know what they
Up your
say.
bum?
You know, you sit on your hand and then it goes to sleep and you jerk off with it. It feels like a stranger's doing it.
No, I wouldn't know that one. That's a new one. Thanks for the tip.
Oh.
You never heard that one? Yeah, I have. I just thought it'd be funny to say that.
So now we know for the rest of the fucking stream, he's gonna be like sitting on his hand, be like, "Come on, already, come on, fall asleep." then it's gonna be like smack, 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 smack.
Oh my god.
As you're misunderstanding the power of narcolepsy. I'll just randomly wake up one day and my hand will be in perfect condition, and I'll be like, "Aha! It's time."
But I'm betting that narcolepsy is a bitch, though. I mean, because you never know when you're gonna knock out. You know.
Yeah, it sucks. We're like, they still let me drive, so it's not that bad yet. You know.
Well, that's good.
Yep.
Because I mean, I know, like if I'm sitting there watching TV or something, next thing I know, I'm asleep and I don't even remember falling asleep. And I don't have narcolepsy, so.
And you want to be checked for things like MS, multiple sclerosis. You know, check for shit like that.
Mm-hmm.
You never can be too safe, I suppose.
True.
Yeah, that's a good point. Like over the weekend, I was getting some new shoes because my foot keeps rolling, and my wife was yelling at me that I need to get a brace, and so my alternative was I was going to get like a really good pair of new shoes, and they did some like scan thing at the Red Wing, and they like scanned my feet to find out what might be wrong with my feet, and they said that I had broke one of my foot at one point in time, and when it healed, basically the heel of my left foot jaggers off to the left 45 degrees and is like always pushing me to the right, and it's like, oh. And then the lady was like, oh, but we can actually custom print an insole to fix that for you. I was like, well, hell yeah, that's why I came here. But yeah, so we don't know when it happened. Just some point in time in my life, I broke my foot, never realized it.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, that
probably
might
those
be
punk
something you need to
shows.
go get
Well,
checked out or something.
I had a when I
got an
was real
insult for it
little.
now.
When I was real little, I got burned a lot. Never felt it. One time they said, I was real little, right? They said I just went and laid down on a diesel muffler, which they were on the sides, laid all the way down on it, and just laid there and fried. And then they peeled me off of it. I never even made a
Damn.
whimper.
Damn, man.
You didn't
I
feel
still
it?
I still have vague scars, but for the most part, the scars are gone.
Oh, that's
You didn't feel
cool.
any of it?
Nope.
Shit.
Are you just like with super thick skin?
Oh no, I feel it now, but when I was real little, I didn't feel getting burnt. It was weird.
Oh, cool.
That sounds like some kind of neurological issue where the pain receptors in your brain didn't register certain kinds of pain. Which
It's like
that
movie
is a rare
Kick-Ass.
condition. Yeah. That is a rare condition that some people have. And they have to be very careful because they could kill themselves and not even, they could bleed out and not even realize it or something. So Phoenix,
Could have used it to become a vigilante.
Yeah.
I wanted to let everybody know that they could ask you anything.
Right. Technically, you can ask anybody anything.
Anything.
Anything?
They could ask Phoenix anything.
Oh, that's right. Roadkill normally does this. Oh.
Anything?
Mm-hmm.
You can ask anything, doesn't mean I'll answer anything.
You just did.
No one asked me anything yet.
Well, I thought this was for like Val and Slay.
Oh, it's for anyone who wants to ask.
Okay.
Anybody.
Phoenix, is that a real raccoon hat or is it fake?
Well, I bought it on a hiking trail, so I think fake, but I don't really know. Might be real.
Is it nice and stiff?
It's not stiff. Feels nice though. It's comfy.
It might be fake. All right, cool.
I was gonna say what's the cat's name?
Flurry. This is Flurry.
Yeah. Ask him about his ass well.
Oh, he's still there. Hey.
Oh yeah, as well.
What, you don't have your ass well ready?
Forever, I thought that thing's name was Asswell.
As well.
That part of the anatomy, so yeah.
Yeah, he's still got the white stuff on
shit.
his mouth.
That's cat hair.
What
What
are
the
you
fuck has
doing
he
it
been
to
doing?
have what? Why were you using it?
Why am I using it?
No, why were you? To have all that white stuff all over it.
The cat
And
sleep
I have-
on it.
Sure, the cat sleeps on it.
Yeah, it's the cat's fault. Everybody knows it's the cat's
So when
fault.
you pin your little kitty cat in the corner, you go, "It's not me, it's the puppet. It's not me, it's the puppet." And then it goes to town on it.
I deny these allegations.
Then you're looking at the puppet. Asswell, why do you make me do these things?
I deny all these allegations.
But
Yet it's still got the white stuff as proof on its mouth.
yep. It still has the evidence, bro.
Evidence.
You all see what you want to see.
Well, it's not just me, it's everybody. Everybody sees.
No, I know what he's gonna do. He's gonna go in his TARDIS in the back, go back in time, clean it all up. So then when we try to disprove him, it will actually be clean. He'll be like, "See, I told you," and we'll be like, damn, that fucking
Yeah.
TARDIS is real.
You know,
Bigger on the
I might
inside.
I might
It
have to
definitely
start
is.
putting on weekend shows because this is a very slow Thursday. Usually there's a lot more hype going around this shit.
Yeah, and I
Yeah,
did
well,
share
I
this
kind
too.
of got a theory about why it is
Well,
the way it is.
I have no doubt there's no shortage of people bad mouthing me, but you know, come on, what you know, I barely have anything to lose, so fuck it.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, I kind of got an idea why it might be the way it is tonight, anyway.
Sorry.
So,
Okay, so I'm going to present a creation from Slay Every Game.
Oh,
ooh,
welcome to another episode of Content Creator Deathmatch.
Are you guys ready?
Ah, shit.
It's scheduled for one fall, making his way to the ring from El Paso, Texas, weighing in at 270 pounds.
Yo, it's Tecton.
Ever since I took my spot here at the commentary table, I have wanted to call this.
See, I wish I had a
match.
modded thing so I could have them say their Recently actual banned names. from that terror-supporting hellhole known as Twitch. He made the switch to kick and been kicking ass ever since. Now Twitch is begging for him back. But tonight is his true chance at redemption. After facing deplatforming, he faces a bigger challenge in his opponent. The reason he was deplatformed in the first place.
And his opponent.
Holy shit, it's Frogazuna.
Big time match on tap. When the competition level is this high, you can bet it will be memorable.
She's the moderator for Hassan Diddy Party Piker. She said American soldiers deserve to get PTSD. She's been cheering on the LA riots, and I'm not talking about basketball. Yet she still has a platform to speak because Twitch terms of service allow you to openly support Houthi terrorists, but you can't make fun of fat people. Makes sense.
This is a match she has long been asking for. She is
A win for Tectone tonight won't just be a win for himself. It won't just be a win for multi-streaming. It won't just be a win against Twitch and Palestine supporters and general wokeness. It'll be a win for America.
Roman Reigns back in to take advantage.
And remember, folks, if you want to see great matches like this and many others, you can find me on YouTube and Rumble under Slay Every Game. Don't forget to like, share, and subscribe.
I like it. I
Look
like
pretty
it. I
fun.
mean, it gives this whole 80s, 90s video game vibe. I like it. The intro
Really
and
good.
stuff,
I
and
would love to.
the video game footage itself was really good too.
Now, Slay, can I ask you some
Yeah, I
questions,
love making
bro?
the characters and the character creator. Yeah.
What
Yeah, of
caption
course.
system are you using? like
OBS.
VC face? No,
Yeah,
yeah. Okay.
yeah. For my model, VC face. Yeah.
Are you recording directly through OBS, like playing the video, and then have OBS overlay your character, and then you just like watching the video and reacting?
Oh no, I have the game capture card and VC face going at the same time.
So that's
why
like
it's a
live
little,
capture?
like wonky. Yep.
Oh
And then
man.
I take it, and then I like cut things up and edit them. Sometimes I'll set it so that instead of playing like the theme music, I can have them come out to nothing, like behind it. And then like if someone has like an intro song for their podcasts, I'll have that play in the background instead for their entrance music.
Okay.
But that takes a lot of like, I have to use like
Prep
the
work and time
practical
and stuff.
effects for that. Like I put everything in, put clip collecting and putting it in an Audacity and lining up the times right. And
Okay, yeah, because
sometimes for like a 2-minute clip, it'll take like 3 hours.
yeah. The only trick that I got that I use when making clips with OBS and VC face is run your clip at about 80 to 80%. So run it slightly slower. And then when OBS records everything, because there's that extra little lag between VC face and OBS, you won't notice it. And it's taken me a little while to figure out what that lag is. And there's a guy on Twitter. He like does all sorts of 3D post tracker tests. And he was the one that actually recommended to me slowing down the actual footage, because he has like these really elaborate like dances that he does to prove how good it is. And I'm like, how are you doing it? And he was like, I slow down the actual footage, and so then it can work in tune with the capture, because the capture is always slightly behind. And that's been my trick. Every video I do with my stuff, I'll roll the footage back 80% or whatever, and I basically just record myself with magenta background, and then I use Shoutcast to remove the magenta background so I can overlay my character over the actual footage, and then I just do an audio recording over that, and then it still takes a bit of time, but about half as long as trying to do it the other way. So like you record all of your footage first, and then do all of your your camera work, and then do your audio separate last. You might be able to drop that down, or at least make it look a little more fluid if you just have the 80%. But those are really good, man. I've seen some of your old ones too. You've got some good output.
I was gonna say, it also doesn't help that I'm running on a laptop that's pretty much got the processing speed of a potato.
Dude, I'm on a ROG.
I finally checked the specs on it. I was like, oh my god.
I'm on a ROG that has an integrated 2070. I have the very first graphics card that has RTX availability. It's like years and years old. So yeah, you can actually do all of this. Like I got Cyberpunk. I've gotten it to play like really, really well on my computer, and not doing a capture card ended up making it to where I could run the VTuber at the same time.
Well,
Also, I had
I know.
someone suggested me to do the. I was gonna say, someone also suggested me to do that. I could do it on Steam Deck too, and it'll run pretty good. And I was gonna do the PNG Tuber, the app for Steam last night, and I was like, oh shit, it's gonna take up like half my Steam Deck.
Yeah, but also Steam, heavy.
Roadkill says that he'll be on his way, but he's having some kind of issues, no telling what. But besides that, I don't know what the fuck's happening tonight. My audience is like just cut in half and then some. It is odd.
I'm sorry.
Well, Oh no! It ain't nobody here. It's nobody's fault. It's just I have some theory as to why, but I won't divulge into that in public.
Yeah.
So
I know I use a Steam Deck for all this, It's my only computer right now, and you can actually upgrade the storage in it. Put different SD cards or the internal storage.
Oh, that's
Yeah.
what's up.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
think I've heard people like upgrading it to like 2 terabytes of storage, so you can get a good bit in there.
I know a guy. He bought a riser for the Steam Deck that allowed him to connect a GPU to the Steam Deck to give it additional power. Although he uses it to mine cryptocurrency, but you can actually use it to help you run double the stuff.
Yeah.
I guess theoretically you could run one application through the external GPU and then one through the internal GPU.
Yeah.
I didn't know you could use a Steam Deck to mine cryptocurrency.
You can use a cell phone to mine cryptocurrency.
I didn't know that
Yes.
either. Well, I mean, I'm
only
not real technically inclined,
if you're
so
using say a powerful NVIDIA card, you're gonna mine it much quicker.
Yeah. But like right now, I'm using bit axes, which are like old ASICs cut down, so just individual ASIC chips are being used. And I have an ASIC that I've been wanting to break open and see if I could sell the chips individually. Because I have an old S7 ant miner, and I actually invented the code that allows people to mine Bitcoin on a cell phone, and also allows you to take the cell phone and plug it into a computer and run it as native Ethernet jack. And I used to like do all sorts of stuff on Instagram where I was like showing people how you could like set up integrated like phone systems where you have your phone internet come in, you have a battery, ABS battery backup,
motherfucker.
and you can like have mobilized mining, and it was just a fun thing. But what happened?
Our power is fluctuating.
Okay, so
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
why I
was
said,
afraid
"Oh,
of.
motherfuckers," because I thought I was about to get kicked off the stream again. It's like, "Oh shit, not now!" I think Phoenix did get kicked off.
You know what's funny is
Uh-oh.
it flashed in the background at the same time you said oh fucker or something like that. So I was like, what?
Yeah. So yeah, the power
I was
is
having
not
trouble trying to
shining
figure out
here.
which browser to use today, because I heard from other streamers, they swear by Brave, but when I was using Brave yesterday, it kept like closing my tab in the middle of the stream, and that's why I kept getting kicked out.
What are you
and having to come
currently?
back
What
in
before
on
Brave? What was you using?
Microsoft Edge, which is what I'm
Edge?
using now.
Try LibreWolf or Opera. Like you can actually get the original Opera before China got it, and then you can upgrade it up to the current one, so you can have a non-China Opera. Or you can get LibreWolf, which is like Firefox, but it has like privacy stuff built in, like you block origin and some other stuff. I'm using LibreWolf right now to do this, but like when I need to play a video on a stream or something, I have to use something other than LibreWolf, because LibreWolf don't like playing videos very well, like local home videos off your computer. They don't like playing those very smoothly or whatever. So I use Opera strictly to play videos off my computer. Like when I'm in, because I do like a broadcast on Sundays, and sometimes I got to play video proofs and stuff, and I only use Opera for that. Because
cool.
I hate Brave. I absolutely hate Brave. It's so bad. Like it's good. It is really good, but there's so much like integrated in there that just makes it like, if you like your privacy or you like your having stuff set up a certain way, it's not going to help you.
Yeah. There are ways to strip down the Brave browser. I like the automated the baked in ad blocker, but the Linux build of Brave it kind of sucks.
Yeah, it's an older build, isn't it? Like the Linux Brave, isn't that like basically
it stays up to date. No, they keep it up to date, but compared to any other Chrome version of whatever browser, it feels much buggier.
Brave is Firefox, which is why I recommended LibreWolf to him, because it's also Firefox.
Yeah.
Oh, wait, no, Firefox is Chromium too, isn't it?
No, Firefox has its own engine, and
Okay.
Brave is based on Chrome or Chromium.
I thought it was based on Firefox. I could have sworn.
Oh, no wonder, because Chrome gives me problems too. So that makes
all right.
sense.
That does make sense. Yep. Well, then LibreWolf might be what you want to go opposite from Chromium.
We're kind of, back in the 90s where there was Internet Explorer, and then there was
Netscape was mine, bro. I use
yeah.
Netscape.
Well, every website be like, you must use Internet Explorer, and then eventually they broke up the company because it was a monopoly. Now everybody's adopted the Chrome engine. It's the same thing, except now these websites are starting to say you must use Chrome, and many of them are saying even you must be on Windows. And it's the same old story again. There are uprising browser alternatives, but none of them are mature enough yet to compete. The problem is once they are, will the market let them compete?
Yeah, that's a really good point, man.
That's about the same as modding sites as well. Like everyone wants to get rid of Nexus and stuff like that. It's just the other ones are coming up now. They don't even have the mods.
Like they don't have the people, they don't have the mods like Nexus mods does, right? Like just so much less.
By the way, welcome Roadkill onto the stage, and welcome Charlie Nuclear in the chat.
Hey, Roadkill. Hey, Nuclear.
Oh,
hey guys.
What Charlie's gonna be wanting. He's gonna be wanting the snatch.
Oh, yeah, I got a new disgusting video, a very short clip.
Gosh.
Just for you, Charlie.
Since Charlie Nuclear is the fan of these clips, I'll play it for him.
What's that? Oh, it's my Furby. Furby loves you lavender. Tickle me.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Sorry I'm late. Hi everyone.
Now that's what you get for being late.
I know. I'll take it. Damn.
And of course we have Midnight Ladybug in the chat.
Hi, Ladybug.
Hey.
Hello.
Hey, Ladybug.
Hey, now, Ladybug, listen.
Furbies too.
Furbies have always been creepy as shit anyway.
Yes.
Yeah, they have.
This is an improvement.
I don't know what's going on with the chest and that hole in the stomach.
I remember I had the Gizmo one, the from Gremlins.
Hey. Yeah. I believe Roadkill may have seen this clip, but this is a clip I played earlier. I'm gonna play again.
Yeah, that shit got me the first time I saw it. I was like, what is going on in this video? And I was like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
That's Phoenix's clip.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what's going on right there.
There it
is. Yeah.
What's this fuzzy thing you got sticking right up in the camera? What is that? What is that? Stroke on it. Let's see.
Yeah, I told you it wasn't just me. It's everybody.
He heard the cat meow on the cliff and he decided to see what's going on. What are you doing?
What were we talking about when I entered? Sorry, guys.
Oh no, it's fine.
The last I recall was browsers, but it may have carried on past that point. I'm not sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I was saying it's kind of become like the 90s again, where every website was going, you must use Internet Explorer, and there was before Firefox, there was the Phoenix browser is what it was originally named. So it was the uprising of that, and it eventually went on and become the biggest thing before it fell again once Chrome came to be. Chrome came about from KHTML, which was from the KDE desktop open source project. It was a browser / file manager. they took the technology. The first person to make it commercial was Apple with the Safari browser. Of course, then independent programmers started making their own roll-ups of it, and then eventually Google made Chrome, or rather Chromium first, from that, which they split off the technology from KHTML to their own. I forget what that's called, but it's greatly the same. Now everybody's using Chrome or Chromium based browser, rebranded, and it's become just like in the 90s where it's every website's going, you must use Chrome, except back then it was you must use Internet Explorer. So it keeps any new browsers from rising up. It takes choice away from us. Let's say there are more varieties of browsers. If we choose to use them, every website's going to be like, you must use Chrome.
Interesting. Yeah. I personally, I like Chrome, or I use a VPN browser. So I'll use like DuckDuckGo. But yeah, you're right. It does take away from the fact that they're kind of closing in on you must use this or that. Yeah, because I've had to, especially using government computers for a while. They were like, oh, you have to use this or
DuckDuckGo
that.
is a Chromium rebranded browser. Most of them are.
Mm-hmm. That's what I've heard. Yeah, and there's very few safe spaces that you can go nowadays. And if you want to do something a little bit more mainstream, like maybe check your bank account or something, they're like, no, you got to use this. And I'm like, oh, well, fuck.
It actually brings to mind something that's happening in the open source community. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this, but the X server, the thing that makes all the, controls the display and everything you see, they gave up on the X server project, and they said, we're going to support this one. And all the corporations got behind them, says, we're going to support this one. So one programmer brought the X server back. He started updating again. They were killing it on purpose. They would not let any code commits through. So he's bringing it back. And now there's this big uproar about how corporations should control open source, not individual programmers. And I'm going, wait a fucking minute. Isn't that the spirit of open source? Isn't that how open source began? What the fuck's going on here?
Yeah, open source used to be a cool idea, man. Now they're like, everyone's like, no, that's mine. No, that's mine. And yeah, there's no sharing anymore. There's no just for the greater good of the community. It's all, it's mine.
Yeah. Okay. Valkyrie asked the fan noise. I believe that's Roadkill's mic.
Oh shit. Yeah. Let me turn that off.
I was trying to be nice.
Yeah. Well, I'm blunt.
Yeah.
I always give him shit every single time, so I thought I'd just actually be, nice just to ask, like, who's got the noise going, but
all right,
next time I just like,
I'm
fuck
the noise.
I got it. I usually keep my room like if there aren't icicles hanging off the ceiling, I'm not comfortable. So I'm all good.
Yeah. Well, something we were discussing earlier. When I'm streaming, I'm in front of a camera and a monitor. I get fucking hot no matter how cold it is. I get hot. I don't know.
Yeah, I was saying the same thing. It could be 20 degrees in here, and if I'm in front of the camera and stuff, I'm burning up. I'm like, dear God, I know it's not hot flashes. I don't know what this shit's going on.
By the way, Roadkill, you see Slay Every Game here. He's a new addition. You can welcome him as we all have.
I wanted to do that. Hey, welcome, brother. Good to have you. Good to see you.
Hey,
Val, Zombie, and Slay. How y'all doing, man? Phoenix, I have some questions later, but right now.
Oh yeah, I forgot the simping from you is so deep.
Because they've already adopted your standard of pointing Phoenix out and questioning him.
Yeah, I made it a point. I
will say they are not as good at you though as asking questions. So yeah,
we tried.
Still needed.
Hey, Phoenix, how long is a piece of string?
It's as long as it is.
That is a length. Wow.
It's too damn long.
got string here.
There we go.
That is a length.
Okay, how long does it take you to get 60 miles if you're going 30 miles an hour?
Yes.
2
Oh
hours.
Lord.
Congrats.
What?
No, he's right.
Wait a minute. Oh God, wait a minute. Let me
Okay,
no,
okay,
no,
here
I'm
we
going back
go.
on driving.
Genius.
Okay, question and answer time, apparently.
No, I'm going by my driving. I don't never drive. I don't never
You got this,
drive that slow.
Look, there was a specified speed and a specified distance and a question pertaining to each. It's very simple math.
I
It
know.
has nothing to do with your style of driving.
I'm sorry. I know. It's my fault. I can't do math.
I
in my
thought we
head
got
very
rid
well.
of Lilith. What the fuck's going on?
We did, oh, damn it. Not Lilith.
Oh, yeah,
Not
look,
Lilith.
What is
listen.
this shit? I don't fuck this shit.
I don't want to badmouth anyone. That's not
No,
what
no,
we're
no.
here for.
No.
All I'm saying is, some people are good conversationalists, but not real good with the logical way of thinking. That's all I'm saying.
So, Slate, how's it going, man? Oh.
I'm doing good.
Cool.
Other than today, I was supposed to have a dentist. I was supposed to have a dentist appointment, and I get there, and after they told me on the phone, "Hey, we take your insurance," I get there, and they're like, "Oh, we don't take that insurance." So I was like,
Dude.
"You know what, fuck it, I'm just gonna while I'm here." Right next door was the haircut place, so I got my mohawk done for the summer.
Nice.
So now I got to
Okay,
sit.
at least got something done. Yeah, man. Yeah, dude, I used to have problems with that in the past. Now I just have, outside of the VA, I have specific dental, and it sucks because I pay for that. But all it is just insurance to go to the dentist. There's no.
Man, American system for medical stuff is so different to.
Yeah, dude.
Americans are fucked when it comes to medical.
Yes.
Because so Australia has private and healthcare, but it's just still one hospital. It's just a different billing. That's all it is.
I know there's a lot of right-leaning people to be like, "Oh, that foreign healthcare system, you gotta wait and wait and wait." And I'm like, "Yeah, in America, you just die."
You're not wrong, Norris. I only go to the doctor unless I'm about to die.
At least you die knowing that you have an appointment soon.
That's the thing. I could just go to the doctors anyway, but I barely go there unless I really need it. That's about it. But
no, thanks to the
here
VA,
in America,
man.
you can really need it and be shit out of luck.
Yeah. There was someone who needed it slightly more than you did.
I think we have the same as the UK. I'm not 100% sure on that, but still, it seems a lot better than you guys. Sorry to say, but
private, man.
I just now seen this comment. I guess he's talking about the Furby.
Yeah,
he is.
Because if he's not talking about the Furby,
it should have a bunch.
Well, I hope he's not talking about me. Gosh darn, I'm a cat man.
The only thing I got back here is fish, and they ain't got boobies.
Yeah, and my cat ears are actually fake. If you look, I have elf ears.
So I know Roadkill, is really into cooking and studied, to be some kind of chef. Isn't that correct?
Yes, sir.
So I got a couple of videos here for you.
Oh shit!
I'm literally not sober. So this man literally started farming carrots so he could have the carrots get up my ass, bro. He farmed carrots so that I could stick them up my ass. He said, "Here are your carrots. You're gonna put them up your ass." And I was like, "That's like the nicest thing anybody's ever done for me. Fuck flowers. Get a man that grows carrots for you to put up your ass."
I would take her crazy ass to dinner any night.
The only problem about that is that Roku will probably farm the carrots, give her one, but also you still use that other carrot for himself.
I got a bag in the closet. And I'm like, those are mine. Don't touch them.
Next time you go on a date, Next time you go on a date, bring some carrots and cucumbers and a bunch of fresh stuff like that, and then a basket is like, here, I got some for you. I heard bitches like this.
Big ass zucchini.
Like, think of me when you enjoy them.
Like, I brought the salad to toss your salad.
Holy shit, man!
Now that is a word salad.
That
Okay.
went a different way than I
works.
thought. Go ahead.
It
Yeah.
works.
I have a second video to do with cooking, since you're all into that, and which I fully support. Nothing at all wrong with that. I appreciate that. But here's another video.
Next episode of Doo-Doo Kitchen. Doo-Doo Kitchen. Why the nigga in the truck got the best setup? Like, I've never seen a nigga on a Doo-Doo Kitchen video have a plate. These bitches was imported from the USA. And like I told you, these niggas are the definition of any means necessary. He ripped the seats out this bitch. Put his parts up. Ain't no rats in the back. He probably sleeping this hoe. I ain't even gonna lie to you. But yeah, let me take about 3 of them bitches. I'll take a plate from you. Whip! Whip! Whip, 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 Ja Rule, whip, yeah, whip, Ja Rule, whip, nigga, whip, bitch, I swear to God, this shit tastes good. I swear to God, leprechaun pie.
Now let me tell you what's up next on the menu. We finna get this hyena meat broth going. Yeah, first of all, you put all the ingredients from the Sahara Desert in the west side of Niger in this bitch. Yeah, throw all the little strings and shit. Yeah, make sure you get that hyena
And like
meat.
I said on the last video, onions on everything around this bitch. Now, y'all know Nasheed come with a new recipe every week. Nasheed got some new shit that he want to prepare for y'all on Doo-Doo Kitchen. So first of all, we taking these fucking Funyuns. I don't even know if these bitches Funyuns or just some, fuck it, we gonna call them Funyuns today. Nasheed, finish cutting the goddamn Funyuns so we can get on with the damn video. Okay, now he gonna take this glove that's inside out. He flipped it inside out after he just got through with some other shit. Like, I ain't see that residue already on the glove, so you recycling the glove, Nasheed. You're dirty as hell. Now, Nasheed is acting like he really doing something, but he not. Because if you a true Doo-Doo Kitchen fan, you know these niggas use the same ingredients, better pizza, Papa John. I'm just bullshitting. But he used the same ingredients on every video, Nasheed. No matter how you dress this up, Nasheed. You must have seen one of the Doo-Doo Kitchen videos about me saying you don't use glove. This nigga got some mystery meat meerkat stew. He pour that meerkat juice on there. Now back to Nasheed Senior. He's still cutting up goat dicks, as you can see. Anybody want some of this goat dick and broth stew? We got goat dick and beans for the low.
No.
Holy
No.
shit, dude.
I'm sorry, but there is no way in fucking hell I would eat
No.
any of that type of food.
You know,
I don't care
and
how
I'm
good it
betting
tastes
that
or
was a
smells.
goat dick.
But it was too.
Roku would be like, I'm gonna be numbing that dick.
Oh man,
No,
how much, sir?
You gotta think, there's people out there in America that actually eat this shit. They're like, hey, let's go eat this kind of. I'm hungry for this kind of food. Oh, fuck that. Oh, hell no.
I'll just stay at the house. I'll just cook my
No.
own. At least I know where it's been.
In a restaurant, sure, I eat whatever food that I like, but not on the street. There is fucking no way in hell I will be eating any of that food
That's a
that
recipe.
they're prepared. That's just asking for you to like get some type of disease or some shit.
Worms
Charlie is
or
puking.
you're on the toilet for 2 days.
Charlie
Well,
is
Yeah,
puking.
exactly.
What was the deal with the person? He was cooking food, but he used the glove and he turned it inside out. But his other hand that he was preparing the food to, he was using 2 hands. The other hand didn't have no damn glove. What's the
Oh,
damn
man.
point of having a glove?
Well,
again if you're
it
not gonna
depends.
use it?
There could be it. It depends on the culture. Like, say, let's just say Muslim, because you eat with
They-
one hand and you do something else with the other
Yeah,
hand.
they
Yes.
don't use toilet
Yeah.
paper. Let's put it like that.
Yeah.
And they gonna cook my? I don't think so. No.
He put a glove on.
I'm
He put a glove
I'm only.
on.
I'm just saying, like, it could be that type of
That's what
situation,
he
but
calls it,
yeah,
doo-doo kitchen.
yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Hence another reason why I would not eat any of that type of food on those streets.
No.
Okay, so Phoenix, what's your thoughts on it?
It does not
Looks
look
good,
good.
doesn't it?
No,
Oh, it doesn't? You don't like it?
don't like it. Not
You don't
even a
like
little
what?
bit.
What do you like? What do you like? You like hot dogs, corn dogs, sausages? What do you like?
Bratwurst.
Like a lot of things, like steak. I like
Goat dick.
no. I like spaghetti.
You like that Furby meat?
No.
Are you a
Well,
fan of
I-
American?
Of Americans.
American.
Well, I do know once upon a time, Phoenix there had inspired to become like a pastry chef.
Yeah. For a while, yeah.
Oh, very cool.
You got decent
What
at it
happened?
too. A lot of things come up.
I didn't like their
Yeah.
hours.
Maybe
I didn't
we'll
like
fall back on it.
the 4 o'clock in the morning, 7 o'clock open. Yeah, the hours for bakers or pastry chefs was like just fucking out of control. Also, I fucking pastries are such a bitch, like to fucking construct. No offense, I know you like that shit, but I did well in my baking class, but I was like, nah, fuck this. I just want to get out of here. I don't like any of this making breads and all that shit, desserts.
Well, I always appreciate somebody that's into chef kind of stuff, because you don't just learn about food and what's good. You learn some chemistry. You learn a culture. There's a whole world of things that come into play there.
Yeah, if you go into culinary school, you're going to have to embrace the French way of cooking, because the French, they brought it to the whole culinary sphere of teaching how to cook. And so everything you do is like is basically based from a French standpoint. And so it's very someone like me who doesn't respect the French, I had to put up with it. But it is also very interesting. A lot of words that I know in French are from culinary, but it's one of those things.
Well,
I did take international cooking, which was my favorite, where I got
The
to
word toilet comes from the French.
eau de toilette.
Well,
Yeah.
baking, you got to be very precise.
Yes,
You
it's a
can't take
science.
shortcuts with baking at
That's
all, because the
that's
shit
why a lot
won't
of people
turn out.
prefer baking. Yeah, that's why a lot of people prefer baking, because it's more cut and dry. They're scared to put a pan on the fire and just kind of go from there. It's very like, this amount, perfect measures, and you're going to get a great result. It's a science. Whereas cooking is there's a science with heat
So
and
cooking's
texture
an
and things
art,
like
baking is a science.
Yes.
Yeah,
Cool.
anything you do, you're gonna have to be able to recreate perfectly.
Yeah.
Well, for me, when I cook, I don't measure any damn thing. I just throw it in there, and if it looks and tastes all right, if
Yep.
it tastes like it's supposed to, good.
Well, I don't normally cook, but when I do, I always try to make it something extra, something special.
Yeah. And I gotten lots of compliments on my cooking. I have had a few flops before, but most of the time it turns out pretty good.
We don't want to hear about your flops.
That is not what I meant.
As the pussy runs away.
So, Roku, what would be the formula to cook human?
Well, we have debated this in class before, behind the scenes, behind the chef's back, just to be funny. And
Well,
I would calculate. It depends on the cut of meat. Yeah.
I would imagine you have to do something similar when you cook shark. You have to cook the toxic part out first.
Yeah, because they pee through their skin. Yeah, shark's not bad though. I liked it, but a lot of people are like, ew. It's the same type of people that are like, shrimp and lobsters are the bugs of the ocean. I'm like, fuck it, those are delicious bugs then. But at the same time, yeah, shark. When everyone told me, they were like, yeah, so sharks, when they go pee, they just piss through their skin. So that's what you're cooking out, is their
The
piss.
ammonia and stuff, yeah.
Yeah.
To answer your question about people, it's the same principle as cooking a whole hog in the ground.
So you gotta take some time with it.
It is. It's basically the same thing.
I know exactly what part Val would go for once it was finished.
For the penis.
I call that
Hey, Phoenix. about your flops. Maybe this will help.
You can hear it as it's going up and down. It's whipping up the cream, and that's what you do. You whip the cream until you get whipped cream, which you can tell because it gets really stiff. And then you just keep churning until you hit what I call sloshing stage.
Jesus.
You know what? I would actually have her do that to me. In that outfit as well. Hell yeah. I'll be like, you know what, old lady? Yeah, why don't you use that stick on this? And
Oh my god.
Come on, Granny, get the sloshing.
Oh my God. I remember my grandmother, she used to make all her own butter and all that kind of stuff. But on a serious note, you don't want to be the one having to churn it because my God, it takes fucking forever and it's a punishment.
That's what I heard.
God, I hate it.
Me and Elijah being the oldest ones here, we had, we knew people that were alive in the 1800s. And I'm sure we've both been around, grandparents or great grandparents, and where you churn the butter and you do the same to make ice cream. And that's a real bitch, actually. It's fucking difficult.
It is.
My grandma used to put the stuff in a jar, and we used to have to shake butter. So we would have to basically shake it in mason jars. And then I also used to have to take the corn bags and the peas, and you have to smash the corn in the bags. You have to break down all the green beans, break down the peas, and smash them down into bits in the bags. And I remember we were doing something somewhere, and my kids saw the game where you toss the bean bags into the cornhole or whatever. And they were like, what's the point of this? What's so fun about this? And I was like, well, my day when we were doing this, we were trying to throw them as hard as we could. And then it would slide down into the hole so you could just easily pick it up. And everyone just looked at me and was like, what were you doing? I was like, crushing corn to make soft cream corn.
Well, yeah, if you're old enough and you like I was saying, you had great grandparents, great grandparents that did things the old-fashioned way. You would get up before the sun come up. You would pick all the things from the garden. You would go out and hunt the meat, and you would prepare it all from fucking scratch, and you would have a bigger meal than people have today. And but you worked your fucking ass off for it.
See, on that as well, that kind of just proves the fact that people these days, if let's just say the power went out completely, about let's just say 80%, there might be 70 or something we'll be completely fucked.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely.
Well, one thing that I hated doing more than anything else was making cornmeal. Oh God. Oh, that's horrible. Because basically what you do is you get the kernels of corn, and after you shuck them and everything else, you put it on this gigantic stone wheel looking thing, and then you lower another wheel on top of it, and you got to turn it round and round and round until you make a powder.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it's a bitch because you get tired after a while.
How many people here have hung up a deer and skinned it? Got the organs out and did skint the whole thing, did all of it.
I never do that.
Yeah, I was invited after a hunt. My brother.
No, but I've seen something good.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, my friend's brother was like, "Hey, you got to come see this," and so he hung it up. He showed me where to split it. He showed me. He brought up a trash can and was like, "Now watch this," and then he just had everything fall out into the trash can, and I was like, "Oh my god." That is fucking disgusting. But the smell was so weird. The smell was so weird. It wasn't gross and it wasn't good. It was like this weird in-between smell.
I've done it countless times, right? And you can't nick the organs or you ruin everything.
Correct.
But after a while, that smell will make your mouth water. And then you get the freshly cut meat, right? And, it's big hunks of meat you're carrying like that, right? And it's sticky. And that blood, you're carrying it, your mouth is watering, going, is this wrong? Am I wrong for, stomach's growling now?
No, your stomach knows what that feeling means. It's about
not really, because that's an animal. If you said that you did that to humans, then maybe.
Well, there's a story, I've been at, a little down the road, half a block from a house fire, right? and I smelled like the best fucking barbecue I've ever smelled. And they're like, that's that family's burnt
Oh,
alive. And I was like,
shit.
oh fuck, oh fuck. You know?
Actually,
and that
Damn.
you never
Did
can
a Burger
shake that
King just
after
start
that.
up?
That's,
Oh no.
that's actually pretty funny because I used to work with someone who was in the military once, and he actually mentioned that there was a fire with like people, and he actually said that it smelled like bacon.
Mine was after the fires, and the smell was totally different. But I guess you could say it may smell a little.
Well, okay.
Interesting.
Burning hair and burning skin smell. You know what burning hair smells like, and
Oh,
burning
yeah.
skin. It smells nasty. But when that meat starts cooking, it's just like a pig barbecue.
Yeah.
What do they call those things, man?
Food.
No, I forgot the name of the parties that my friends used to have, where you get a whole hog, you put it on there for like 12 hours.
I'm so glad you add the
spit
hog in
roast.
that, because for a second I thought you actually meant your friends went to these parties
people-
with
Some
humans
people
and stuff.
said luau.
A luau.
Once a year, it would be a giant bonfire, a pig on the spit, not the spit, but in this giant smoker, and it would just be a huge.
Sure.
But I forgot what they called it, man. Anyway, but
You sure
yeah,
it was
but-
actually a
In the
hog?
South,
oh,
in the
dude,
South, they,
it was a big dude. I had to go get the pig with them, and I was like, and I was, dude, this is before culinary school, so I was not comfortable picking up a giant dead animal and throwing it on a grill whole. I was like, oh, this is weird. And then I grew up, and I was like, all right, this is cool.
in the South, they'll dig a pit and they'll cook them underground. They'll
Yes, that's what they do in Hawaii.
Cover
Yeah.
the pit and let it cook real good. And there's nothing better than when it's cooked that way.
I don't know, man.
This is
I don't
making
know.
me hungry.
On like a big smoker, just walking up and peeling a piece off. I was like, God damn, dude! Like, you don't even need barbecue sauce.
Mm-mm.
Well, you
I know
know,
what we
when I was a
used to
kid,
do.
my father raised hogs, and these were like monster fucking hogs. You know,
Yeah.
they were just big as around. I mean, you wouldn't believe me. I told you. I mean, they'd bump into a car, and the car would two wheels would come up a little bit. You know, we raised these hogs, and then it, we had them killed, and then there's nothing like self-raised hogs that is not going through all that shit that it goes through normally in a store. It will wake you up out of a dead sleep with your mouth watering. It's like fucking magic. It's like you never had food until you've had it like that.
So good.
Yeah.
So good.
I mean, it'll wake you up out of a dead sleep. Somebody cooking sausage and bacon and all that stuff real early in the morning. You'll get up and you won't even know why. You just go in the kitchen.
That's like my kid's alarm clock on the weekend. Either sausage or bacon in the pan, and then my daughter will come downstairs with her hair all disheveled. You can tell that she woke up from the smell.
You know what's good is when you eat the pig brain, it kind of cooks up like scrambled eggs. It's very similar in texture and look to scrambled eggs.
I haven't had that. I haven't had the brain.
So pretty much what you guys are saying is you're ready for Fallout, and when Fallout hits, you guys will be ready.
Oh, dude, there'll be people. Yeah, dude. I'm smoking everything, man.
Roadkill. Here's what you do: you find one of these mom and pop stores, and they will have souse meat in there.
Oh.
Get you some. Get you some.
Actually, what it reminds me of is there was this church for the longest time. It had this sign. It said, "Right behind these doors is the door to heaven. The way to get into heaven." And it had an arrow pointing to the doors for a church, right? And so I just kept imagining somebody walks through that door and it just gun them down. Welcome to heaven, motherfucker.
Yeah. They gonna see Jesus real quick.
That'd be a good greeting. Welcome to heaven, motherfucker.
But yeah, go to one of these old
You're
country
saved.
stores. Go to one of these old country stores and get you some souse meat.
I know exactly where a couple are up here. I got to go to Massachusetts, but there's some good butchers and country stores that you drive by and you're like, dude, I bet they have a bunch of cool shit in there.
With that kind of thing, you got to know how to cook it right.
Yes. Oh, for me,
Either,
if I've never
either it's
cooked it
gonna be
before,
good
yeah,
or it's
yeah,
gonna be the nastiest thing you ever had. One or the
yeah.
other.
Nowadays, since I've been out of culinary for so long, I just do like a quick YouTube video, and I'm like, okay, I got it. But yeah, the stuff that I haven't cooked before, yeah, you gotta check that shit out because you don't want to fuck it up. Like one day, I walked into my in-laws' house, and they had bought a rack of lamb, and they were like, we want it French style, and we got friends coming over. Can you do the thing where you like, you turn it inside out and make a crown? And I was like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? I came here to drink beer and hang out, and you motherfuckers want me to fucking dress a fucking rack of rib. And so I did it real quick, and they were like, oh, so cool. And I was like, yeah, can you leave me the fuck alone now? It was so fucking annoying, dude. Like everything they tried to like impress their stupid fucking Yankee friends with, and I did so much for them just trying to like teach them. But at the same time, I went to my mother-in-law, and I was like, look, you can just type this into YouTube, and it'll show you how to do it.
That's
You don't have
funny
to
that
bother.
you
You don't have
said
to bother me.
Yankee friend, considering that you are a Yankee.
You call us Yanks, but down here, well, over here, a Yankee is a Northerner.
To me,
Yeah.
you're Yankees.
So when people like people over there, like especially in UK, they're like a Yank, and I'm like, not really, but I see what you're saying. That's y'all's, jargon for
You're
America.
all. You're
Yeah.
all.
Y'all.
Yankee jargon right there again.
Y'all.
Yeah.
That's not Yankee over here. That is Southern over here. And when people use it up here, I'm like, shut the fuck up, you fucking you Yank fuck.
Well,
And then yeah,
I've been in the South the majority of my life, but the language I never took to it. I mean, I learned how to talk when I was in Michigan, so I also moved around a lot. So my accent's kind of all over the place. A little touch of this, touch of that. It's all over the place, right? But I never could take to the motherfucking Southernisms.
Yeah, I mean, I lived here all my life, and people still think I'm from the North. I've had several people tell me they think I'm Canadian, and I don't see it.
Dude, Phoenix.
Yeah.
Sometimes when you talk, I'm like, it starts one way and then ends another, and I'm like, dude, what's his accent? And then eventually I was like, oh, it's just whatever his accent is. But I hear the Southern, but yeah, dude. The first time I ever heard you, Phoenix, I'm not gonna lie, I thought you were like European or something. There was something.
Yeah, you seem very Canadian.
I don't know why. I lived in the South all my life.
Look at the friendly kick people telling me I could get $1,000 a month. Oh, lucky me. They're going to help me so much.
Yeah.
I need to jump right on this.
You'd be like that old woman at the Bitcoin machine.
I used to get those
While
on
you're
Twitch
at it,
all
you
the
can
time,
send
too.
money to the African Nigerian prince too.
Yep.
Then you can get a big inheritance.
Hello, my friend. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not a fan of Kick, but it's like an option that's also streamed to. I'm like, okay, why not? Right? I'm just gonna fucking do it. But these goddamn bots do get annoying.
Yeah.
Well, it seems that nowadays, well, not really. Yeah.
I didn't think they had any on Rumble, but on one of my Rumble
Oh, no,
videos,
they do.
it was almost the exact same comment.
Wow, congrats, bro. It's hard. Like, I haven't heard of many bots on Rumble, so when people tend to get it, that's normally a good sign.
I was speaking on my audience tonight, and it is drastically lower than usual. I'm not gonna speculate on why, but it's usually like 2 to 3 times higher than what it is tonight.
Yeah, I'm looking around right now.
Well, that's like I was saying. I have a theory as to why, but it's nobody here, so I have a theory. And
Again,
I don't want to really
we don't know. I mean, we do just sometimes have a bad night.
Yeah,
true. But
I could be like, I blame this motherfucker. I blame it's all him.
No.
Yeah.
Yep. That's the problem.
Wait, why would you blame him?
Well, look at him.
Somebody has to be blamed.
But you're not going to blame the footer?
Look at me.
No, it was Phoenix's turn last week.
Wait. The guilty voice spoke up, so there you go.
Hello.
Oh,
yeah, I bring the
okay,
footer all the time.
I
Good
see.
life matter.
Yeah, you see that you know his picture there, and it's like a fine woman, and she's armored, she's ready to kick some ass, but right below that waist is gonna be a big old dong.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
there's got to be. There's got to be.
There's definitely a PP there. Don't worry.
It's like the worst thing you'd ever see in battle.
Yeah.
It's an up-armored hot chick with a giant dong.
You imagine your side, right? Somebody looking out with binoculars, oh fucking getting all excited. They're looking running our way. And then it's like, look down, just look down. Oh shit. Oh no, run.
It's when your mate decides, like, is that a baseball bat with her? What is that she carrying between her legs?
Prepare mortars. Yeah.
Everybody run in the opposite direction.
And don't worry, when it reaches you, it will be used on you as well.
Oh boy.
Oh Lord. Well, I don't know what would be worse, an army of futas or an army of futas throwing poo.
Oh,
The second one definitely is worse because throwing poo makes everything worse.
you're right.
Yeah, I would think so.
Well, it's kind of like, you know, when birds shit before they fly to get that much more light. You know, they're just shitting and throwing it so they can run that much quicker at you to do things to you.
Fucking nightmare.
What kind of fresh hell is it?
But the worst thing is that poop makes you stick in that ground, so you can't move.
No,
trying to run, you keep sliding on it.
just kill it with fire.
There it is.
Just kill it with fire. You know, problem solved. Kill them with fire. You know, some things you don't know what it is, and you don't want to know what it is, and you know it's dangerous. Just cut the middleman out of the equation and go ahead and kill it with fire. And problem
Set that bitch on fire, yeah.
Yeah.
I can see Ali being in that little girl in front of the house meme, and where she's smiling evilly, and she's like, "There was a spider somewhere in the house, not no more."
Oh yeah. Don't think I haven't thought about it. Yeah.
I remember that meme.
Spiders, yeah. No, you don't understand. If I see a spider, I'm outside. As long as the spider is in the house, I'm going outdoors, and I'm not coming back in the house until the spider is disposed of completely. I will not touch it. I will not go near it.
You would hate Australia then.
Yes.
I know, that's why I'm never going.
A 1-foot spider.
I've already made up my mind. I'm never
No,
going.
if I go to Australia, I'm going into like a hotel on like the 13th floor, away from any animal possible.
If I ever dig,
a lot of the spiders are like high up, bro.
Animal, insects, anything. Dude, I got to get the fuck away from them. But I do want to go to Australia. Yeah.
well, see, if I ever went to Australia, I'd be armed. I'd have my lighters, my cigarette lighters, and my bug spray.
You got a big ass spray can of Aquanet and a lighter. You just fucking walk around torching.
They will die.
I believe the Boring Company has a flamethrower that you could probably just purchase over there.
Holy shit.
Although I do hate that name and love that name, Boring Company. A lot of people don't realize, like, that was when he was making the tunnel. And a boring company is a company that makes tunnels.
Yes, I thought it was a good play on. Yeah.
See, me and spiders and roaches and all that. No, I don't think so. I don't mind them if they live outside. They just cannot live in the house with me.
Exactly. That's what I taught my kids. Yeah, you don't kill them when they're in their house, but if they're in your house, it's free. It's go time. And I have to act like a tough guy in front of them with spiders. They scare the shit out of me. And when they point one out, I'm like, all right, guys, let dad do dad shit. I'm like, it creeps me the fuck out.
It reminds me of the play on words about the Sofa King.
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Okay, Sofa King, right? You know, they're selling couches, Sofa King, but you go so fucking
Dude, have you guys ever watched Portlandia? That comedy
Did you
series?
kick my dog?
Dude, he
Put a bird on it?
there's a sketch he does, and he sells couches that have a pull-out bed. It's a store with just couches with pull-out beds, and the name of the store is the Pull-Out King. And so he goes, I am the Pull-Out King. No one can defeat me. And so that was like a big joke for a while. It was like, what a great idea, man. The Pull-Out King.
Is that anything like putting a bird on it? Just put a bird on it. Just put a bird on it. And then when there was a bird in the store, they all freaked out and tried to kill it.
Yeah, I got a clip here that I found at least vaguely entertaining, so check this out.
Yo, what are you doing, man? Can I help you? Your neighbors are crazy, man. The dog took my shoe. Like, look at this. Were you selling windows? Yeah, I'm selling windows, trying to clean their house, and I didn't even get to tell them that. They just sent their dog at me. They had a shotgun. Their dog, ate my shoe. Bro, I even lost my phone over there. Not on my watch. Okay.
Yeah, take a seat. Go inside. My sister's going to get you cleaned up. Thanks, sir. And I'm going to go get your phone, all right? Yes, sir. You're going to go back tomorrow. They're hiring you to do the windows, the gutters, and whatever you quoted them, I told them to give you double.
Actually?
Yeah, actually. Anybody in this neighborhood messes with you again, come to me.
Bro, what is this?
Kool-Aid.
What?
It's Kool-Aid. We never seen a white person drink Kool-Aid?
You got some season.
I do.
Hey.
My wife used to be black.
Used to be?
My ex-wife was black, yeah.
Ah, okay.
Oh, look, it's the Josephs. Wait.
What's it like not having rhythm?
What's it like only shopping at Walmart?
What's it like only shopping at Whole Foods?
What's it like not being able to get a job?
What's it like getting straight A's?
What's it like not going to school?
What's it like going to college?
What's it like being enlisted in prison by the time you're 12?
What's it like being in the military?
What's it like getting pulled over for no reason?
What's it like lifting your truck?
What's it like being under the truck because someone ran over you? Is that cotton?
Yeah.
What's it like to wear something that your ancestors had to pick?
What's it like sleeping with your stepsister?
Pretty good.
You ever been with a black woman?
You ever been with a black guy? What's it like getting sickle cell anemia?
What's it like having AIDS?
I don't know. You tell me. What's it like getting attacked by a German Shepherd for being black?
That's literally how we made friends in the military with other races.
Yeah.
Well, I had this group of friends. I was the youngest one. They were all a bit older than me, but it was the people I practiced martial arts with and I'd work out with. And this went on for years, but there was a couple of them that were black, and we always joked like that. We told all kinds of jokes. There was no racism shit going on. It was just all good fun.
No, there were a lot of races I grew up around, black races, but it wasn't until later on, once we grew up. But it was the military that changed me and how to interact with it. And then once we all grew up, then I could interact with them that way. But dude, if I said some of that shit growing up, it was my fucking ass. I'll tell you that, man.
That did seem like a setup video. Yeah, it did. Yeah. But it does have a good point, and I was speaking of, there was a couple of people in the group that were black, and we would tell these kind of black jokes and they'd tell white jokes and nobody gave a fuck. It was all good fun.
Yeah. That's why I liked watching those two guys, New Blackstreet. They get it. The whole thing's a fucking facade, and you might as well just make fun of it together.
And then we had one particular motherfucker in our group that liked to tell dead baby jokes.
Oh shit!
I got one. What do you call the dead baby that crawls out of the wheelbarrow of dead babies?
I used to know that. What?
Barely
My
lucky,
breakfast.
still alive.
Yeah. Yep. Man, I used to have a lot of them too, and I think for like a year I was hard up on those dead baby jokes. Yeah.
This motherfucker tells some like real poor taste ones, like why did the dead baby cross the road? Because it was stuck on my dick.
Okay. So how did the dead baby get across the road? The trucker asked after he passed by. Like I've heard a lot of dead baby jokes. Like, because so like I was called a parasite until I was like 9, just simply because I wasn't doing anything for like wasn't making money or anything. So like to my dad, everyone's a parasite until you give back into the community or whatever, right? So I have heard so many dead baby jokes. Like there's some really good ones. Like, what's the other red meat? Well, it was the baby that got aborted. So
Hey, I can't believe how many people haven't heard the gay joke about how the gays are the first out of a house fire because they already got their shit packed, and people was like, "Oh, I've never heard that." I'm like, "That's the oldest fucking joke ever."
I haven't heard that. I have not heard that.
Wasn't that like on a TV show in the 70s or something? I remember hearing
Probably
that.
so.
on
I don't know.
something.
I've known about it since the early '80s.
Holy shit!
Yeah, yeah. I remember seeing that on like a TV show or something. I was like, man, that's good. But that is a really good one because most people they don't even think about that.
What the hell are you doing to the dog?
This is what he wants. That's why she's looking at me.
But it looks very strange.
He says,
I mean,
At least he's playing with that head, not the other.
oh, gotcha. Now I understand.
I keep telling him not.
Bridget.
I keep telling him not to do that in public, but he don't listen to me.
Sometimes you got to beat it into them, Allie.
Phoenix, how many times I gotta tell you?
The young girls who want to make life with pussy, your pussy will perish with you in hell. May your pussy perish with you. May your smooth pussy, creamier pussy, and tight pussy perish.
What the fuck, dude? That guy.
Where is that from?
Yeah.
What country is that person
That was
from?
West
It was
Africa. West
I-
Africa.
Yeah, I should have guessed, but still.
That's
Oh my
one of the
gosh.
politician, and he's also a like one of their local priest guys. He's like he does double roles or whatever. So he's constantly doing these talks where you don't know if he's political or if he's religious, but it's both.
Yeah, but clearly he has issues with women. Clearly.
Oh,
Yeah.
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 He took a public speaking class, but has no fucking manners, obviously.
I do know
There's
he's
actually
like
one
trying to
thing
fight
I'll-
AIDS, so that's probably his point there.
Yeah, there's one thing I wouldn't mind in America to go to is actually to a black Christian church. It was, you're watching the movies,
yeah.
they're all, jumping. It looks way more exciting than white Christian.
Oh, I used to go to
church.
one.
It really
Yeah.
is. It really is.
There's a chance
yeah,
you
they
go in
are,
a
dude.
black
Yeah.
church and they're all gonna be like, "White boy, you about to get your ass whooped," or you get that definite impression. In the least, that may be more so true than it used to be. But at times you'd go in, they'd be all welcoming, you'd have a good time, and other times they'd be like, "Clearly you weren't welcome."
Yeah. It's always a mix up which one it's going to be.
I wouldn't really care if I got that look. I'd be like, this is a church, fuck you. Just
You
sit
don't get
down.
it.
Yeah, just
If
stay
a
with
black
it.
person jumped
They were all
on
really
you,
cool. The one that I went to, I was in a halfway house for a while.
You don't just get jumped by one
From
person.
the halfway house, I used to go to one.
Now, clearly, I'm not speaking for all black people. I can only speak about my own experiences. But you don't get jumped by one. And it's not like they're going to smack you once and go the fuck on. They're going to keep beating on you, and then it's going to be 2 of them, 4 of them, 6 of them, 8 of them. That's the way it goes.
That's how
Yeah, I
it
still think it would be awesome to visit.
my case,
because, like I said, a white man's church is boring as hell. Like all the, a black church, Catholic church looks so much fun, very upbeat, and all that sort of stuff in like all the movies and stuff. And it's just like,
And they also have like really cool barbecues
that are
too.
The fun ones, bro.
Yeah.
You go to the Black Baptist church. Those are the fun ones because I've been to like an actual Black Catholic church, and it was the exact same experience as being at a Filipino Catholic church. There was no difference. They had the exact same mass, like they were both, Vatican approved mass. But you go to the Baptist one, and it's going to be fun. And if you go to the Oklahoma area, you go to a Baptist or Methodist, either one of those, and you're going to get a similar result. And they're either going to love you or hate you. And if they hate you the first time, show back up another time and they'll love you.
Yeah, I was raised Roman Catholic, and that shit was fucking for the birds, man. I was like, this is the most boring shit I've ever been a part of in my life.
How long does it take to ask the room?
I've been in those churches where the preacher looks like they're about to stroke out and have a heart attack because they're stomping and screaming so hard. And some of those are also snake handling churches, but those fuckers are nuts.
Yeah. Been to, when I was little, my grandmother went with her sister to her church, which was a snake handling church, and we sat in the back row. The preaching went on, and it was hellfire and brimstone preaching.
Yeah.
And they got out the snakes, and my grandmother said, "We're getting the hell out of here," and we left. We left.
My grandma used to get like pissed at me when I had to go to my friend's church one time because I, hanging out, doing sleepovers on the weekend, and he would have to go to church on Sunday, and it was Episcopalian, and I told my grandma that, and they're just an offshoot of Catholicism, basically, and she got so livid. She was like visibly upset that I went to a different church other than Catholic. She was like, "You don't do that," and I was like, "What?" She's like, "You don't go to other churches. Like, you just go to Catholic Mass. That's it." Like, she was just so devout in her Catholicism that she would get mad if she found out that I went to a different style of church. Yeah, Lord forbid, fucking Protestant. But then my dad was also Methodist, Southern Methodist, and so his churches were a little bit more. Once my parents split, they were a little bit more fun. Whereas, yeah, Catholic, you felt like you were going to get your fucking back of your head slapped if you fucking, looked a certain way. Yeah, it was a little bit more stringent.
I remember my mother.
By the way, Slay, our shows can go on for quite a while. In case you don't know, you probably know, but we've had them go on for more than 6 hours at some points in time.
Yeah.
Yeah, I normally just leave whenever I get tired, Slay.
I remember my mother, she was trying out different churches, and she fucked up and went to a Jehovah's Witness church.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Jehovah's Witness. My mom. And I told her, I said, "Ma, why are we going here? This doesn't make any sense at all. We could not celebrate any holiday except Christmas. No Thanksgiving, no Halloween, nothing except Christmas." And my mom said, "Well, you know what?" She said, "We're going to do it anyway." And I said, "Well, Ma, they said you'd go to hell if you do." She said, "I don't care. We're celebrating Halloween and Thanksgiving and everything else. We just won't tell them about it." We stayed a grand total of about 3 weeks, and then she quit.
They let her quit?
Yeah, she quit.
Is it Jehovah's Witness? Who does? There's one that doesn't celebrate Christmas. They're like, we just buy gifts all year long, and I was like, this is gay.
Oh, that sounds like Protestant, but probably not.
No, I think it was Jehovah's Witness, and they were Native American Jehovah's Witnesses.
That might be why. But I know, like in my area, the Jehovah's Witnesses, it's like almost like a camp here. If you get into the church, they won't let you leave. They won't let you out. They won't let you.
Wow.
But 99% of the people in there are all like ex-criminals trying to, what they say, get clean or stay good or whatever. And so, like, all the Jehovah's Witnesses I've ever seen, they're like as a kid, we were told that if they come to talk to you, to scream and run. And I had a guy when I was younger. I was walking home and this guy came up to me. There was 2 or 3 of them. And they were just like, "Yeah, we're here to talk to you about God, bro." And I started running, and they were running with me. They were following. They would not let me leave. And then some guy let me in his house. And I was like, "Dude, thank you so much." He's like, no, give them 10 minutes to leave, and I'm going to kick you the fuck out. I was like, "Understood." As soon as he kicked me out, I just booked. But like dead serious, like, they steal kids, all sorts of stuff in some places because government won't go check them, police won't go check them. They're like, "Oh, well, we know they're criminals, but they're trying to get better."
Sounds like some fucking Utah shit.
Kinda.
Goddamn Mormon camps.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, you know,
Wow.
Christianity, you get people who just want to do right, live right, and there's nothing wrong with that, nothing at all. But you get out of some parts of it, you get cult-like behavior, like extreme cult-like behavior, and you
Yes.
get people so hard in the mindset that if it's not directly written in the Bible or their preacher didn't say it, they cannot fathom it, and that's a bit much.
It is.
Well, that's
Dude,
like,
we're already shackled in the mind, being humans on this earth under our governments, let alone being even more shackled by some religious leader. And that's why, yeah, organized religion is it's not it's. I'll just say it's not for me. No.
well, that's like the Mennonites.
Well, I will say, if you are religious, no problem. You know, whatever works for you. I
Yeah,
don't
man.
care. You do you. You know, you know, I believe the Bible has all kinds of great shit in it that'll help you in life. They'll help you in your mind and your heart and so on. Myself, I don't like to be grouped into any particular area of that. I'm just speaking for myself. You know, I'm not gonna hate it on anybody because if say they're a Christian or whatever. That's nonsense, I think.
Some of the hottest, coolest girl, not coolest. I wouldn't say coolest. Some of the hottest, sweetest girls I've ever dated were like super churchy chicks. And then they found out that I listen to certain music, smoke cigarettes, pot, beer, and then they told me to kick rocks. But they were good people, and they were also hot. So there it is.
So you're saying they knew what they were talking to? They understood the risk and they walked away.
Yeah, that's one of the things that kept me going back to church.
Dude, one of the weirdest things I've ever been to was my friend that I just mentioned about this Episcopalian. They did a church camp, and he was like, "You want to go?" And I was like, "Fuck, dude, I got nothing else to do. I guess it's a camp, right? We're outside cooking shit on the fire." No. So, so it ended up 3 guys, 3 girls, and we're all having a makeout contest in this back room, and I was like, dude, this is fucking church camp. This is dope as fuck.
That ain't no locals I ever been to, bro.
Dude, no, these girls got down, and I was like, what the fuck, dude? Dude, we're like 16, and they're in same age as we're both the same age, girl guy, but we all just magically was like, I like you, and he was like, I like you, and then next thing you know, it's a bunch of teenagers making out at this fucking church camp. Never got busted. But when I left, when I came back home, it was kind of like a hangover. I was like, what the fuck happened?
Well, my ex-wife was, honestly, she was a bit of a nympho. And we were just teenagers and we went to church with her parents, and on the way there, we were in the back seat, doing the whole act, and then in church in the fucking back pew, doing the whole act. And I'm sure some people had to be wise to it, but it didn't stop us at all.
Wait a minute.
And there was this time.
Wait a minute. You had relations in the house of the Lord.
Jesus.
Wasn't my idea.
I'm surprised you didn't burst into flames, son.
That's what I'm saying. You should have been struck by lightning or something.
Wait, hold on now. Priests have relations in way worse ways with way younger people.
You're right.
You're
right.
Day,
You're right.
Yeah, that is true. But at least they're in the privacy of their own chambers. They did it in front of everybody.
Well, they don't have private chambers to go to. You can't.
That's why I want to go to church with Melanie Mack, because I could probably get a handski. And
no, dude, she's way too safe. She probably wouldn't touch people until she gets married.
Really? Why would you want to go with flat-chested woman like that?
Because, dude, she's a freak, and she also
thing.
believes in God and does all that church shit and reads the Bible and does these things. And I'm like, dude, I bet she gets
no, she's full of shit.
You got to consider I was like 14 years old, and and I was living wide open like every day was my last.
Oh, dude, 14, 15, 16, it was wide open.
9-year-olds, you're good.
Yeah, dude, I couldn't brush up against a desk without getting a chubby when I was that age. So anything goes at that age.
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm glad you had one.
In the church house. In the church. Oh my goodness.
Right. You know, I'm gonna cover an article, a video that was meaning to cover. It's about 6.5 minutes long.
All right.
Okay.
Let me tell you something, though. Oh, here we go. You know about how
Now, this person speaking is the CEO of a water company. I don't know if it directly says in this video, but I'll let it.
like birth control's in all water now?
And there's an infertility problem.
Yes. One, Alex Jones was right about the atrazine and what it does to frogs. There's a lot of crazy stuff that is actually happening. So, like,
I didn't know that.
Like, I love the idea of getting microplastics out of the water and having, you know about how like birth control's in all water now?
I didn't know that.
Yeah. So
What?
yeah, there's a bunch of stuff that's poisoning us that we should be like really concerned about right now. So
there's birth control in the water.
Yeah. So right now, lots of women use hormonal birth control, right? And then we recycle a lot of that water. We don't actively filter out for the hormones that are in it. And so when that gets recycled, it gets put back in the water supply, and then dudes end up drinking it too. So one, Alex Jones was right about the atrazine and what it does to frogs. Two, there's a bunch of other stuff that's probably androgenizing us that's not good. So, like, are there a lot of toxins in our environment? Yeah, totally. I would prefer that we focus, like, making America healthy again on getting rid of those things that we do know exist, rather than like speculating about the World Economic Forum like spraying mind control viruses over us or something. There's a lot of crazy stuff that is actually happening. So, like, let's talk about that. You know, like, all of our kids' minds are being melted by TikTok, and there's birth control in the water, and there's plastic in everything that we touch. And China is stealing all of our IP and all of our actual critical industries. And actually, my company can manipulate the weather. So, like, those things are all real. That's more interesting to me than making stuff up.
What was the birth control thing again?
Yeah. So women are, women take hormonal birth control. They then, urinate. That goes into the water system. A lot of cities recycle their water, but we don't have any specific filtration mechanism for those hormones. So they just get recycled and pumped back into the municipal water supply.
So is this like a significant amount of birth control in the water?
Yes.
And there's an infertility problem.
Yes.
How does it affect males? Do you know?
It makes you more asexual. Yeah. So it makes you less of a guy and more of a sort of, I don't know, like the way that most guys are now.
The way that most guys are now. Yeah. I've heard there's so many conspiracies about the chemtrails, and I've heard that they're spraying estrogen in the air to
Well, let me tell you something, though.
Oh, shit. Here we go.
So the material that we use, it freezes the liquid in cloud into snowflakes that fall, right? Pure testosterone. It's not as effective, but it's almost as effective as silver iodide. So if we really want to make America healthy again,
we'll all be showered in testosterone.
I can make that happen.
Oh man, that's. Have you ever heard of Scole?
Mm-mm.
I interviewed them about, 2-3 years ago, and they basically had come up with this formula where they would chemtrail it with a plane and spray this solution over trees. And basically what the solution supposedly does is it's almost like a tanning lotion that you put on the trees. And it keeps it allows them to, it allows plants to do photosynthesis a lot longer than normal because I think it has to be like 72 degrees or something for that to occur. And so this enables it to do more, which would clean the air and all this other stuff. I didn't know if you had heard of them, and
No, I haven't. But
basically, it helps trees grow a lot faster.
Yeah, I don't know whether that is healthy or not, or what it's made of, but Like if it is helping green stuff,
it works. They gave me a bunch of samples. I sprayed it all over a bunch of trees, and they blew up.
No way.
Yeah, 100%. It works.
That's fascinating because long term, Rainmaker has to do more than just like making it rain more, right? Like we have to automate tree planting, and we have to figure out how to make the trees grow faster, or we have to make sure that the soil retains more water. So that tech sounds super, super interesting.
So that's an interesting point, because when you were talking about, greening the Sahara, I mean, where would the soil come from?
So rather than the Sahara, right? Let's like take Arizona as an example. Kingston, Arizona, a lot of that soil is the same mineral content as the Central Valley. It's just not productive because there's not enough water, right? So there's a ton of areas in the world where it's like ready to farm if only for water supply. So like you can start with those and you don't need to change the soil too much. Now, in the case of a lot more arid regions, how do you get the amount of nutrients and water to stay in the soil for actual plants to grow? Because if you plant a seed in sand, like probably no dice, right? There's these things called hydrogels or biochar, or just like manure that you can till into the soil to, one, put nutrients there, and two, allow the soil to retain more water. So if you just have an automated tractor or combine or something that grates the soil, mixes in, this water retaining material, then that instantly becomes much, much, much more arable.
Interesting. Let's talk about how this all works.
Yeah.
How does it work? No matter where you're watching Sean Ryan show.
Interesting.
Well,
I like Sean Ryan too.
For me, the takeaway was, all these people in transition are taking all these hormones, and it's going back into our water system where it's not getting filtered, and we are consuming their excess estrogen.
Yes.
That's what it sounds like.
Hey, keep your pancreas. Keep your pancreas.
Yeah, that's the thing about the whole the rat populations where they're big, like in New York. They're like, okay, we're just gonna start putting out rat traps with birth control in it. So birth control for the rats, birds eat the rats, birds take in the birth control, less birds, anything else that eats the birds, maybe a cat, dog. It all recycles, man. It all makes sense to where, yeah, if you're taking in massive amounts of things and you go to the bathroom, it gets flushed, and like you're in a mass area of people doing that, yeah, dude, they're not filtering that shit out. It makes total sense to me. So, I don't necessarily agree with him that it's in such an amount to where a girl doesn't have to take birth control to not get pregnant. But yeah, it was just saying that that there are high amounts of it to affect.
When you get people on the spectrum of LBGTQ, blah 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 blah, and they're going, respect my pronouns and call me this and that, and we're not hurting anybody, let us exist. Well, we already know that's all bullshit. But then you have to add to the fact that their way of doing this is literally trickling back on us, and eventually it will be nothing but people like them as the generations go on.
Yes. Yeah.
Well,
That's why I try to keep my kids based as shit. Go ahead.
It's bad when you have a bottle of water.
But it's literally in the fucking water.
Yeah.
Mhm. You can taste those chemicals in the water.
I taste chlorine. In the city, I taste chlorine. At my other house, I have a well, and I'm careful about what I put on the grass. Like a lot of people do their own like fertilizers and shit, but nah, man, I use like safety salt in the winter. Like, because I know that everything I put down is going to seep into the well at some point. You got to be careful about that shit.
Mm-hmm. But even in bottled water, you can taste the plastic.
You're rich over here. My other house.
Yeah, I know. Yeah. Liminal space. I'm in between.
But you can taste the plastic in the water and stuff.
Yeah.
Technically, I own more than one place, but it's nothing spectacular, but technically speaking.
Yeah, me too.
Oh, no, I'd like to own one, but I have to own two now. So anyway, moving on.
I know when my grandfather was alive, Of course, back then, they didn't really have to worry that much about what went into the water. But if something happened, I think something happened at some point to where a bunch of their neighbors' cattle or something died in the water supply, and it went all over the place in everybody's wells and stuff. So
Yep.
everybody had to dump what is that, charcoal down into their wells and stuff to help purify the water.
But the question is, would charcoal filter out things such as estrogen and birth control?
I don't think so.
No.
Now,
It won't.
for everybody else on the panel, don't wait your turn to speak. You just gotta blurt out shit. That's kind of the way we go about it here.
Well,
Photo time.
Oh,
no, not food time.
Well, at the rate we're going, it's gonna be fooders for everybody.
Yeah, that is true. Everybody's going to be a Fuda before it's over with. Have some
Mikey,
strange
Mike,
growth.
yeah, Val, not Mikey. Sorry, excuse me. Val's like, don't threaten me with a good time.
We ought to send Val. We ought to send Val some new futas.
Your
Oh,
fooders
no.
will be growing fooders.
Yes.
A futa garden. Futas
Oh.
for miles and miles around.
Call that the
Like
secret
Cabbage
garden.
Patch Kids, like Cabbage Patch Kids, right? For those old enough to remember that bullshit, it's like you see Cabbage Patch as far as you can see, but really their food is ready to pop out of the ground.
Yeah.
We're like garbage
Yeah.
pail kids.
I'm gonna be like Homer Simpson soon, like with him going. "La, la, la."
I'm sorry, sir. Is that a field full of baby heads? Yeah.
Okay. Traumatized yet?
Oh, what?
He's like, oh, fuck this. I'm walking away from this conversation.
So he's like, fuck this.
Because I'm not in this. I'm not in this conversation. Nope.
I had to look up what Fuda meant.
Uh-oh.
Oh no!
Hey,
The first thing it
I'll
told me
send you
was
some.
federal unemployment.
Yeah, send them now.
Federal
Send 'em now.
Unemployment Tax Act. And I
Yep,
was like,
dude,
what the hell's that have to do with it?
Oh my god, dude! Today, when
If you get
nobody
lucky,
was
Val will
streaming,
just send you one.
yeah, nobody was streaming, and he was like, he was asking for no, I don't know what the conversation was, but I threw into the chat. I was like, he was googling things, and I was like, dude, Google Fuda, and he was like, okay, and I was like, no, he didn't, and he looked it up, and he said, yeah, that federal thing, and he goes, wait a minute, there's something else here. and even at the end of his show, he was like, he mentioned it, and I was like, God damn it, dude, he's never gonna trust me again on what to look up.
Yeah, he'd literally sit there and say, "Whatever you do in your bedroom, you keep it to yourself."
Yeah,
that's
I
exactly
can
what.
see the people who's wandered upon this stream just going, Fuda, what is this? Fuda. Oh, federal, blah, 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 blah. And it's like,
Yeah.
wait a minute. How's that? That don't sound right. Let me look a little more.
Click that image. Yeah. Click that blurry image.
when I first asked, and I wish to God I hadn't, but I did, and I learned, and now I wish I didn't know.
Yes, that's exactly how I feel. I've been corrupted, and you know what? It's not a good thing, but also it's kind of funny. At least I'm in the know now. Now I know what it is. The more you know, the more you grow.
I have to give you my
You said
perspective.
you're corrupted.
I have
Yes.
to give you my perspective. I have seen like animes and movies and shows and things with the whole Fuda thing, and for years never knew what it was called. Right.
Oh.
And I actually remember a time when people called it giganticism. And then then it turned out that was actually a disease, so they stopped calling it that. And now that I know that it's called Fuda, I'm like, and it's like an answer has been called for all these years that I have been mislabeling porn when I used to sell it.
See, I've seen the tentacle anime, the tentacle porn,
Well,
but I never saw Fuda before in my life.
Okay, if you
Real-
want to watch, sorry.
Uh,
No, just say this
Real
quickly.
hermaphrodites have exaggerated genitalia. They have enlarged genitalia of both.
So, if best anime for that would be Black Bible, I think it's called.
Yep. I've seen. I think all 4 Black Bibles.
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
probably the best one for it all.
Yeah. That was I think that was like the one that opened my eyes to the whole thing. And the very first disc I ever made with that kind of content, I had sold the most of at school. Like I sold more of those than any other porn in high school. It was crazy. People really liked that shit.
Bow's on the cutting edge of weird anime. Very well.
Well,
Okay. Back to what Noise wants us to talk about other than food.
And the thing,
Well,
like,
that seems like a question for the guru.
Yeah. Okay, does anybody have any questions?
What do you want to talk about other than Futa, Phoenix?
Hey, I'm asking if anybody has any questions.
All right.
I just asked you something.
What's your favorite fooder?
I do not have any favorite food. I do not like Fuda.
What's your favorite femboy?
I don't like that either.
What's your favorite color?
Color? Green?
What is the ratio of a swan?
I know this is coming.
I can't remember it now. I'm gonna watch.
Well, we got to throw him off the bridge. Throw him off the bridge. 33 point something. All right, Phoenix. If you could guess, what flavor would Fuda ice cream be?
I have no idea.
Shit.
Goddamn gross.
Yeah.
Sorry, do you like that pistachio ice
It'd be a horse
cream?
Okay, here's one for Phoenix. Okay, so the war has come. The country's falling apart. Where are you gonna go? Are you gonna stay where you are and hunker down? Or is there a part of the world, like in North America, that you would want to get to be further away from the mess? Where would you go?
I guess to the woods. Maybe up in northern Michigan, maybe.
Okay. All right. Are you going to cross the Canadian border, sir?
Maybe.
It's probably gonna live in it.
Son of a bitch.
Okay, I don't know if it's the wisest thing. Maybe not. I don't fucking know. Who can know? But I would go to the Four Corners.
Which
Yeah.
4 corners?
The Native American land. Elijah
Yeah.
can tell you more about it.
I would go to the Dakotas. Well, if I could, I'd be like, I need wide open. You know, there is some bush, but at the same time, somewhere where no one's gonna fucking be. You know.
So you mean like
Let's see. While I am more Native American, she actually has more knowledge of all such things than I do.
The Black Hills is where the Four Corners is.
Oh, okay.
Okay, gotcha.
Because back up in the Black Hills,
It's
there's-
like 4 corners of 4 different states.
yeah.
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Which states are those again?
I can't remember the states.
That's not. I don't think that's not the Nevada one. That's like the North and South Carolinas and something else. And yeah, because there's like 3 or 4 of them where we have 4 corners that meet really well.
I thought it was like New Mexico, Arizona, Oklahoma.
That's one of them. That's
Yeah,
one
okay.
of them.
Yeah.
That's like the Nevada 4 corners.
Gotcha.
It's Utah, Colorado, Arizona, and New Mexico.
Gotcha.
Okay, so it is the Arizona one. Okay.
Well,
Well-
there is the they had a prophecy about that's where people would go in the color wheel. All the colors of the people in the world would come together and fight the good fight there. That they would gather in strength there. So if the big shit hit, I would lend some strength to the prophecy. And I'd be like, okay, I'm gonna try for that.
That's what
I'd be getting in the RV, getting my dogs and everything else, and going that way.
Hell yeah.
what I'd be doing. Get my pugs and everybody else, and let's go.
That's what they're all saying, man. That everyone's all open arms about tomorrow. Well, tomorrow for us, Val lives in the future, so he's already in the 20th day of June. But they're talking about all this crazy shit that's going to happen, and there's been these maps of where they're going to strike first on the West Coast, the Northwest, and I'm like, oh shit, dude. I mean, it's fear mongering. Number one, number two. I think that they're trying to drum up some sort of attention to the fact that a war is happening and what could happen to us. I don't know. On that subject, I'm just going to touch real quick. Someone is going to fuck around. Someone's going to fuck us up somehow. They're going to fuck around, but they'll find out. But we just got to know that it is imminent. That's all.
Well, I mean, I don't know
the Native Americans, the pure blood Native Americans, most of them are racist against non-pure bloods. And anybody going, oh, I'm a native too, and they're no, the fuck you're not. Most of them are kind of prejudiced, but even with that knowledge, I would go there and try to find a space. After all, it's their fucking prophecy that says all the colors of the wheel will come together there.
Yeah, no, there's gonna be some that are accepting because, dude, I didn't go. I know of a guy that did go during the protest for the oil pipeline. I wanted to go to assist the Native American community because it felt like the federal government and the local law enforcement were just, as they always do, fucking throwing hammers at them and just fucking them up. And they can't do anything. All they're trying to say is, please don't do this. And they're fucking them up.
The moment the natives would have actually tried to fight back, they would have wiped them out. That treated them like terrorists.
Yes. And look at Pelletier, where he had his chance to get out, and they were like, nope, get back in jail. And dude, because that guy has so much clout in the Native American community against the federal government, they're like, we don't care if you're up for parole. If you get out, you're going to cause so much of a shitstorm. We don't want that headache. But the federal government put that on themselves. They haven't offered any sort of olive branch since they put them on their reservations. All they've done is say, you stay there, we stay here. That's it.
Will Run is here.
Looks like Dan stream ended. He's probably going to be in here in a minute.
But
welcome,
yeah,
Warren of Bly.
Hey, Warren.
Oh, they heard some Big Shirley. Shut up, Dan's not here yet. Oh God, there she goes. But Big Shirley. Anyway, I think it would be a good idea for people of like mind to keep an eye out for subtle signs of change, because the shit's gonna hit the fan eventually.
Yes.
And everybody doesn't want to be caught holding the bag, so to speak.
And I'm not a prepper. All I gotta say is that you just gotta shoot and move, man. You roll with the punches. You gotta adapt and overcome. Because I'm not that guy that has, a bunker. I couldn't afford a $150,000 bunker full of food.
Yeah.
So
well, the super rich and the higher up politicians have a whole city that they've made.
Yep. They're all safe
throughout the country.
Yep.
Zion.
Yep. It's sad, man. It pisses me off that because of how much money they're like, oh, we'll all save ourselves, and everyone else that's poor just fuck off.
You might have heard about the mystery rumbling that people's heard all around America in particular. Well, it's like they've made an underground city throughout the whole fucking country. It's probably that.
Yeah, I'm a big believer in the underground system that they have. A lot of people are like, I don't know, man, that's a lot. And I'm like, dude, over 50 years and billions and trillions of dollars, it's completely possible. So,
but what's going to happen is, say the shit hits, people's going to get wise to an entrance. They're going to force their way in. They're going to start knocking them off and taking it for themselves.
That's what I'm saying, dude. It'll be like fucking almost like Fallout, which I dig. Dude, I'd get into that shit, man. I'd go after some rich people. Don't clip that. But I'm just saying, There you go. I'd be down for taking reclaiming something or claiming something. There you go. Not reclaiming, but claiming.
You know what that sounds like? The French Revolution.
Mm-hmm.
You know what happened during that time? That's exactly what they did, but they didn't reclaim stuff. They kind of literally stabbed, ripped apart all the rich people. Anyway.
Oh, that's right. That's right. I don't know. I'm only privy to or like reminded of the fact that the Marines saved the French in World War II. Other than that, I'm like, I don't know what they did.
Well, the French beheaded kings and queens.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, they were fucking merciless. That's right, man. Dude, I
want to say they more than one politician, didn't they?
Oh, well, yeah. See, back then, the French aristocrats were starving out the regular people. And the people were starving to death, and they said, "Fuck it, we're dying anyway. We might as well do something." So
that's much like the story of the Goths. They were starving them out, and you know, the little tiny village of whatever of people, and they're like, "No, we're dying anyway. Let's fight back," and they won.
That's the same as how the French got rid of the Crusaders in their thing.
Mm-hmm.
They pretty much killed a lot of them. Most of it is because the Crusaders had like a lot of gold and all that sort of stuff. That was the main thing. But yeah, the French pretty much kicked all of them out.
Yeah, the Crusaders, the shiny pirates, basically.
Yeah.
During the French Revolution, the peasants went and raided all the aristocrats' summer homes and their city homes and stuff like that, and put them all on the guillotine. The women, the children, everything. So yeah, they had enough.
I'm just looking at how masterful zombies kung fu is there.
It looks like Tai Chi.
It does look like Tai Chi.
I think it's neat with the background and stuff. That looks really nice.
It's all like,
no, his background's cool. And noise, I'm digging whatever shit on in your background. That's like a creepy cornfield or grass field or something. I like that. Yeah, man. Like a spaceship landing or something.
You do realize that beyond those white lights is Fuda.
Oh, God.
Well, that's where I just turn away.
That's what that shadow is. It's a giant
I just thought it was somebody's spot.
I thought that was a tree branch. Nope.
Spot hunting or something.
Sorry, no, I had to ruin it.
It's perfect.
You know, somebody spotlight hunting or something. That's what I thought. That's what it put in mind of.
My uncle used to do that illegal ass shit. He was like, watch this.
Yeah.
See, what it really is, it's a group of people looking for the tranquilas because they want to give them the futas.
That's why they're here, dude. That's why they're searching. And I'm sure, goddamn, they're looking for Val, and they're like, where is this gentleman with the futa?
I'm just waiting to actually look up Trancula anime futa to find that anime of the spiders getting, done up.
I think Slay needs more screen time, so it's question time for Slay every game.
Yay!
Slay, what's the next game being slayed?
Interesting.
Well, currently I'm playing off-stream Expedition 33, but
nice.
I'm not too versed in the JRPG style, so that's why it's been taking me so long. But my next game I'm going to be streaming is I put out a poll and they want me to do South Park Snow Day. I'm not sure if that's going to be safe for YouTube or not, so that might have to be a Rumble exclusive.
Hell yeah!
Based on the other South Park games I played.
Yeah, and it's a good opportunity to tell everybody go subscribe to Slay Every Game. You can post your link over on Rumble. Everybody's allowed to post links there. So yeah, there's that.
All right.
But the Expedition 33 game is such
because I figure I'm never going to be monetized.
Oh, never say never.
Oh yeah, it's beautiful.
You know that actually reminds me.
It's hard as fuck for me because I'm not used to those kind of games.
Dan is already he posted on X. He said he already hit 1,000 hours watch time. Right, I've been doing this for near 2 years, and I haven't. And I've hit like 1,800. Right, but but he streams like a motherfucking machine.
Well, YouTube likes to take your hours and put them in
And
reverse.
he's got that 24/7 thing going too.
They update it every day, your watch hours, right? So I watch mine for like a full week straight, go in reverse, and then after a week, it goes like 2 hours up. And you know,
It's weird.
It's nuts. And then it'll go up like in a few hours for a week, and then it'll go in reverse again. And I know damn well I'm going back looking at my shit, looking at my watch hours. I'm like, this is impossible.
Wow.
But it's doing it anyway.
But on Rumble, you don't have that problem. On Rumble, it keeps the hours like it's supposed to. Only on YouTube does it go in reverse, and that's the damnedest shit I ever seen.
You know, it used to be you needed 3,000 watch hours to get monetized, and I hear it's now 4,000. Now, for me, it still says 3, but I hear for people newer to it,
moving the goalpost.
I remember when it was 1,000 watch hours to get monetized.
Wow.
But YouTube's doing such screwy things. I mean, it's just going to be a matter of time before most content creators go to Rumble or somewhere else.
I'll get done with an extra long live stream and you know, have an average 10 or 12 or so viewers, and I'll have 60 watch hours. So I check back on it after a little bit, it's down to 40, 20, 10. You know, and it's like, I know that this doesn't add up, this fucking math, and it'll be, say, a 6-hour long stream. 10 viewers on average, or 12, right? How the fuck does that come to 10 hours watch time?
I don't know. It is just weird.
Doesn't make
but
any
like
sense.
I said, you know, YouTube is getting to where they don't want just anybody on there saying, you know, it's so constricted till a lot of people are going to start finding other platforms to stream from.
Yeah,
They're going to have to.
Yeah, because I'm thinking about starting on Rumble, not YouTube. YouTube then just came out recently, like a week ago, saying, you know, we're going to leave more up to the mods instead of just, you know, canceling people. I don't know what to do, but like with 8-Bit Eric, we had the conversation, and he doesn't think that Rumble's worth it. He's like, look, if I got to pay for this and do all this, I'm just going to stay here. Well, I'm like, dude, you got close to 95,000 followers. Yeah, stay the fuck where you are.
You don't have to pay. I mean, the whole Rumble Creators program, you could just skip that. Just use
I think he was talking. Yeah, I think he was talking about the creator hours and like just another thing to do to have to keep relevant in the sphere. But also, like I said, you know, when you have that many followers on YouTube, just fucking keep your suit clean and stay there. But where if you're starting out, it's a very like you know, which one would be best, and everyone's like, do both, do all.
If
but
you
it's
look
like,
at how many people YouTube has just been straight deplatforming, like weekly now, just knocking them off.
Yeah.
No, I mean, they may say we're going easier now. They're fucking not.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. I farted on my stream and I got canceled. Exactly. Yeah.
Hey, yo, I want to say a couple of things. All right. So, like, when it comes to streaming, if you're new, if anybody's watching this in the future and they're new, it's best to get on anything and everything and as much as you can. Okay. Now, once you have an acquired audience somewhere, it is more difficult to move that audience anywhere. I've actually read articles and surveys from like real professionals that are giving information to the U.S. government that claim that it costs about as much money to save one employee as it costs to save one actual viewer that donates at least once per week to somebody.
I mean, dude,
so, I mean, we're talking like $50,000 of your costs to move just one person.
It's
so
interesting.
Sure, I mean, they're staying in one spot's fine. But now here's something I want to say about Rumble. Okay, so they have the Rumble Creator Program, and there's two sides to that thing. There is the side that you pay Rumble to be a part of, and that's their like club. Then you have the non-paid club side. So if you use Rumble Studio, you can get access to that non-paid club side by giving them a phone number. And that's it. Boom. Now you get access to ad reads if you get 30 or more views. You don't have to do the Rumble private or the Rumble exclusive because you can't. And you also can still get all of your monetization. You can still get all your pay as long as you're able to connect a bank account to your Rumble. So for anybody who has an acquired audience who doesn't want to take on that extra crap that Rumble exclusive gives you or Rumble Studio gives you, just use Rumble Studio for stuff with Rumble, or now they have the direct RMTP into Rumble Studio. So you can use Rumble Studio in this method even easier through like Restream or anything like that.
Okay, so talking about money, I have a donation link, and then then you go to Rumble, and there's that. So there's at least a couple of ways that you can show your support toward us, which is optional, of course, but it's also greatly appreciated.
Absolutely.
I do have a question for Slay, actually. What type of games do you enjoy? If he's alive.
He could have had to go
Me?
to the bathroom or something. Yeah.
Yeah. What type of games do you actually
No, I'm
enjoy
here.
playing?
No, I'm here. I had my mostly my favorite kind of games are rhythm games. So that's why I was like, I'm ever gonna get monetized on YouTube, because pretty much every stream that I've done for my test stream so far have been Rock Band, and as soon as they're done, I get hit with like a list of like, oh, this is copyright claim, this is copyright claim, this
yeah.
This is copyright
Do you like
claim.
do you like
But then I
Luminous?
do the same thing over here on Rumble, and they don't give me any shit about it.
Yeah.
Okay, Slay. Just how much weed do you smoke?
Like Rock Band, Guitar Hero.
That's not a whole lot of weed, though. That's really not much weed.
Oh, not a lot, but I do smoke.
Dude, I've been eating mine lately. I don't know. It's just so clean now. I eat the weed. I don't know.
This is a motherfucker that really does it.
Hell yeah. I got weed on my neck, bro. Like, you guys see the necklace on my neck? I actually own this necklace in real life. So I have an actual real weed nug that I like to wear. I got it in Miami, Florida, at a Bitcoin conference in 2021, I think it was. I was paid to go there and everything. And like a guy was selling them in the store, and he was like in the building or whatever, and he was like, "Yeah, you got Bitcoin, right?" I was like, "Hell yeah, I got Bitcoin, bro. Let me see, give me your goddamn address." Well, I was right there on the spot, didn't think twice about it. Like, love it.
Yeah, the one of the best things about this whole, like, especially where I live, this whole deregulation and like, it's legal to smoke pot anywhere, and I love the smell of it, whether it's cooking, someone's smoking it, or someone's growing it. I have a massive farm near where I live, and so if the wind is right, the morning just smells so good. And then my kids one day, my daughter was like, "Why does it smell like a skunk?" And I was like, "That's freedom, baby."
If you're talking about regular natural weed, then sage smells very, very similar.
Does it?
Yeah. I've been fooled by sage before.
I've burned white sage before because I was freaked out about my basement, but
white
I don't know the
sage
real
is a
smell.
little different from regular sage.
Oh, okay.
And we have the furious
Yeah,
one.
my girlfriend sages.
What's going on,
all
guys?
the time. It's amazing.
Hey, Dan.
Hi, Dan.
How's it going?
Shut up, big.
Hey, Dan.
Big shut up. Oh, God. She's barking. She's looking around.
There it is.
Every
What up,
time.
Dan?
How you guys
Uncle
been,
Dan.
man?
Hey,
I
man.
just finished streaming. I'm almost done with Stellar Blade. I'm almost done to 100% completion of the game too. I need to do 3 endings.
He's
so-
done the game to 100% completion.
Yeah, 100% completion.
Congrats, man. Congrats. Yeah.
Oh, but I haven't done with the game yet. I'm
though.
not done with the game. I'm almost close to the ending and stuff like that. But the problem is that I have to collect 1 can in that game. And that's
yes.
in that area. because if I don't collect it, I have to do the whole thing all over just to get to that can. If I collect that can when I start the game again, New Game Plus, right? For example, I'll start the game in New Game Plus. I don't have to worry about getting that can. You know, so I have to get that can.
I can see his wife being, Dan, come to bed. I'm almost done with the game.
I just gotta get those cans, bro. Yeah, man. I'm chilling, man. Game is good, bro. I'll tell you, it's fucking fantastic playing Stellar Blade. But I'm almost not getting all the files too. Like I got like not that many. You know, I collected all the memory sticks from the beginning of the game all the way down to the Spire. And I'm missing 5 from Zion, 4 from Zion actually, and then a couple of files. I got like not too many files to collect. And then I'm about to do the fishing thing, the taking the pictures of different locations. That's for like the DLC. And I'm glad I have beaten Scarlet offline. So Scarlet was a bitch. I tell you right now, that I didn't want to do that shit on stream. I bet that bitch would give me a fucking tantrum. Let's put it that way, bro. Yeah, but I managed to beat her, got her outfit. Bet I would like to see her be a DLC character, bro, like to play, like playable character, like her own storyline and shit. That'd be
Yeah, man. Like I mentioned in your chat earlier, I was like, dude, they should do like a whole
That's
DLC
definitely
with
a game
yeah.
I would have
just her
bought if I
backstory.
wasn't saving for a PC.
Yeah, man.
Oh, yeah.
It's pretty good, the game. So yeah, I heard you was talking about the watch hours.
Yeah. He
Oh,
said
yeah.
you got good watch hours.
I was telling them about your watch hours being at 1,000.
Yeah, almost close.
Yeah.
I think it should be close by 1,000 by tomorrow.
I only got like 1,800, and I've been doing this a lot longer. But you stream a lot.
Shit, I've been hitting that shit,
Dan
bro.
double and triple times, man. I
yeah.
kissing no ass, but I'm like, dude, that motherfucker, him, Mikey, I'm like, guys.
And the thing is that
so it doesn't happen to you. What happens to me, and it starts going in reverse every day.
the thing is when I do the 24/7 live stream, because I'm updating it right now with new shit, so I could just do it. People just come in, even though it's pre-recorded videos, but doesn't mean that I'm there. Like listen to you. I am listening to you guys. I am in the chat lurking. You know what I'm saying? Why you guys are there.
Yeah.
I be
Okay,
doing it.
so I jumped in not even knowing it was a 24/7. Wasn't paying attention or anything. I thought he was just live, right? I jump in, I'm chatting in there, and he's talking to me in there, and I'm not really paying attention. And then I'm like, wait a minute, I hear my own voice, and then he's in the chat. Like I look up and I'm paying attention, and I see him in there like 3 or 4 times, like telling me, "Bro, this is recorded, bro. I'm like, oh, okay, this was good. This was good because he's he naturally has that conversation with his homies and stuff in the audio chat.
Yeah.
So it sounds like a real live stream, and it's just like, oh man, that's so fucking good.
Yeah, it is. I fucking do that because the watch hour goes in reverse. So when I do the live stream, so lately I haven't done it 24/7 because I'm updating it with the Stellar Blade stuff, but from the beginning to end. But I have to keep stopping it every 12 hours because YouTube doesn't fucking do that.
Oh yeah, it doesn't like.
I have to stop it every
big
12
long
hours and then
continues.
restart it again. But mix the videos from beginning, so it could just start from there. So I have to count how many videos, right? For example, if I do 12 hours and I've been doing 3-hour video, 3-hour live stream, for example, 3 hour, 3 hour, 3 hour, that's 12 hours. So I got to do 3 streams, finish those 3 streams from the beginning, and then the 8-hour one is going to be like, I got to mix the 8-hour ones. Yeah, finally at the end, OBS crashed on me when I stopped the stream.
Wow.
But the video got saved. And I had
Nice.
to edit. I had to edit the video. I had to put it on private because they leaked my my information.
Oh shit.
Fucking PlayStation.
Hey, welcome,
motherfuckers.
Hook.
Whoops.
PlayStation leaked my information, so I had to put that on YouTube private, Kick on private. Zombie, you're a mod on Kick. And
Yeah, you see these unappreciative
And I'm a-
motherfuckers are like, no, we're not welcoming you. Fuck off. Fuck you.
You're
Hey,
mod. You're mod in 3 streams on Zombie.
Oh, thanks.
Yep. You're
No,
mod.
but really, welcome, Hook. You're always welcome here.
What's going on, Hook?
What up, Hook?
Captain Hook is here. How you doing, Captain Hook? He's like,
I had a great combo with Hook on someone else's stream earlier today. I can't remember whose stream it was. Someone like 2 different persons' streams throughout today.
No, Hook is a good guy, bro.
Yeah,
Really good
yeah.
guy.
Based.
Yeah,
for sure.
base 100%.
Actually, you know what? I gotta go smoke some weed. I'll be right back.
Right.
Smoke some weed. Yo, Noise, you want to know a little? You want to know a little drama? What happened to me when I got out this morning? I'm making fuck. This is fucking crazy. So I'm going to work, right? And I see one of the homies in the streets, and he was like, "Yo, G-Man down the corner, G-Man." I'm like, I mean, G-Man. So G-Man's called cops. Cops. So that's what we call it. So I saw one of the homies. I said, "Yo, they're all over this guy's house right now, bro." So I take my car out, and I'm making a right. I made a right turn because you can't make a left turn one way. So I made a right turn, going straight down the block. Dude, there was like fucking 8 to 9 fucking cars, bro. Of fucking
Damn.
police. Completely. And we had ICE in there too. Like ICE was right there,
Oh,
federally,
shit.
bro. Dude, they were taking motherfuckers left and right. Bam, left and right. Throw motherfuckers.
Holy shit, man.
They will throw motherfuckers
Dude,
right.
yeah, they're out in my city too, man. I synced them.
They're not
You
playing,
know,
bro.
it actually reminds me of this movie from the 80s. I don't know how many of you know it, but it had Cheech from Cheech and Chong in it called Born in East LA.
Yes.
Yeah, bro. I tell you, ICE is no joke, bro. It doesn't matter.
ICE trying to snatch our boy.
Yeah, no, they can't snatch American citizens though, like American natives and shit like that. Like guys like me, they can't take me away because I'm fucking born and raised here. The fucking gonna send me to the fucking China, motherfucker.
Well, there was a story where they snatched up a Native American, and he eventually got out. But they did
Yes.
snatch him up.
That's a
I
lawsuit.
did see that.
That's a major lawsuit. Like right now, they snatch me or you, right? For example, and it throws us to fucking China or Mexico. Me and Luis Pelusi be like, "Órale, hoes! There you go!" And it's like,
I was
Luis
gonna
gonna
say, I
like,
gotta
"What the
be
fuck?"
careful because everyone thinks I'm Mexican in the summer.
Yeah. Wow.
Oh boy. Yep. There it is.
That's
Next thing you
wild.
know, you're staring at a wall eating street corn.
And dress on.
I'm not in the sun much, but if I spend one day in the sun, I'm darker than anybody here. I get so fucking dark as retarded.
I also tan really well, even though I'm a white guy. But I think that's like I mentioned before. I don't know what is on the other side of me, but I believe it's the Polish side of me that tans really well. Like
Let's just
I
say
stay a color.
you're really good at picking cotton.
Yeah.
Or tobacco.
They will take Slay every game, and they'll make him dress up as a poncho. So since he says he looks like a Mexican in the summertime, they'll take him and put him in the fucking paddy wagon. He come go to Mexico. He's like, "Ole hoes, I'm in poncho."
Back to the border, Beaner.
Oh man,
Native Italian.
Tacos.
The whole cotton picking joke may have been in poor taste, but I thought it was funny in no racist way.
Yeah, man. Finally got to raid Tony Stark's. I'm trying to raid everybody individually, like by So next raid, I don't know who I'm gonna raid tomorrow. I don't know.
I always like to make the joke. You were raided. Is your asshole still hurt?
There it is.
I raided Hypno the other day too. He was like, "Fury Sam, thank you for the raid."
Oh man.
Yeah. I thought he didn't realize it. I said, "Yo," and I sent him a super chat. "Yo, you got a raid, motherfucker." Fucking soul.
But I've noticed today is a particularly low audience today. We've had lower viewership, low amount of people in chat, low everything, and goddamn, it's been one of those days, I guess.
It's been happening to me too.
I'm looking, and I'm not. I mean, there's. Yeah. I mean, you're in a good time slot. I mean, there is one heavy hitter that's doing this thing right now, but never. Oh, there's two. Okay. Yeah. There's just other people just doing their own thing. But yeah, Thursdays, I'm like, I think it's more of a proper wild card day.
Yeah,
Oh,
because everybody's streaming. Like I see everybody.
I'm comparing it to my usual Thursdays. Usually I get like double as this many. I just find it odd.
Hey, Charlie Nuclear's here. Charlie Nuclear.
Hey,
Shout out
Charlie.
to Charlie. Yeah, that's my homie.
No,
okay,
Charlie. No, Charlie. No.
You want the snatch, the
No.
ponies, or the Furby?
We had no idea.
None of the above.
Yeah, it's go with the above, Charlie. Only for roadkill.
Oh, fuck all of them. I don't know. You gotta give some real money if you want all of them.
Y'all know the one I want. I want that crazy skinny bitch twerking in the rain.
Hey, Valkyria winner. You so quiet. What's up, my brother?
He's away. He's got doing some shit right now.
Oh, he's still away.
Okay. Might be away from keyboard.
The Fudo man has stepped away.
Snatch!
Charlie said snatch.
Organizing his futa.
Yo, guess what I was talking to earlier? You guys won't believe what I was talking earlier. But she followed me like months ago.
Who?
New Ray.
Who the fuck is that?
New Ray.
I don't know that.
The girl from Spain, the streamer from Spain.
Excuse me? Who is
the
this?
Cutie hottie streamer, the crazy girl.
Okay.
We'll
talk about that later. I don't know who that is.
I send her the she hates this fucking person named Eddie. So Eddie
the trans gamer.
So I send her a fucking punch me by Eddie. She started fucking dying laughing. She's like, you ate the whole fucking night. It's like
dude, you hooked her with the punch meme?
Dude,
Val and Mikey are gonna fucking hang you on a cross for that shit.
It was really good though.
Yeah, that was fucking hilarious though.
Because like Eddie's face falls right onto where it says the game was a flopper or something. It was just like not just comical, but ironically comical.
Yeah, it was fucking hilarious.
I'll give a 2-minute countdown. I'm gonna play the snatch unless I get incentive not to.
Yep.
Oh, snatch.
No, God, no.
Disgusting noise. What the fuck? I'll put that snatch on.
Dude, I already sent you through PayPal. I sent you through PayPal. Use that money to say no. Just say no to snatch or anything else regarded.
Say yes. Say yes. Bring it up.
Oh, Jesus.
Do it.
But Kira's like, I don't give a fuck. Just fucking do it.
I'll be honest. Val's not one I expected to be up for snatch.
Okay. For the PayPal
Me.
money.
Choose me. Love me.
Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Elijah, is that a Big Shirley statue?
It's a statue
of Big
That's
Shirley.
hilarious.
I thought that was Big Shirley for a second there, bro. I was like, what the fuck? Big Shirley got an idol?
That's awesome.
Flipping me off.
I thought she froze Big Shirley like a popsicle.
We just lost Slay. I don't know if the Fuda got him or what.
The Fuda got
The
him.
Snatch
Fuda
got him.
got him, probably.
No, it was the snatch.
Smart man.
Snatch got him.
Right, Charlie. That's exactly right. Pay not to play.
Oh man,
it's the opposite compared to like Hypno and other places where you pay to play.
Yep.
Here you pay for exclusions. I want to be excluded from the next video, please.
Hey, that's a cute.
No, that was supposed to be no, please. I did put my correction in, but yeah. All right.
Yeah, but if you get through PayPal, just let me know because I got no notifications. I'll pop up or nothing.
Yeah, this is what she does.
Which one was that? Which one was that one?
That was the Boston Terrier.
Oh yeah, nice.
He's crazy.
If we do lose power, power's been fluctuating here. If we lose power, just just keep the conversation going. I'll hook in some battery backup, and I'll be back in like 2 or 3 minutes.
Yeah.
Understood.
Yeah, man, shit happens, bro. It happens.
Yeah, the Boston Terrier and Big Shirley, they don't get along right now. They love-hate each other, and that's because Big Shirley's hormones are all over the place.
Wow.
Sounds like Dan.
Yeah, I'm trying to fix it right now. Lock one of my videos until I fix it.
Hey, Zombie, what is that background from, or is it just an AI painting?
This one's an AI.
Okay. I thought it might have been from a video game or a story or something. It looks nice.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it does, bro. Like a 1990s fucking female character back behind, right behind Zombie.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. She does got a sword too in her hand, so
yeah.
Kind of looks like that vampire Revan chick.
Yep.
Yeah.
Was it Raven?
Raven, yeah.
Raven, yeah.
The Russian vampire. You know what's funny is that is a Southern Russian cross in that game.
Didn't they have like a movie or something?
Yeah. And in the movie they used the Northern Russian Orthodox cross. Like, because of that game, I went out and found out what kind of cross that was and had a silver, what is considered a Northern Russian Orthodox cross made, which is a 3-bar cross. Just because of that game. That game, I loved it so much. I went out and to a jewelry maker and showed him like a picture of the cross from the game, and he was like, "Yeah, I got one of these on the shelf." And then I was like, "I just want something really, really simple." And he was like, "Do you have any silver?" I was like, "I can bring you silver." And then I like silver and $100 later, I had a Northern Russian Orthodox cross. Love it. Still have it to this day. Love it.
Yeah, I was just throwing everybody's pictures around, reorganizing.
Hey, you want to know something cool about a cross? So the up and down of the cross is the body, right? The left and right is your journey through life, right? So you go from left to right. If it has a bar above it, that is you're good above you, watching over you, and the bad tempting you. And if it's got a third bar going up and down, it is your mental state and score across time.
Oh man, cervezas.
I'm gonna say I have no idea what you're talking about, but it sounds good.
It's what the bars of the cross mean.
The reason I have the Fuda King where the chat is because he is a semi-regular, not a complete regular, so he gets that area.
Anti-Semite. That's about it.
He kind of gets to look over the chat.
He's trying to censor us Fuda people. That's what it is. I hate you, motherfucker. You're covered by all this chat. I hopefully it kills
Wait a
you.
minute. Is that Fuda behind the chat?
It must be, well, you know.
Put your best foot is behind the chat, not in front of it.
Don't worry, I'm having fun behind the chat.
Yeah.
Hook is enjoying it apparently.
Oh man.
Each time that chat goes up, they're rubbing on me.
Oh yeah.
Oh damn, bro. Although you could actually set up one of those API pleasure toy things to set up to every time one of the chat comes in here to go off.
Oh wow.
Now you're just giving me ideas.
Is that like the butt dildo thing noise you put a video on?
Yeah, there's actually a few different ones. They even have a set of underwear you can put on, so it could be by men or women. It doesn't matter. It's a it's just vibrating underwear. It doesn't go into anything. It's basically like boxers.
God.
Hey Roku, where do you live? I'm going to visit you for a bit.
My God.
Roku.
That shit just gave me heartburn. That shit's gross, dude.
Turn him on until he shows up. It's only like a 16-hour flight.
It's okay, Rico. I'll be gentle.
I bought these for you. I don't want them.
You can tell. You can see how much Dan's into this conversation here. He's just loving the fuck out of it.
He's just laying back, having a drink. He's like, at least it's not me.
Dude, I think we all feel a sense of like calm when they're not in the light. When they're not in the light, because sometimes I'll step into the room with Val and Mikey, and they start picking on someone, and I'm like, oh, thank God.
Oh man.
Sometimes I just stay quiet when I'm in a chat and I hear stuff like that. I'm like, okay, I'm not really here. Just pretend.
There you go. Yep. Yeah, because they will come for you.
Yeah, that's the reason why most of the time, like with when it was him, well, it was Mikey DJ in the Bistro, right? And they're fucking roasting each other.
Oh my God.
And I come in, they start fucking with me. I was like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna go silent.
Yeah, I've been taking the back seat when it comes to that. Like, I'll look at the Discord and I see who's in there, and if DJ and Mikey are in there, I'm like, nope. I'll just watch a stream. Some days I don't feel like fucking around.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
So what you're saying is that you're happy.
I'm not sure what that is in reference to. Veda Retro Satana. I don't know.
Veda Retro Satana. Wait,
What's up?
Satana, the musician, like the guitarist.
Oh,
Santana?
Santana, yeah.
Dami Divinity Mia. I don't know. What language is he speaking?
Isn't that like Spanish or something?
Okay, he says it's Latin for dispelling
Latin.
demons.
Oh, that's the next thing I was gonna say.
Yeah,
I did see
Oh,
Santana
it
live.
is. Now I get it. He's casting spells onto Val.
Wait, you can put any spells you on it. It's not gonna work. Sorry,
Hold on,
it's always wrong.
I'm gonna send one in for you, Val.
I usually make clips for the shit talkers, kind of like this one's for the Fuda lover.
No, I'm really worried. I put on my girlfriend's underwear this morning. I've still got them on. I like it. I really like it.
Oh, that is fucking hilarious.
That always reminds me of a time one of my mates lived in one of the big cities over here with his girlfriend, and so we went shopping, and she said, "Oh, could you guys go get this item for me?" So we did, and she was away. I started acting full on gay, and I was loud in the shopping mall, and everyone's just watching us, and he was just like, "Fuck, could you shut the fuck up?" It's like, no. Even with the ladies behind the counters, like serving stuff, I was just, "Oh my God, darling, look at her hair. She's so wonderful."
That's how you do it, man.
So
Yeah.
Kate. That's so Kate and her mom. What show was that? You sound just like Kate.
Nice umbrella symbol you got there, zombie.
Oh, thanks.
Hey, Dan,
He's trying to
I don't
Resident
think I don't think you were in here when I played this clip, so I'm gonna play it for you.
Mind out of the gutter, Dan. Mind out of the gutter.
She was playing with her pussy.
Yeah, pussy.
And that's not even the clip I thought you were gonna play when you said, "Oh, you weren't here earlier when I played this."
She is a cutie though.
What's that? It's my Furby. Furby loves you, lavender. Tickle me.
Oh yes, burn it, burn it. Set that thing on fire.
Oh, Big Shirley, it was just a furry.
Shirley's fine, but there was no fur.
Jeez, man.
Big Shirley. She hates it. She hates it. Big Shirley.
She's like,
I think all of that's pretty funny, though.
where is he?
Most of those clips are so good.
Yeah, they are pretty good. Yeah.
It's like Rogue.
Yeah,
Like, no,
yeah,
don't play it. Don't play them.
I owe everybody some eye bleach.
I'm a Barbie girl in a Barbie world. Life in plastic, it's fantastic. You can brush my hair, undress me everywhere. Oh, come on, Barbie, let's go party, 'cause I'm in a Barbie world.
Come on, Barbie, let's go party.
Okay, that's fucking hilarious. Not only you know I like that clip, especially the first girl,
Yeah.
but the is that Johnny Cash singing Barbie World?
It's actually AI did it.
That's hilarious.
I love the third one, but it'd be even more hilarious. You find that they're all
If it's
food.
done by AI, then it can't. They don't count it as copywritten.
Yeah.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah. That's the reason why I do the AI music on my shit, because I don't get copyrighted. You know what's funny? When I play Stellar Blade, all these music they have on Stellar Blade, you don't get a copyright on YouTube. I haven't got none.
I do believe Stellar Blade put some of their music in the free thing that YouTube has.
I guess because YouTube dropped down the songs if you're playing a game, and it's actually the actual song from the game. You don't get a copyright.
Yeah, that's the same with Cyberpunk as well.
Yeah.
And plus, they've actually made it so that I think there's meant to be a streaming mode on there as well, because there are some things that you can't really put on YouTube. That's actually in the clips.
On the Cyberpunk version I have, it does have a little button for the audio, like remove. Removes. I forget what it's called, but to remove the whatever content.
Yeah. It's normally the part where they're having sex.
No, that stayed in there. It only removed the it only removed the like the radio tracks and stuff, and some of the stuff that people say it removed. So that way it wouldn't play anything that would get me a content strike on YouTube. Believe it or not, YouTube did not have a problem with me playing 2 different sex scenes on live. They didn't have any problem with it.
Mm-hmm.
They're still on my live. They're still on my Twitter, my YouTube.
I could probably because they're a bit more not as bad as Witcher 3, maybe.
Yeah. It's more.
I think Witcher 3 is a little bit more. You could probably see a lot more. But then you got the one with Johnny Silver and his ex-girlfriend. I think that's actually probably the most.
They let me do that one, but I also play with a chick, and so I also did the one where you get the lady that works for the high-end hood shows or whatever, and you can get her dildo if you do screw her. If you do have sex with her.
The company chick.
Yeah, so I did that. I did her with my chick.
Yeah, that's not that
then
bad.
I did the one with Silverhand in the past, whatever, and they did again. Both of those streams are on my YouTube live to this day. You can go watch them. Like nothing was censored out of it or anything.
I got something coming to you, Noise.
So that's how much he doesn't want to see these clips.
Hey, check check your chat, Noise. There's something that's a little interesting video a friend sent me. I don't know if I don't think it'll take it too negative. Not with this crew. We can always bring it back. So,
Hook is asking.
I'm in the middle. Bow, chicka, bow, wow.
There it is.
Hey, Valkyrie, does it burn?
No, it doesn't burn at all. It's actually quite pleasant. Very pleasing.
Nice.
Though I can't feel roadkill though. That
makes sense. He probably needs more men.
Yeah.
I think it's funny. Like, even if I just thought about this, if there was like a, even though, like the homophobes that don't like gay people just because they're gay, and they're like, if a gay guy told a straight white, not white, any guy, a straight guy, you got a small dick, like it would like evoke massive engagement immediately. I'm like, what do you mean, bro? It's like it would it'd be like, oh well, why are you talking to me now? Because I mentioned your dick. Well, I mean, it's not. So what's up? You want to see it? Yeah, the gay guy would be like, yeah, sure.
Oh shit!
So, Roadkill, were you referring to the bombing video?
Yeah.
I did notice it's got some music in the background. That'd probably trigger YouTube.
Yeah. Okay. I don't know the song particularly. That it just sounds generated, but you never know. You never know if there's like some artist out there that created it. Ooh, look at this big ass spider. Fuck out of here.
My God, Hook, that is so mean.
Man, we had some crazy ass fucking rain today, man. Literally.
Yeah, dude. We were under like a
Fuck, you running
thunderstorm
it?
watch and
Yeah,
nothing
same
happened.
here.
Nothing
No, we
happened?
had a thunderstorm real bad over here.
Oh,
Did you guys run in it?
No.
No, you didn't put on some tight shorts and a white top and run into the rain.
Yeah.
No, Val. That's not our
It
custom.
become Thunderman. Become a superhero after that when you get electrocuted.
Oh, that's called laying in the hospital, man.
Yeah, that's called being fucking disintegrated. And
Yeah.
the moment you get hit thunderstrike.
That's only if it happens 3 times in a row.
Yeah.
What do they call it
You
when
know-
you charcoal something inside out?
Roadkill.
I don't know.
Exactly. Yeah.
You know, I appreciate everybody here. I remember there was a time I couldn't get 2 people on this fucking show. I remember that time, and that time lasted for many, many months. So I so appreciate everyone here.
Oh yeah, we chilling. Bro.
Yeah. Does everybody see this?
I do.
This is what she does when she wants cookies. Cookies.
Yeah, they all
Look at
want
it run.
snack. They all want that.
Yep.
Believe it or not, my daughter's cat will do the exact same thing to me when she wants a treat too. She'll go right to the face and stare at me like I'm stupid.
Yes. My cat boops me on the nose with his paw.
Eyeball to eyeball.
You know, it kind of feels like they're trying to dominate you, intimidate you, like you're gonna fucking do it.
Exactly. Yeah.
They're just like this.
Yeah.
Boys, that is
Eye
a
contest
perfect-
there.
perfect.
I know you. I know you're nice to me, but I'll kill you if you don't give me a treat right.
Damn.
Well, these Big Shirley and Onda and all the rest of them, they can't hear the Godfather theme.
Oh
Because
wow.
if they hear the Godfather theme, they think it's automatic cookie time.
That's
Oh, wow.
hilarious.
Yeah, that it can be hummed, it can be played on the TV, the radio. It doesn't matter. They know the song, and they know it's time for their cookies.
Yep.
I take
Thanks
it
a lot,
it's cookie
Pavlov.
time around the time of the Sopranos coming on.
Yeah.
That's what's up. That's cool though. That's really cool.
That is cool. Yeah.
So I think it's about time for the second topic I had on the thumbnail.
Right.
So I'm gonna read what this is
Wait.
about here.
There were topics on the thumbnail?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Topic on the thumbnail.
So
Fuck.
there was
I caught on to that real
some
quick.
experiments. The Scole experiments were a series of 1990s seances in Norfolk, England, conducted by a Scole group to communicate with spirits through physical phenomena. Photographic evidence and direct voice communication. Various scientists and investigators were invited to attend the sitting and record their findings over a 3-year period. They were never debunked. This clipping from a Scole experiment documentary aired in 2009 shows video footage of what is claimed to be spirit entities, or NHI. Some of these beings look very similar to what is often portrayed as alien beings. Now, this was the 90s. So there was, really wasn't any CGI to speak of.
Mm-hmm.
But this is interesting, and you can always look more into it if you want. But I just found this video interesting. It's under 3 minutes.
Let's see.
Aimed it into a pair of mirrors so that it could see only its own viewfinder. While it was recording, nothing unusual was seen. But when the tape was played back, these remarkable images had mysteriously appeared.
Other times, spirit faces were coming towards us.
Needless to say, it is impossible that video feedback was responsible for these images. As to what some of these extraordinary pictures represent, we can only guess, since their meaning was never explained to the Scole group. This is another equally enigmatic video. It appears to be part of a strange face with moving eyes. We spoke to Dr. Scher at his home in Switzerland.
There's absolutely no possibility that this film could have been prepared before, because I selected one of the video films which was in its original packaging, which I opened. I took the film out, I signed the film, and I put it personally in the video camera.
At a later time, a few video experiments were attempted in full light. Once again, nothing unusual was seen during the recording. However, on playback, this appeared.
Yo, that is fucking creepy.
In November 1999, the three principal investigators published their conclusions in the SBR's official proceedings. This extensive volume is now known as the Scole Report.
If you take all the phenomena within the whole of the Scole experiment over 2 years while we were there, I would say that the possibility of fraud and faking was nil.
I will say that music was goddamn fire. Anyway, sorry.
I did send Noise a link because part of that visual feedback we see, they actually used in the original intro Doctor Who, and they admitted they used visual and audio feedback to specifically get those visuals like the haloing and the shadow layering over. And I will point out there's 2 mirrors, meaning that you have the chance of anybody getting near those mirrors up to about 45 degrees in any direction that mirror is broadcasting from, and you're going to get reflective relations into that camera, which is how Doctor Who actually got some of these visuals by putting a flickering light near but not within range of one of the mirrors for their visuals. And the way they got the words is by putting it in front of the camera before the mirror and then moving it back. So that is actually what it is. The problem is you got people seeing this and they're getting on these effects. They don't understand what it is. And instead of asking visual effects people, they're asking people in the religious group, hey, what do you think this is? And they're all coming up to the same manner because they all believe the same thing. I remember hearing about this a long time ago.
Well, yeah, it's all that is easily faked, but you know, the claims and the claiming that it has not been debunked. I don't know. I mean, I'm open to the possibility of many things, including it being entirely fake. So my belief can go either way.
Well, I think that some of the stuff, like in the beginning, yeah, that could be man-made. But what's interesting is the faces and things that came through the video, you know. So I'm not real sure how they could go about doing that.
People
I think
get
someone
close
would.
to it.
I mean, someone would have had to have, you know, copied the labels or switched them out or whatever the case, and they would have went to the same space and recreated the length of video with their setup to create these effects. Is what I'm thinking.
Now there is a way you can actually do this on your own if you have a Sony handheld or one of those Ericsson handhelds. Basically, anything that's not a 35 millimeter,
right?
But it is a digital camera. Okay.
Yeah.
And you get 2 mirrors that are metal back mirrors or the mercury back mirrors. So old-fashioned mirrors, not current-day mirrors. And you get them 45 degrees of each other, and you have it to where the viewfinder is being viewed from the lens. And you have a space about 20, or it's got to be a total of 20 feet from the viewfinder to the lens from all the mirrors. So you can set this up on your own. And then you have a lot of light available all around, because it's going to need a lot of bright light to see anything. But then you also have to have a spotlight on the viewfinder, and you have to have a spotlight on the lens. And whenever you put a spotlight on either of those, you're going to get some haloing. When you put one on both of them, you're going to get haloing, you're going to get a layer effect over it. And then when you get near it, not within view of it, but near it, it's going to start picking up stuff from the mirrors. Like if you were looking up towards the mirror, your eye will be viewable in the mirror. It will pick that up. And since there's more than one mirror, it's going to multiply it. The reason why you see the eye in the corner is because it's not directly in view. It's being picked up because someone's looking at the mirror from about where the camera is pointing from. And so it's picking it up. Mirrors pick up things from with about 30 degrees outside of its actual view is what they call that. It's a
all this
phenomenon.
could have most definitely been fake. There are definitely ways, but if we are to, I mean, that's if we're looking to go, this
I'm
looks
just saying
fake,
how to
we can
recreate it.
debunk it. Well, it could easily be done, or with some, know-how. But if we're to look at it in the non-skeptic way, if you consider that, then it becomes very interesting. I'm open to either possibility.
Yeah. I think it'd be fun to try to recreate it. Be interesting.
Yeah,
I wonder. I'm wondering if you could fight one. Can you fight one of those apparitions, or are we just gonna sit there and get scared?
I would imagine hypothesizing that this could be real. I would imagine they're extra dimensional. That wouldn't be tangible or even
Scared.
visible in most cases.
So you're saying they're scared?
They used a analog film. The tapes were analog, magnetic tapes, which are more easily impressed upon by energies. If you're to speculate on that side of things, I mean, yeah, we all see could easily be faked. Yeah, of course. But if we were to speculate on the other end of the spectrum, then we have to consider they used analog tape. You have to consider the area. You have to consider the team that was there. There's a lot to consider. I think I would have to look more into this issue and think on it deeper. But if anybody's interested, look into the Scole experiments.
Well,
I believe in that stuff, so that's where I stand. But go ahead.
Because those experiments went on for years.
The thing is spirits are just energy.
There you
And energy can travel along light and everything, really, but especially light. So I think it's entirely possible. I mean, we're not there yet, so we don't know for sure. We can't say one way or the other because we're not there. How those kinds of things do. So,
I got a weird question. So what if the camera is in a room, right? Or let's put it this way. What if the film is in a room and someone dies and there's a window toward the north side of the thing? So they pass by the film, they go through the window. That's that's an old-fashioned belief. And then you put the film in that camera and have it looking through its eye scope. If you got that really perfectly in focus, it'd be like a telescope. Could you look into the film and see the last point of that person leaving the earth?
I would say you need some type of catalyst, whether that be somebody's deep sorrow or some type of energy source. I don't know. I can't say, but I think you would need a catalyst.
Waiting on her kids.
It wouldn't be. I mean, if it was like you're mentioning, there would be many, many more accounts of spirits on film. Yes, there's a lot, and some of them are just people reading into it. But if it was so direct, I believe there would be a lot more accounts.
Okay. I mean, I'm asking because you guys were talking about film is easily subjectable, and it is. It's easily susceptible to elements in the air, magnetic stuff, and so that made me think. Well, I remember my grandma used to say when people die, they always go out the north window. And so I thought, well, if someone died, could you capture that in some of this like the old-fashioned film stuff?
I've actually never heard that one, but it's probably thing they've said. But no, my own theory on it, or hypothesis rather, is you need a catalyst. You need a third element that will somehow affect it in a way that would make it manifest.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
Well, I know that a lot of times old analog sound, digital not so much, but analog sound, like if you play static from a radio or a TV or something like that, you can hear spirits in that static. I mean,
Oh
it
yeah,
doesn't
voice
happen
boxes
all
and
the
stuff.
time.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah, spirit
it
box.
does,
Yep.
it
Well,
doesn't
the
happen all the
argument
time, but sometimes.
the argument can
I
be
was gonna
made.
say,
Of course, it can be made that people hear what they, their mind basically plays into it. That argument can be made, of course. We would need modern day people to study further into this to get more definitive answers.
True. True.
That's
What's
why I
up, Slim?
watched that Skinwalker Ranch show. I mean, yeah, it seems like a bunch of
I had
hillbillies
an
running around,
experience.
but dude, they're recording some phenomenal weird shit out there. So
Well,
That is if it is not essentially a reality TV show. If you can make
exactly.
if there's any credence to it whatsoever, then yeah, they're coming up with some way out there stuff.
The story behind that place and the government involvement and people moving away that are like traumatized, that's the proof. That's where I'm like, okay, there's some weird shit going on. Now, do I watch the show and I'm like, look, see, proof? No. I think it's entertainment, but also, like I tell my kids, look, if it's not real, it's a damn good story.
what was you gonna say, Slay? I thought I heard him saying something, but I wasn't sure.
Yep. Yep. He was. Say it, Slay. Say it.
Oh yeah, I was gonna say, we had so the EVP thing. We tried that out one time because I was at my friend's house. We were having a party, and they were like, we went to one of those abandoned mental institutions, and they felt like something followed them home, and they wanted to like listen, so they were talking, asking questions into the thing, and when they played it back, it was talking back in Latin, and I was like, all right, I'm getting the fuck out of here because that doesn't sound like any kind of regular ghost. And I was like, I don't think it was them fucking around with me either, because none of these people know Latin that I was with.
Well,
Interesting.
a lot
Best
of
never
times,
to communicate.
I have a take on it that I don't know what's what. I'm not going to claim to know what's what, but I have a theory that sometimes people manifest it themselves rather than it being a separate entity.
Now that's a good perspective.
Yes.
well,
Yes.
a lot of times,
Yeah.
people don't understand the difference between a ghost and an entity. A ghost is more like a recording of events that happened in one particular place or another. And it's like the energies of that place hold it to it. You see what I mean? But an
Yep.
entity is different. An entity is intelligent, an intelligent being on its own, and it can do whatever in the fuck it wants to within
Yep.
certain boundaries of physics and all that kind of stuff. So
That's where it needs to feed on energy and stuff to be
Mhm.
able to actually get stronger and do other things as well, depending
Yeah.
on what it is.
yeah,
But
so
it,
if I'm sorry, go ahead.
no, keep going.
I was going to say that if they had something following them back from this institution, they could have picked up something, and took it with them. A lot of times that happens where you pick up something and you take it with you, not thinking about it. Well, it's got something attached to it, So get rid of whatever it is, and that thing goes away. But there's a certain process that you have to do to get rid of it. You can't just throw it away. Oh no, you got to put it in water or something like that to send the energy on its way, because water carries the energy away. So that's a legend, basically. So I know one time my mother, she went with my aunt to the Garden of the Gods. And what happened is my aunt wasn't thinking nothing about it, and she picked up a rock and gave it to my mother. Well, my mother brought the rock home with her. And she said during that week that she had that rock, she had the worst luck of any other time. I mean, things started dying around her and everything else. So she asked.
I've heard similar stories from other people like that.
Mm-hmm. She asked her mentor, and he told her, he said, "No, you didn't ask. You didn't ask before you took that." And she said, "Well, I didn't take it in the first place. My aunt gave it to me." And it's like, "No, it doesn't matter. You took it, so you have to send it back." So what you do is you go take that thing and you throw it in the river, and eventually it will end up back where it started.
Mhm.
And her luck got 10 times better. So, I mean, she wasn't a person to believe in all that kind of stuff either, but it happened to her. So
It's just the same as if you stupid enough to play with the Ouija board and you just walk away from it without doing the whole goodbye situation. You know,
Mhm.
Right.
The whole thing is that you're open to whatever. Well, you're leaving the so-called portal open for anything to decide to go follow you. Hence, why you always should never put your hand off of it, no matter what, and you should always do the procedure to say goodbye or whatever it is.
Exactly. Exactly.
Providing you are a believer, and I know a lot of people hear this and they go
Yeah,
bullshit,
you
bullshit,
close it up
bullshit.
after.
But providing you are a believer, a Ouija board is, a witch board is what it originally was, but it is an invitation for the other side to invite you in one way or another. It's a bad idea in general.
Yeah, and it doesn't matter if you're a believer or not, because sometimes things can still
Yeah.
happen even if you're not
Yeah,
one.
I'm speaking as far as
Yeah.
viewers or panelists or whoever. There's people that's like, no, fuck that, it's a bunch of bullshit, and there's people like, no, I believe it. I've had experiences.
I've had my
Yeah.
experience with the Ouija board when I was young, and nah, man, there's something going on there. Especially if you know people that are like really into it and know how to like evoke, something. Yeah, dude,
I've
it's weird.
had conversations that kind of went like this. I said, I've had experiences. I know these things. I didn't make them up. I didn't choose to believe them. They happen to me. I know them. And then they're like, no, it's all bullshit. And I'm like, well, if it hasn't happened to you, then you don't know about it. And okay, you can think that, but it has happened to me and I know it. I mean, that's like for anything in life. If it happens, like if you get cut, you're gonna know what getting cut is like. And if you haven't, you might say, "Oh, it doesn't happen. It's bullshit."
A noise pollution.
Yeah, it's just something you believe.
A noise.
So I've had that argument with people who couldn't process that.
A noise. You're a mod in my on Kick. So any bot comes in here try to advertise themselves in here, bro, you go more than welcome to block them.
yeah, like we got here a bot.
It's like the third or fourth bot so far.
Yeah. There's been a lot of bots coming to my fucking channel lately. Like try to offer me like fucking subscribers and followership, like $1,000 per stream. Get the fuck out of here, bro. Like I'm gonna believe that shit.
Yeah.
Yep.
But some people everybody has extra talents, but it depends on if they hone those skills or not. I'm talking about stuff like ESP or talking to spirits or spirit walking and all that kind of stuff. Those things are very real. Everybody has it. Just like it's like a parent getting the feeling that something's going on with their kids.
Right.
And their kids are sitting going, how the hell did you know what I was doing? And I wasn't even in the damn house.
Yep.
It's kind of like that.
I've had experiences where, say, a room full of people, I don't know, let's say 5 people. I actually have had several of these kind of experiences. And they all seen somebody walk across the room and they went, wait a fucking minute, who was that? Where'd they come from? How'd they get here? And then there'd be no sign of them anywhere. But everybody's seen the same thing, right? Everybody's seen the same thing. And mass hysteria? Or you had an experience not you chose to believe. It is not, oh, I choose to believe this. No, shit happens to you. You fucking know it. And especially if you're not the only experiencer.
Yeah.
But yeah, some people, it just scares them. But if you look at it in a way to where it's not supernatural, it's just natural. Because all the energy in the earth has to go somewhere
Well,
after it stops being here. It just
by
don't
design,
disappear.
if it happens, it's natural by design.
Yeah, that's like my grandmother and my grandfather. They could dream, and they would tell people, "Okay, this is what's going to happen to you, and if you don't do it this way, this, and this, and this, and this, and this is going to happen." So it's just a gift.
There's some people just, they like wanna, they're a skeptic, and if they are, they are. That's okay. There's a lot of people who will fight back to their dying breath because they're scared of it all. They're scared, so they're gonna argue every fucking bit of the way, everything, because they're scared. I find that to be a severe limiter of progressing your mind and so on. You get the idea.
I completely
Well, I
agree.
think there's more worlds than this, and it's very limited thinking to think that we are the only thing in the universe, the only intelligent thing in the universe. It just doesn't make any sense.
I'll also say if anybody in the chat or the panel feels attacked, that is not my intent. I'm just giving my opinion.
Yeah, I mean,
Furious Dan will have to go any minute now, real soon now.
Yeah, I know. I gotta hit the freaking bed. I gotta get up real early tomorrow. In a couple of hours, actually. Can't be tomorrow in a couple of hours. So I might as well get like my 3 or 4 hours of sleep. Fucking go to work. Work sucks, bro.
Yeah.
Fucking sucks.
Yeah, I was about to say I gotta do too.
Yeah, man. It's just fucking. I mean, I had a lot of orders. I'm glad I got them all done. All the shit has gotta go. Tomorrow, more shit gotta go. Like literally. Yeah. And my brother making fucking noise in the background.
Well, it's okay.
Yeah,
It's okay.
my brother's autistic, so that does a lot of
It's
fucking
fine.
shit.
I mean, this stream
Yeah,
here is
plus
more of a real
my cat
stream
woke
than
my girlfriend up.
Uh-oh.
The cat woke up your girlfriend?
Within certain boundaries, yeah, we try to be real and direct and all that good shit.
Yeah, I mean, hell, we got dogs running around in the background, cats, and cats jumping through Phoenix's window, and just all kind of stuff.
we got the pussy lover, and we got the Fuda lover.
Yep. He's a big time food lover.
Says
We
it was
have
title.
the-
Well, no.
We have
You
the
gotta-
Chalupa lover.
Chalupa lover.
I like chalupa.
Chalupas are good, bro. I love chalupas.
And we have the weed lover.
Oh hell yeah, y'all! Actually, I'm gonna be leaving soon too, just for that exact reason.
And we got the
We're gonna
running.
do this call on me.
And we got running.
And he is the lover of many, many things.
Yep. He loves many things, including he calls himself roadkill. He would be running squirrels all day.
You know, you could say he is a diverse lover.
Hit that.
Oh man. Diverse lover. Oh man.
I keep waiting on the power to go out.
Yeah.
Mine's
It's
been
flashed a
going-
bunch of times.
Mine's been going in and out all night.
Yeah.
Sorry, I was.
Hey, roadkill.
Yeah, man.
So is mine. It's been storming outside since I started.
Sorry, y'all.
I was on Toasty's channel earlier, and certain someone was spamming her channel.
Oh shit!
Yeah. Well, the one that we normally be here. And leaving pages.
I backed out. I backed out because of that. I was like, oh, here we go.
I
And I was
left
just like, you know what? I know it's
too.
gonna happen on Toasty's show. I'll catch her in Discord or something. But I was like, I'm not gonna.
We're gonna have
yeah.
to have a conversation with Toasty about this, though.
Yeah.
Okay, but was it
Toasty
just
needs to know.
was it just a lot of wild random chat, or was it like attacking, or what was it?
It was fucking big.
It was a little bit of everything. Like they would go on and on and on about random stuff that didn't make any sense, and then be like, "No one reading me, no one seeing me," stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I wasn't
Yeah,
doing,
they
I wasn't
always-
doing this. I wasn't doing
There,
this
there would
situation,
be,
though.
they'd even be in this stream, and well, you know, something. I'm not gonna start on about somebody like this. You know, I'll just say that.
Yeah.
that
That's why
would be a bad faith act.
Yeah, that's what do you think I didn't mention the name? But you know exactly what I'm talking about.
Yep.
Yeah, because when you were saying mass chatter, I was like, yeah, I remember that. That's the part I remember.
And that's surprised that the let's say that the creature didn't pop up in my chat
That's interesting. I'm surprised.
at all today. At all. Like literally. Didn't show up on Kick, Rumble, or YouTube.
Maybe they fell asleep.
I have a mod for every channel now. For those three
Well-
multi-stream, yep.
Yeah, somebody needs to tell Toasty about that.
No.
Yeah.
Well,
I told John about it.
Toasty and John are they don't want to kick someone unless they've like done something awful.
They're gonna-
And
they're gonna
spamming is annoying and should be limited, but I think the idea is
something egregious.
Yeah, they don't want to
Yep.
they don't want to kick someone off of their platform and lose a follower that is.
Yeah.
No,
but at the same
I
time,
have seen-
it's like the worst follower ever scenario. That's someone that does that. Yeah.
I have seen Toasty's mods like limit them and remove some of their comments and
Yes.
stuff before.
Like,
so
I think it was
Toasty's
yesterday or
mods
the
are
day
not-
before. Yeah.
I'm not gonna tell them how to do their channel, but I can tell, or I can speculate that John has a soft spot for her.
Yeah. Yeah,
Well,
it's gonna be to a certain point.
Well, I mean, I'm not saying just, kick them or whatever. I'm just saying that she needs to be aware in private,
Yeah.
What could happen.
You guys have tried that. You guys have tried that, and the person
Why not?
still is like, it's like just it's like telling a bird to walk everywhere. Okay, I got you. It's not gonna happen.
Well,
But there's no
I
fixing
mean,
that.
tell Toasty in private what could happen. So
but
she
Yes.
will be aware.
Yeah.
Hey,
you know.
hey, look, hey, we should change the topic because
Yeah.
there shouldn't be like pile on a person like kind of.
I just wanted to let
Oh,
you know
no.
I just want to let you know what's going on. That's why.
Yeah.
I mean,
I still don't know
yeah,
what's going on.
me and this person split
trying not
ways,
to.
but they're not. Well, there's always issues. They're not all bad.
Yep.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep. Definitely.
Phoenix, got a question for you.
Yeah.
Okay, so you're on a desert island. It's just you. You have everything you need. You have your protein. There's vegetables and plants around, but you can only have one like mass manufactured sweet treat. Like we're talking Twinkies, Kit Kats, whatever. Which one would you choose?
Reese's.
God damn it!
Hell
You
yeah.
peanut butter loving motherfucker. All right.
Phoenix making the basest choice. Hell yeah.
All right.
That's
Gotta have some protein on it.
At least you didn't say almond joy or some shit. All right.
Yeah.
Let's do that.
Reese's is definitely my favorite.
All right.
Yep.
I would go peanut M&Ms personally, but
Oh, so you gotta have those nuts on Roadkill.
yeah, I gotta get them nuts, bruh.
He loves these nuts.
The child
No,
won't
no.
even let me touch her.
Yes.
Sometimes you have to give them candy.
Oh God.
I wish I wasn't working tomorrow, bro. I'll be hanging out in this panel with you guys for a little while more, man.
I know, dude. Noise. If we did like a Friday or Saturday night show, it would be fire. It would be
Yep.
like all no holds barred. Just
Yep.
like
But the thing is, Noise works on the weekends. That's the thing.
yeah.
Because Noise is the band.
I'll consider it, but I probably have to shift a lot of shit in my life around.
Yeah, I know. I don't blame you. I
Well,
don't blame
anything crazy that's going to happen, it's going to happen on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. That's just
Yep.
the way shit goes. I don't know why. I think all the crazy people come out on the weekend,
Yes. Yep.
Yeah.
Everyone
That's
lets their hair down. Yeah.
especially if it's not raining, because it's been raining here for like 2 weeks.
Yeah, same here.
Well,
They
that's
just
See-
flip their hair down.
while I'm
They
on
don't flip
here,
anything else.
I got my Steam Deck busy.
Oh
wow! With security cameras, right? Because
Oh, nice.
I never know what the fuck is about to break loose.
Yep.
Wait a minute. You use your Steam Deck as a security camera? That's fucking crazy.
Dude, you can put any program on a Steam Deck, man. That's Linux for you.
Wow. That's fucking nuts.
Imagine all the
Steam-
food around
Steam
that.
Deck is fucking awesome, though. I would like to have one, but right now my main thing is I do want a Nintendo Switch too, but I don't want it because of the propaganda issues.
I know. I want one too, man. I'm waiting until Christmas till they give like a $50 off.
I'll
That's all you, that's all you get.
I'll wait till August. The reason why I want to buy it, I don't want to buy it, but I'll buy it because of the Zelda games. But I'm just very keeping my guard up because with Nintendo being on DEI and all this shit, I'm afraid that Zelda might come out and and that's
It was
gonna piss me the fuck off.
It was like 2 or 3 months back, something like that. I told Dan about it that I about had to get in a shootout. Now I'm not gonna go into the details, but it was a necessity.
Yeah, and I'll make a topic out of it, like literally, like I will make a panel show about the game I like, and I will talk about it, how disgraceful this Nintendo's going going with the games and the digital cartridge. Even though it's not a cartridge, it's fucking cold inside the box, which I am against because I like to collect games.
I mean, we all knew it was coming, man. They just been testing us for years. We knew it was coming.
Yeah, we know it was coming, and the thing is that I collect video games, and when it comes to Nintendo, I like collecting Nintendo games compared to other console games like PlayStation and Xbox. But Nintendo has always been a collective thing for me. So when it comes to the shit like that, they try to take that shit off the market, it's a problem. Because it's like I said, all that shit that you collect has value. So that, and long as that we are still alive, like us guys are still alive, like me and you, Noise, everybody else is still alive, collecting stuff is the best thing. But this generation of futuristic bullshit's going on that the moment you buy a game, you don't own it because you only own the license. But the moment they don't like you, they fucking deplatform you.
Yeah, and
Just for the game.
Nintendo's pushing that future.
Yeah, Nintendo's pushing that future too fast.
Xbox tried. Sony tried.
Yep.
Everyone's paying attention to Nintendo now. So it's like they're still pushing it.
Yeah, and everybody refuses. Like they should bring back physical shit back because, like I said, you want to buy something and own it, not buy something and then feel like you don't own it even though you bought it. It just fucking sucks. You know what I'm saying? So
Yeah, my only thing is, one day they're like, this game is no longer playable. That's why I hate that digital code shit. And I'm like, well,
we were actually talking about that on Reality Based. We had a good part of the show about that very subject.
Yeah, that's why I make fun of these companies. I make fun of them all the time.
It's happened to me before with PlayStation games. Some of their exclusives that were digital back in like 2008, 9. There's a horror game that I used to like to play. I can't even remember the name of it now, but when you try to boot it up, it's like game no longer supported.
Yep.
Even though I bought it on PS3, how can my PS5 not run that?
Exactly.
So,
It's funny that you say that Nintendo used to be good and all that sort of stuff, but you got to remember what they're doing to Power World massively. with all the so-called copyright. But then also you got to remember, Pokemon took all their ideas off of another game beforehand as well, like literally one
Things
for
are going.
one.
At the rate things are going, I could see the day come that it'll be like, we've detected on your social media that you are straight and you are not for Palestine, therefore you cannot play this game.
Something like that.
Yep.
No, I'm gonna have to get my Figaro repack then. God damn.
Mm-hmm. It's crazy, huh?
Repack.
That's why I'm not buying Borderlands 4. That's where I'm gonna take my stand, even though I'm a big fan of the series.
I never played nothing.
You know that's
like Hypno
right?
said earlier. Hypno was like, you know what? I don't want to, but this is my job, and my job is to display
Yeah, but
and play
he's a
games.
streamer.
So,
Yeah, but that's the same as him, Very Dark, and all of them. That's fine, and so-called Smash. But again, if you loved Borderlands 3 for whatever bloody reason, yeah, sure, go buy Borderlands 4. But
Yeah.
hell, if you hated Borderlands 3, like I did, like seriously, that writing and that fucking little teenager on Ripper thing, it was absolutely terrible. And that's why I'm not
mine was
playing any
Borderlands
of
2.
them.
Yeah, and
Sorry,
what I'll
sorry,
do,
sorry.
I'm gonna wait till
my
it's on
take
sale.
on it. My take on it. If you are saying, no, fuck this, what they're doing, you shouldn't buy this, but it's my job and I gotta buy it and play it. No, there will be no shortage of people buying it, playing it. You can always show their shit. You can always learn about it. If you're saying that, I mean, I just can't see that.
Now I know Hypno did put his foot down on a different game and said he would not play some other game. So there's no reason why he couldn't have said that for Borderlands 4 as well. Like I think in some cases, the gamers who play games professionally on stream and stuff like it, them putting their foot down and saying, no, I'm not going to buy Borderlands 4. I'm not going to rent it. I'm not going to involve myself in it is a much bigger stand than going, oh, no, I'm going to play it so people can see how bad it is.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? Like, it definitely would say something if the person who plays to rate games goes, nope, I refuse to even rate your game. That's the whatever.
Yeah.
Yep. But anyway, guys, I gotta head out.
All right, bro.
No worries.
You guys take it easy now.
See you tomorrow, man.
Yeah, more than welcome to come to my channel and post your links if you guys are mods already. So I'm about to see if I could add. I think Noise is on YouTube.
Does that mean I could post some footer?
Yeah.
Unfortunately,
I'm trying to find your ass to put you as a mod on YouTube, Akira. Can't even find you.
He's got that weird name on YouTube.
I know it's like everybody. It's like more than fucking 5 Akira winners. Like what the fuck? Over. 30 to 40.
Isn't your name like not Valkyria winner? Isn't it something else on YouTube, Val?
It's Valkyria winner. I got you
Valkyrie
on there.
Winter, but it's some 4 letters after that or something.
Okay, yeah. I thought it was something else. Yeah.
Anyway, I gotta put shit away. You guys have a great night. I'll catch up with you next Thursday, right, Noise? Or Wednesday?
Thursday.
Man.
All right, thank you for having me on, my brother. All right, you guys have a great night.
See you,
too, man.
You too.
All right.
Bye.
Yeah, it's like,
I'll
I
probably
bought
take
your game.
the lull in conversation.
It's like,
I was gonna say I'll probably take the lull in conversation to head out.
Yeah, man. Yeah.
I was gonna say
no
I'll probably take the chance to pop out too. But thanks for having me on, and I put the link to my Rumble channel in the.
Right. Just want to confirm you're gonna be a regular Thursday, right? You're gonna be a regular Thursday panelist, correct?
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
All right, brother.
Yeah.
Welcome to the fray.
Have a good night,
All right.
Slay.
Bye.
Catch
See you
you,
next
mate.
Thursday.
Bye.
No.
Peace out.
Bye.
You too. Bye.
So what we were talking about is like, I played your game and I rated it 2, and I told people not to buy it, and the companies are like, but you bought it, didn't you?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. And then it's like, and people seen you playing it, didn't they? Well, yeah. Their job's done. I mean, there you go. It's out there.
Win-win for them.
It really is. Like, the only time it's not going to be a win-win is if there's no one actually buying the game. And Concord saw that. So if you think back and remember, do you remember any major streamer playing Concord?
No.
Exactly. Exactly. Think of it like there was actually a couple of streamers paid to play Concord. 4 of them that I know of that were paid on Twitch. Now name one that was paid to do it on YouTube.
I don't follow them. Yeah, so I don't know. Yeah,
I don't know of any, and that's the point. Like they didn't pay any YouTubers to play the game that I know of, and then therefore no one played the game. And
Wow.
it just pointed out that having someone play the game on YouTube is extremely important just to sell a game.
yeah. It would behoove any video game company to shill out to YouTubers because that's basically free audience, and they're gonna you're gonna have a hate streamer, but you're gonna have someone in that stream that's like, well, I kind of like it, and then boom, they have a sale. Yeah,
And we're basically backing up Noise's statement.
I've seen many times that a lot of streamers they'll talk shit about a game for months before it releases, but the moment it releases, they've bought it. They've all acquired it, and they might go, look how bad it is, but they fucking bought it, and a lot of their viewers probably did too.
Yeah.
No. Like you'd be surprised how many people want to own the same game their favorite streamer owns.
Well, it's a lot like hate watching a movie or a TV show or something. They're still getting the views, even though you hate it and review it as such. So they're still making money.
Well, YouTube tries to force you into a niche. Like you got to do this and this and this and this to gain viewers, and if you variate even the slightest bit, you won't get anywhere. Well, that's me. I'm variating like a motherfucker, and I'm like, fuck the rules, and maybe I'm not getting anywhere, but I'm gonna keep it real. I'm not gonna be put in a fucking tube, so to speak.
Yep.
And be like, I must follow all these YouTube rules to gain subs and so on. That's just not me. Never will be me. Even if it means not getting popular, so be it.
Well, I think the more interesting streams cover a lot of different kinds of things each time to keep the conversation going, and you may learn something new. That's what it's all about anyway.
Or you got to be young and black.
Oh, God.
That helps.
Yeah, but Ali, I'll say it like this. What I think Noise is more pointing at is sometimes he plays games, sometimes he has panels, right? Well, YouTube says if you're going to want to keep a gaming audience, don't do panels, only do the games. And if you like for example, Hypno has a gaming stream, he has a panel stream, he has a manga stream, so he has a book stream, like one for everything, right? And that's the YouTube way. While Noise is like literally doing everything on the same block, on the same spot, going, you know what, F it. You guys are going to watch me play game today. Tomorrow, me and Ali going to talk it up with Phoenix.
Well, yeah, right. There's also the sphere that I'm in, my general audience. They like 2 things, video games and titties. And here I am talking politics and paranormal and religion and you name it.
I still watch his gaming streams.
I really dig the whole paranormal talk. I think peppering that in, I think any video gamer that has any bit of intelligence is interested in those sort of things. Not like full blown, but are kind of like, okay, I'll take a nibble, Well,
see, that's the thing. While YouTube forces their streamers into niches, it also forces their viewers because they get hooked on instant gratification and many times always on entertainment.
Right.
So that's why a good many of them, video games and titties, just give me more and more and more, same thing, more and more and more. And they, it's like the dopamine release.
Yes. That's why I fucking hate TikTok, because that's what they're producing is these 10 to 15 second sparks of dopamine release. And I can't stand it. If my daughter's watching YouTube shorts, I'm like, dude, change it. Because every 20 seconds, it's another weirdo trying to be funny. And I'm like, dude, just watch something like for 15 minutes straight. Stop
You
with the
know,
shorts.
for a lot of viewers, you know, they hear that money, 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 and I'm like, God damn, get it out of my head. And a lot of people are like, fuck yeah, I'm gonna give you money now.
Interesting, huh?
I do find it strange. Like I watch side scrollers, and
Yeah.
it's not very often that you hear them mention donations or money or anything. And then today they were like, "Oh, we're this many yellow something away from doing something." And I'm like, "Wait a minute, they're talking about super chats? They
Yeah.
have yellow. They have all their color codes. Is everyone use the same color code on super chat?" And I'm just like, "What the hell?" Like I've never heard these guys ever really talk about
Wow.
money, and
It's
they were.
they have a so that means like a $10 super chat on
Right.
or YouTube and stuff, and that and it's yellow. And
I get what you're
when they
saying,
have
but I was
10, they do a
referring.
thing about
I get
So-
what you're saying, but I was referring to that clip that goes money, money, money.
Oh,
Yeah.
I get okay. I got you now.
And the screaming cowboy, and I mean, all I'm saying here, is this shit is so fucking overused. It's like, you know,
Yeah.
which I try to make my own original clips as often as I can, and yes, they're overused, but why? Because this shit will only let you upload so much, and then you have to delete other stuff. But you know, when these semi-popular streamers all start using the same clips, and you're in the sphere of them, you watch a good many of them, and you hear this for the 200th time in a day. Well, some people, it's a dopamine release. They hear it, and it's like, it's a dopamine release.
Yeah. And then sometimes I get tired of, like, if it's a big stream and I know it's going to happen a lot, I just kind of turn it down. I'm like, all right, this is going to be a lot of the same thing. But they're trying to show that they're trying to give gratification for that someone gave something. But yeah, you're right, Noise. It would be cool to kind of add a little bit more content as far as, all right, every third donation will be, that one thing, but it's not going to be the same thing every time. I don't know how that works. I'm not a content creator, but I know it's possible.
Not yet.
Okay, who wants to be addicted to crack? I'm dead serious. Like I mean crack. Okay, no,
I don't know, man. I've
no.
heard good things about it. I've never tried it, but my friend was like, dude, that shit's dope.
Just
I'm
hear
like-
me out. Hear me out. All right, hear me out. Okay, save up like $200. All right, and go onto YouTube. Go to like one of the biggest streamers you can or whatever, and drop a big old fat dono, and put some crazy thing in the text to make the streamer go, "What the fuck?" of some kind of phrasement, right? Sit there and wait, and then the second they put your thing on stream, go into the chat and talk to people, and just jammer on with the chat while the guy is or the person's reacting to your donation on stream. That is what some people call new age crack. Like there are actual forums on Reddit about this stuff.
Guys,
They're like, "Oh, I'm
Zombie?
giving all my parents' money away to this guy. I just can't get the bigger high than this." It's
Zombie, you're
insane.
absolutely right, man. Like being able to be recognized on a
on a
platform,
big stream, on a big stream,
yes,
something with a lot of
is-
numbers. They get so high on that.
Yeah.
You know, it reminds me of a phenomenon I've noticed. I've been doing this for between a year and a half and 2 years, and spinning my wheels in place for the most part, getting absolutely nowhere. And then I see suddenly a new name pops up on the scene, and they're all the rage, and then I'm going, why? What makes the shit so special? So I'm watching, I'm going, I'm not getting it. It's kind of like you're either the new hotness or you're not. And certain people pick you or they don't. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes. It's
What
just
it is,
something I've noticed.
what it is, I think that a lot of our channels that we watch, they're not for kids. They're not for teenagers. They're for adults. But there are so many fucking flagrant, like, mentally unaware parents
Get
that
it out.
their kids are on their YouTube watching these videos. And that's where we all get people that are like, that's where the weirdos come in. Is that these young kids are stepping in and doing their own thing, and it's like, dude, you're not even like a real fan of this. You're here for a minute because that's what you're interested in, and then you're gone. Kind of like TikTok videos.
Well, in my experience, is usually like, well, I worked hard to get what I got. For my 200,000 subs and my monthly money coming in, and I worked for 6 months before I got any traction.
Dude,
And I'm like,
I think a lot of that is fucking. It's a bunch of fucking high schoolers that are like, dude, check this guy out, and then
Hey.
they'll migrate, stick around, and then move somewhere else. And because of the. Go ahead.
Let me put my 2 cents in. I've been doing this for 17 years. I actually have some good content for this one for you guys because I have had 6 of my friends become millionaires being streamers, and I am still 17 years later the poorest of them all. So you're not wrong there, Roadkill. There are some people that get really big, anonymous accounts that get really big because friends in their college dorms, friends in their high schools are bolstering their accounts. That does happen. But the thing that really makes a difference is noise isn't wrong. Some accounts just hit the algorithm just right at the right time. It's all about timing with some brand new accounts. Because I've been doing this so long, I have seen so many people come out of nowhere and then be like 7 times bigger than I had ever been within a month or within 2 weeks. And I'm like, dude, I've been doing this since I was in high school, like before people even knew what streaming was, and through torrents and shit. And it's like, wait, how do you know it? Like, how you? And it comes down to their timing on certain topics will get them really, really big. But the thing that a lot of streamers rely on, and a lot of them will tell you this too if you get them in enough backroom talks, is wells. You'll get the perfect well commenters. You get the ones that will well you in money. Those are the ones they're working for. Your streamers and stuff like Hypno, for example, he probably won't tell you unless you're in a back room, but he'd be like, yeah, we got certain people like King of the Monsters and this person and that person. Like King of the Monsters is the only one I know for sure that people look at as a well. He is a well in some areas.
Oh, we all know who the whale is. Yeah, there's one guy that I don't really get along with.
You're talking about Mr. Rogue. Mr. Rogue. Mr.
No,
Rogue.
no. The other one. I'm not going to say his name. Fuck that guy.
Okay. All right. But, so wells are a big, huge thing in every gig community. Every gig economy, once you get wells, you have 1 or 2 wells.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry a whole lot because that well will spread you through word of mouth, because that well will go on other places and comment your name onto other accounts.
Yes.
And that's the secret sauce. Once you have a well telling people to watch you on other accounts, or they go to like Asmongold and they're a well also on Asmongold saying, yeah, here's me beating my American meat. Oof, oof, oof. Now go watch Noise on Rumble. Show me on your stream. Like, those are the kinds of things that's happening. Now, there are some people where they wait for that to naturally happen, which can take forever. And I actually have seen thousands of services in the torrent. There's the Onion, tons of different services where you can purchase one of these wells for way less money than you'd expect. So basically, you would give them the money they donate plus a percentage. So like the more money you want them to donate on your stream, the more you got to give them, and then you give them a percentage for their time. So say you want them to donate on your stream and 2 other streams. You got to give them all of that donation money, okay, plus a percentage. And then they will do this for you. They'll use their known wealth and name status in the system as a commenter to comment your information on other streams to get you known. And that is a debt. I have been in Discord rooms for years and years and years as a fly on the wall, being told some of these high-end secrets by some of these high-end guys where they're like, yeah, we took 1/3 of our revenue from YouTube and we put it into YouTube commenters and Twitch commenters where we paid Wells to come in and say our names on other places while we were live at specific times.
Wow.
I'm sure they would come back to us. And like all these tiny little things where it's like, bro, like they will put each other in their ads and their thumbnails and stuff, kind of like that thing Ryan does. That is a huge trick technique. Putting everyone in your thumbnails, so anybody who might see them in the thumbnail, they might also, they might search that name, and then they might, anytime they see that person going live, they might come back to Ryan.
Yes.
Like anytime Noise goes live, people go back and they look at Ryan's channel because Noise is on Ryan's channel so much. For example, anytime Ryan goes live, I go back and I look at Toasty's channel, and I go back and look at Smash's channel, because that's, I got them from him. And that's like a natural progression of people's minds. And so you just got to actually, what they call cold invest into marketing into your channel. And that's the sad part about it. I used to use free Facebook ads to market my Facebook live streams. And I used to get thousands of people to watch me code into a tiny little computer to force it to just generate mining numbers and generate numbers out of thin air for Monero. I used to fake mine Monero and fake make Monero live. And people wanted to watch this. They didn't want to watch it because of what I was doing, but because Facebook was giving me free ads for doing these live streams, I was advertising the live stream while I was live. And those people would see it across their Facebook. They click the button, they jump in, they'd be into the conversation, they'd see the numbers go up, and they don't know what's going on. And then they'd just be like, what the hell's going on? And it'd be a big thing. And then people jump in, and the whole live stream would just be people catching up on what's going on by other commenters commenting and bringing in that natural conversation to it. And that's one of the things I think everyone forgot about Lilith. The algorithm looks at comment numbers. We all need to start commenting more in live streams we're in. I'm really bad about not having the chat up, but like when I come into this one, I purposely bring up the Rumble because I can do the pop-out chat and not have to run the video and everything else. And I do that for you guys because I understand the importance of it. Just I now that we don't have all the comments that we normally have, it kind of hit me halfway through the stream. Holy crap! No wonder there's not a whole lot of new people coming in, and not a whole lot of people being notified. We're not commenting as often. It doesn't seem as active, even though the I would say the video content's way more active than usual.
Well, yeah, you know how many people I've had visit my channel and be like, why aren't you big time? This shit's great. And I'm like, yeah, ask YouTube that.
Oh, Noise, send me that DM whenever you can. I know there's an app that allows you to do that address thing where I can send it to you still, so you can just like cash it out immediately. I don't know the name of the app, but I know there is one with a card in America.
Yeah,
it's like Cash App or something.
I don't have Bitcoin.
Because I want to donate to you, Rosa. It's just I don't have any way to send like fiat. So if you have a way to, I can send it to a exchange address, or because like if you have a Cash App or you know somebody has a Cash App, we're willing to send it to it so you can cash it out immediately.
Cash App would work.
Yeah,
that's the best way to do it, man.
There.
Yeah, Cash App or Venmo.
Yeah, I may have a Cash App. I'll have to look into it.
Thank you, bro. So because
I gotta change. I deleted mine because I gotta change my name. Because I sent one to Dan one day, and I was like, "Oh fuck, there's my whole name."
Yeah, but I got in a lot of trouble when I was younger, and I'm not legally allowed to have a bank account.
Oh, okay.
So like I like have a way that I get my government checks, but I have to report every spending I do on there, and I'm not allowed to do donations to places.
What?
Yeah, it's heavily regulated because of Biden. I've been crossing my fingers and hoping that Trump reverses some of those stuff, because Biden has this like regime type thing on like my disability checks.
That's fucked.
Well, I did sue the government. I took the government to court. Like we went to court 3 times to get my disability. Like we were not standing down. I was like, fuck this.
That's what I've heard. You have to keep going back. Yeah.
Yeah. And so my biggest problem is like all my records got burned down in 2004 when I got kicked out of the military. And so they were like, "Oh, well, we don't have proof of like anything." I was like, "Yeah, I know. No one has proof of anything. Oklahoma burned everything down. The
Yeah,
federal
dude.
government burned everything down."
It took me 10 years to get mine. I feel you, brother. Like, because they were like, all you have is a skeleton record, and I was like, the fuck is that?
Yeah,
They're like,
yeah,
well,
yeah,
it,
exactly.
it's kind of like just a tiny breakdown of what happened to you.
What they sent you home with, that type stuff, right?
Yep.
Another thing that happened when I first started making videos is mods from different streams. They started reposting my stuff, and I was like, hell yeah, this is great. But then they just dropped off reposting it entirely, and I'm taking it because they didn't see my channel but be picked as a favorite or by the algorithm or whatever the case may be and take off. They're like, okay, fuck this, we're not reposting anymore.
You got to kiss
I
their
don't
ass.
know.
You got to kiss their ass after they do it. Like, as sad as it is, when you see someone repost your stream on anything, kiss their ass, comment, kiss like some kind of brown nose crap, comment a really funny GIF or something, because that's what they want from you. Is they want interaction back. That's all they're really looking for. But dead serious, I was doing that with Ryan a little bit, like twice. I kind of kissed his ass a little bit, and then last time I saw him on stream and we were talking, he actually should have told me that he has not brought me back on because I haven't been kissing his ass.
Wow.
Well, I've never been
that's
good
the thing,
at
man. Yeah,
ass
I've
kissing.
noticed that.
Me neither. I'm not good at it either. But there's a lot of the big famous streamers and stuff, a lot of big famous YouTubers. That's one of the they love having their ego stroked. It makes them feel good, and
yes,
the better they feel, the more they'll do. The more nice.
This is why I'm not a streamer, because fuck all that shit. Fuck everyone else.
I'm a punk, bro. I'll stream and be cursing the whole way through. I've had so many YouTube video streams where, like, as soon as the stream is over, the video is gone. YouTube's like, nope, not doing that.
I know I suck at this streaming thing and the community thing because I'm not used to all these niceties. I'm kind of blunt, and I speak my mind, I speak my feelings, and that's a big no. It pisses off a lot of people, and I'm like, I'm actually trying to be nice here. It's just I've never been good at it.
Right.
Well, I would recommend advertisements.
Hey man, you live and learn. We grow from this. It's one day. Noise, could we see you in a fucking suit and tie doing
No.
doing
No.
game breakdowns?
I don't see him in a suit or a tie.
No, imagine him in like a suit and tie, but the tie is undone and the suit's like halfway open, and he's in front of a podium with his hair all greased down, and he's like yelling at the mic in some kind of French German accent thing, telling everybody, "What is this? Bring it down."
You like that? What was his name? Sun Grand or some bullshit that what I'm referring to? I seen this shit, and at first I thought it was like AI. He was staying so still and talk so monotone, and it's like, oh fuck, that's not AI. And then the fucker went insane, kind of.
Yeah.
Well, I'm gonna head out, everybody. It's been fun. Thanks for having me on the stream.
It's nice.
Absolutely.
No worries. Take care.
Have a good night, Al.
Bye. Yeah, that's a good point. It's like midnight where I'm at too. So I'm gonna go ahead and run off too, everybody. Thank you for having me. I got a stream in the morning. So enjoy.
All right, man.
Catch you, man, Joseph.
Bye.
Okay, so this was brought up as a topic, so I'll get to it real quick. 1.4 million worth of Switch 2 consoles stolen from semi-truck. 2,800 consoles were en route from Nintendo of America headquarters to a GameStop store in Texas. I don't myself. Of course, Nintendo's gonna be successful. Of course, successful, but I don't understand. The Switch 2 isn't much more than the Switch 1 was. Actually, I would say it's less with the not actual games and the way they're locking people out of being online and everything else like that.
Yeah. I mean,
yeah, it's a decent hardware upgrade as far as screen size. Their new technology with the Joy-Cons, but the screen sucks. the fucking the actual running hardware that runs games is like at best just a little bit better, and it's man, it's one of those like, let's make this to make something better because people are going to
Well,
buy it.
then, well, I get it. You said you want to get it. What's the point? You said that the
Well,
screen sucks and all
because
that
I'm a
sort of stuff.
collector. I'm a collector, and I see new things.
That's
Dude,
just wasting money.
I own a Wii U. Everyone hates the Wii U. No one bought it, but that's where I'm at. That's the type of person I am.
Well,
I'm very
you got
involved
to think
with
about
the
like
hardware.
this. The earlier conversations we were having about the people that complain about a game and then they were like, it's my job to buy it and play it. It's not that different from that scenario.
No, and that's why I'm not like sitting on a payment for it or running out and buying one. Not now, because I'm a little bit more older and wiser. Whereas when the Wii U came out, I was a little bit more impulsive, and I went and got it. Do I like the Wii U? Yes. Do I still have it in mint condition? Yes. At the same time, I see what Nintendo's been doing for years, and I'm just kind of like, fuck that. It's kind of like going out and buying the PS5 Pro. Like, really? Just stand by, dude. Just wait for the next thing. Are you gonna just keep throwing money away?
Well,
I don't know.
The line between consoles and PCs are getting thinner and thinner, and you have way less restrictions on a PC.
Yes, that's why I went PC over console, because I finally manned up and I was like, dude, you can do so much more on a PC. I'm like, fuck this console shit.
Well, you know, a console essentially is a PC only locked down and makes you go through portal services to do what you got to do, which charge you extra money, and you know, it's just more hassle at this point.
Yes.
Yeah, that's why I like the Steam Deck. You got mode where it's like a console, or you can just go into desktop mode.
That's exactly, dude. Like everyone's like, Switch 2, and like John and I were talking the other night. We're like, dude, we're just gonna wait a couple years for the Steam Deck to step up, because the next Steam Deck is going to be well worth whatever it is to have.
Not, you know,
and dude,
this
is coming from a handheld PC gamer. You know, I
they're
own
making
the 3 big ones, and I'm telling you, that's the way to go, man. And they're just kind of fucking around right now.
Not only that, but they're making the Steam OS available for other handhelds. So there's going to be a wide variety. You know, if somebody makes the next greatest handheld, and it might come with Steam OS, or you could put it on either one.
Yep.
I mean, I'm a big open source advocate.
My my Windows handheld, my Lenovo Go, Legion Go, is I have it set to when I turn it on, I log in, and then boom, I see the desktop, and then big picture mode pops up. So it's a Windows-based Steam Deck, basically. But when I need to do something else, I have a Windows PC in my hand, which is nice. It's a little bit easier to do because I'm just used to Windows rather than Linux. But
Windows will give you a certain convenience, but it also will be spyware, adware, and everything else. Whereas Linux has less overhead. It's gonna run lighter, and the games are gonna run better, and it's open source, and it's not gonna spy on you so much, and it's not gonna have any adware. So you know, it's more of a
I didn't have to gut my my Steam Deck. But when I get these handheld PCs, like say the Ally or the Legion Go, I mean, just like a computer, you got to go in and go delete, uninstall, because you got to cut that shit out, because that shit will be running in the background, fucking everything up.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Yeah, and the very next update is gonna reinstall all that stuff.
Yeah.
Well, definitely not fucking Teams or the cloud. I'm like, get the fuck out of here, dude. And then set up all your startup apps so that nothing else starts up. And I don't run like McAfee or all that gay shit. I fucking Windows Defender, that's enough. I don't visit weird fucking sites. So all I do is just game on it. You know, rather, you know, it's just
that is another thing, you know, on a Linux based system, you don't have to worry near as much. I mean, yeah, it can happen, but not near as likely to get hacked or viruses and all that.
Yep.
Yeah, after playing so much on the Steam Deck, I don't think I could go back to Windows. It's just a lot better.
It's cool, man. I fucking love it. I'm like, dude, why they've created a corner on the market, and I'm hands down a big fan. Even though I'd say, even though it says I've been a Steam member since like 2012 or whatever, I never really fucked around with it, and it's only been the last few years where I've really dove into PC gaming, thanks to my handheld PCs, because I've never had like a big, monitor, a box, a keyboard, mouse. I never had that. Like I was always like gaming laptop, or handheld, or console. That's it. So
Well, I've got Windows PCs and I have Linux PCs, and most people are like, "Oh no, I need this program on Windows. I can only use Windows." They're psyching themselves out of the experience. It's really a psych thing. I most definitely prefer Linux any day.
Me too.
yeah, it just, and what freaks people out, man, noise, as all of us know, it takes someone to do some homework on it, and everyone just wants it there now, go. But with Linux, you have to learn, and that's where people are like, "Ooh, it's weird."
Okay, when you go into Linux, you're gonna read a lot of things that be like, "Do this in the command line." That's
Right.
not really a thing anymore. I mean, everything is through a graphical user interface. It's less learning than it's ever been. I mean, it depends on the distribution you choose, but you can put in the right distribution for you, and then go, something, I've not had to configure anything. I've not had to do anything. This has been just smooth as running as a fucking dream, and I would never get this on Windows. There's times you're going like, oh fuck, I need to learn this and this and this, and then there's times it's like, this is the smoothest experience I've ever had.
Yep.
So it's kind of hit and miss. It really depends on the right distribution for you.
I just play games. That's pretty much it.
I play games. I'm not a hardcore gamer, but I'm a gamer, and I've almost never ran into a game that wouldn't run on Linux, but for that matter, better on Linux. You know, it's Phoenix there.
Yeah, they run a lot better on Linux than they do on Windows.
That's why everyone gets like mad at me when I'm like, they're like, which microchip should I get? Should I get the Intel or the AMD? And I'm like, dude, go AMD. Fuck Intel. Like, Intel is very optimized for a lot of different things, but if you're looking at gaming,
But if Linux isn't for you, or if you tried multiple times and it still isn't for you, then it just isn't. But just speaking for myself, it's so much greater.
Yeah.
The Steam Deck's already out of the box. You just get it, log into your Steam account, and play your Steam games.
Dude, mine's fucked up, but I love the Steam Deck, dude. And what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna try to reset it the best I can, because I have to log in with like an actual mouse because the controls are fucked, and try to reset it. If it doesn't work, I'm gonna sell it. But yeah, dude, the Steam Deck OLED is probably my next, like, gonna be my daily thing.
So you're gonna be playing.
I love my Legion Go and Ally, but I'm gonna sell those. Steam Deck is where it's at.
I'll go to play a game on Windows, and it's like it launches a fucking web page and a launcher and some ads, and then I got like, oh, you gotta sign in here before you can get to here, and then you gotta do this.
Yep.
And I play that same fucking game on Linux, and it just comes up, it's running, tough fucking dog.
What type of games do you play that has all that sort of stuff?
I couldn't tell you specifically, but
what is it? Who makes CD Projekt Red? They like to pop up their store before you can join the game.
No, yeah, that's like a few other
and a lot of games. A lot of EA games want to like install a bunch of extra shit and try to show you this launcher and all this other kind of bullshit.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. So I understand. Okay, now I get what you mean. Yep, no worries.
Yeah, and also don't be fooled. Steam Deck doesn't just run Steam games; it runs any games.
Yeah.
They have to be optimized, which is interesting because yeah, you'll go to the Steam store and it'll say, deck, Steam Deck ready. And then if you go to their actual page, there's a lot of games that aren't optimized for it. And you just got to play
Well,
around with it.
I'm actually almost thinking of getting
what
one.
that usually means is the text is small on a Steam Deck screen.
Right.
If you're playing it on a PC or if you got it in a dock, then there's no issue at all. Many times it'll be like, this is not ready, and you download it and you launch it and you're going, why the fuck not? I mean,
Yeah,
usually
dude, I downloaded
you know-
Silent Hill Homecoming, and I can't play it on the Steam Deck. It's unplayable. I can turn around and maybe walk, but none of the buttons work. It's the strangest thing. And there's other games like that fuck me, where I was like, okay, so controller support, go. And then I look at, why it's not compatible with Steam Deck, and they're like, hey, some images may be smaller. You may need to pull up your keypad to write things in. I'm like, okay, I'm down. But then when I actually download the game and go into it, I can't even fucking play the thing.
I haven't ran into a game that did like that.
Oh man, there's a couple of ones. And really what they are is they're just very hardcore mouse and keyboard games that say, oh, we have partial controller support, and I'm like, okay, let me try it because it's
You had
cheap.
an issue with
But,
Space
yeah.
Marine 2, didn't you?
Yes, that's where I
Yeah.
had to look up a YouTube video.
I've also
because of my
had the
specific
issue.
device. Yeah.
I've had the issue where I'd play a game on Windows and either it wouldn't run at all or it would crash frequently, and I play the same fucking game on Linux and it's smooth as butter.
Oh wow.
Oh, you can ask Phoenix there. He's at, he plays the shit out of it more than I do.
Yeah, Linux is a lot less bogged down. So yeah, a lot of
It
things
is.
are a lot smoother.
It's clean out of the box, man. Like there's no bullshit. Like
Yeah, see, I was actually thinking of just getting a Steam Deck or something like that.
That's it, man. That's the way to go, brother.
Yeah, but I won't be playing it like you guys will be only when my
Right.
PC is fucked.
But by
Oh.
today's standards, the Steam Deck is underpowered by today's standards. So
It
you
is.
got to keep that in mind.
But
But I don't
the
really
only
like the
thing that's
controller thing on it, so I'll be like playing something like Total War instead, things like that where I don't have to worry about the whole like Space Marine 2 I wouldn't be playing on it.
Yeah. But the thing is, noise with that is that the Steam, the software community is much like Nintendo. Like what they do is they create their own controls to fit that game, so you don't have to like wiggle around with it. And it's that's a cool thing.
Yeah.
Whereas it's optimized for Steam, so
Yeah.
that's where they went right. Is that they're not just like, hey, here's a thing you can play games on, and then you have to figure everything out. They actually have a department of people that are compartmentalizing and like optimizing these games to just go Steam mode. Like I've seen that in a couple game settings where it's like Steam Deck compatibility. You click that, boom, you're running at 720. Yeah, it's not 1080 or 2440, but it runs smooth as shit.
Well, if you put it in a dock, you can run it at a higher resolution.
Yeah, I
Of
have the
course,
dock. I just don't
yeah.
have a monitor. Yeah, I have the dock though. I have the official dock.
But you can hook it on into a TV too.
Yes. Yeah.
I'm actually using a small TV as a monitor right now.
Depending on the dock, you can even put it in multiple monitors, but you have to have the right dock. I've tried that and it wouldn't fucking support it. You have to have one that most definitely supports it.
Mm-hmm. And I need a heavier wattage charger. I need 100 watt if I want to actually set everything up, because once you plug in like your basic, I think it's 45 or 65 that comes with it, it'll power your device. But once you start plugging things in, it starts, take it away from the power.
Yeah. I always have a self-powered USB hub, meaning it doesn't draw the power directly from the device.
Nice. Nice.
Well, Roku, you just need to get it so you can actually play Conan Exile as well with us.
Dude, yeah.
That's a pretty fun game.
Dude, I know for a fact my Go can play that. I just need to get the game. Yeah.
Yes, the internet can play it too. I played it on mine.
Nice.
Which game is that?
Conan Exiles.
Oh yeah, we'll play that easily.
Yeah, I just love that. I can't say some words about it, but because of YouTube, but no, it's good fun.
I'll admit I
It's
slept
just
on that one.
Yes, and easy, nice. Just build around all that sort of stuff, and then get your, I'm gonna say, friends with you, NPC friends.
There we go.
Yeah, but even with your mates, it's still pretty good.
You know what I haven't seen? I mean, I could easily look it up, but recently everyone that we know that's been playing it is doing like a lot of building and using mods. But I haven't seen the actual like story combat gameplay. That's what I haven't seen for the game. So I don't know what to expect, but I see
What
that
do you
there's
mean?
a fun community.
What do you mean by story-based stuff?
Where you're. I haven't seen any combat in the game. I haven't looked it up, so I don't know. What the. Is there any running around and beating shit up?
Oh yeah.
I'm sure there is. I just haven't. I'll be right back.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now it falls dead silent in
Yeah. Yeah, this time I was trying to stay awake.
Go to bed, mate. Don't do a Roku. Don't pass out.
I'm not used to staying up this late anymore.
Okay, so I'm gonna bring up a short article here. So the vice president, VP Vance's Blue Sky account banned 15 minutes after joining, then restored. Enjoy the mostly peaceful comments. So that he had a lot of hateful comments, obviously. Now this is supposed to be competing against X, right? But clearly, if you have somebody right-leaning join it, they're gonna kick them, ban them immediately, even if they're the vice president. Just set up my page on Blue Sky. Hope to see you guys there.
Blue Sky's just the.
So 15 minutes in or 20 minutes, they banned his account just like that quick. So so fake or real blocked and reported. So they didn't care if he was really the vice president. They only want their kind there, period. Now, how are you going to have something successful as Twitter was when you reject essentially half of America in the least, or possibly the world,
Yeah.
Well,
So,
that's
yeah.
the thing.
Yeah.
You can't just have one ideal, echo chamber pretty much, and that's it, because you don't actually have decent conversations, debates, like an actual proper debate, not like yelling at each other and shit like that. That's why you need everyone, people with different ideas, so you can actually talk about things.
I mean, it's most definitely a leftist echo chamber, and it's an American company that kicked out the vice president of America. Imagine that. Here's some of the comments. Fuck you, you piece of shit. Get off our platform. Get lost, Nazi. Cool. You're wrong. You are a liar. You are not with God. You are the devil incarnate and must be removed from power. Thanks for playing the game. You're out. No cult members allowed. Haha,
Yep.
You're a reply
That's
guy
actually
here
pretty
as well.
funny, considering that the Democrats are the ones who actually started or helped produce the KKK in America. They're the ones who had all the slavery stuff as well, completely.
Yes.
And that's why it makes. That's why I laugh at this, because this is an outsider looking into America, and I think it's absolutely retarded.
Yeah,
It shows that a lot of people don't understand history. Sorry,
And they
nice.
say to him, I pray you get cancer every day. I think you're a boring psychopath, and the fact you created an account here to do a bit of trolling is embarrassing. This is misinformation. Virtually every major medical association supports gender affirming care, no matter which bought off right wing justice tries to suggest otherwise. Rightist ideology is a threat to science. So they're trying to become the mainstream platform, the platform like Twitter was for so many years. But they're going to kick off the vice president in 15 minutes time after throwing a slurry of hate at him.
That's the way
It's all, man.
That's the way they are. It's. But then but you can say the same thing with like the far right as well.
Absolutely.
Some-
I mean, what's it
half
called?
of
Like
them
Truth
are-
Social and all that. Like, dude, if
Mhm.
they smell a Democrat, they would shoot at them. Or liberal.
Well, it's not like he came on the platform just spewing hate at them. He came on and he's like, hey, I was told this is the place to go. And, I'm here to have essentially civil discourse. And bam, hate.
A couple of nerds
just
look
like
them
that.
up. Yeah, and fucking fuck them up. Yeah. I mean, those fucking keyboard fucking jockeys. Yeah.
How do they expect to have a successful business and corporation trying to compete with X, Twitter, and their mods or what have you is going to ban the vice president? This is ridiculous.
Yeah.
That's the way they are. That's it's stupid.
Yeah. Okay, you look at it like this. There are many Democrats who have X/Twitter accounts. They are not banned from it. They may get hate, but they are not banned. He comes on here, immediately gets hate and banned, like bam, like that quick. So, yeah, I mean, it's a ridiculous notion to think that they're trying to become the biggest social media out there, and they're kind of already claiming they are. And they're going to act like children.
I mean, most of them mentally are.
Yeah.
Mentally. I mean, look at me. I'm 40 and I still feel like I'm 21. And there's a lot of people out there that are in the same way. But at 21, I wasn't in that mindset. So you got kids from 18, even less, to their 80s that are still mentally in this ideal of, oh, that's him. If that's what they think, ban him. And dude, what they've done is they backed themselves into a corner, and they are now known as that corner. And shame on them. Shame on that
that's
platform.
The disturbing part. We have a radicalized youth, yet it is the youth running some of the most important things in the world. Some of them, in the least.
Well, I mean, that dude, the Democrats, we all know. I mean, both sides know that the future is with the youth. So let's all try to figure a way to, figure them out. And that's what's happening. But right now, there's such a massive divide. It's hard for anyone to just go, this is me, this is you. It's all, this is me, fuck you.
I suppose it would be like putting Mikey in charge of X, and he would go down the line of Democrats, ban. But the people,
I don't think he would just be doing that on.
I don't think he'd be that harsh. I think he'd be a little bit more like legitimate. But at the same time,
maybe
yeah,
so.
It's like putting, it's like putting Trump in charge of a Blue Sky. Like he would just set the whole thing on fire and be like, "Fuck you guys, you don't like me." Whereas we need people with a little bit more open mindsets.
Yeah, the people running it, moderating it, and running it should be neutral. They should be even-tempered, and they shouldn't be fucking teeny boppers like in the early 20s or what have you, because they are the most radicalized.
They are. They're very malleable mentally. So it's. You need to have a little bit of life experience in you. And there are young people that are old spirits. Don't get me wrong. I mean, look at Ryan, who, at his age, I don't believe outside of his very small IRL group, he could make many friends with who he is stepping into a new world. because they'd be like, "What? Like we're the same age, and that's what you think?" And so, it's one of those things that's, you know, I don't know. Maybe something's in the water.
Yeah, you know, I had to grow up before my time because I had kids at a real young age, and I was always deep in some kind of shit that I didn't necessarily bring onto myself. I've had a very drama-filled life that, you know, and I avoid it like the fucking plague now, of course, because I've learned what to avoid. But yeah, these radicalizing the youth can never be a good idea because they're going to keep many of those notions when they're older, and they're going to pass them on, and they're going to be in charge of things.
And what's cool about my system with my kids is, regardless of what I hear them say based on like school or their friends, I always correct them and try to give them a more center line. Like, don't live black or white, live in the gray. You know, where, you know, you find your own way. Because I do have a brother-in-law that tells his son on a couple occasions, not many, but a couple occasions, I caught him telling him, it's okay. You know, if you want to marry a boy, that's fine. And dude, guys, listen to me. The kid was 5 years old. And I was like, what the fuck are you saying, dude?
If I think it was.
Why are you talking about who the fuck to marry to a 5-year-old?
Yeah, 5-year-old, no. It's not like if you're like 16 or 18, yeah, sure, no worries.
Exactly, dude.
know,
Yeah,
but
dude. If you're a teenager
not-
and you're like, Dad, I kind of like this person. What's going on? Okay, let's go. But, dude, if you're a boy or a girl, I'm going to point you in the old-fashioned way. Like, if you're a girl, you should like boys. If you're a boy, like girls. I don't know. Call me a fucking bigot, racist piece of shit. But I feel that give them a baseline. And yeah, dude, if they grow up and they figure out something else, good for them. You know, whatever. I don't give a shit. But
I've
dude,
noticed
this guy that tells his son, you know, you can kiss or marry whoever you want. And I'm just like, dude, that kid can't even fucking get himself out of a fucking car. And you're talking about fucking relationships. What the fuck?
I've noticed a trend amongst the LGBTQ blah 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 community, and that is more and more and more of them are being found out to be PDF files, and it's a correlation that can't be ignored any longer for how prevalent it's become.
Yeah.
And you know, I gotta wonder if you know, a lot of them were messed with when they were kids, and therefore they carry on the damage. But I'm wondering if there's a correlation between whatever's making people more so that way these days, and them that brings them further into perversion.
Yes. Yeah. It's too much. It's too mainstream, and a lot of parents are taking it to the extreme. Like a lot of where I live, a lot of libs, a lot of hardcore left, and I see it all the time. And I'm like, dude, like none of this has to do with their upbringing. What you're doing is you're staring at Instagram, TikTok, Facebook, and whatever else. You're staring at these things and you're getting indoctrinated yourself as an adult. Shame on you. Number two, you're doing it to your kids because you think it's the proper thing to do.
It's even to the point now where a good many of them are openly promoting maps, minor attracted people.
Huh. What does that mean? That's new to me. What is that?
PDF file, essentially. They're saying it's okay to like minors is what they're saying, and there's the maps or the acronym for the people who like minors. Okay, go surf around on Blue Sky for a day. You're gonna run into it about 100 times.
That's why I date and marry up, because I'm like, until you're at least a 30-year-old, you don't really know what you want. Yeah, you can fuck around when you're 20. We'll go fuck around and find out. But until you're like in your 30s or above, that's where it's like everyone's kind of like cooled out mentally, and they're like, "This is what I want." And yeah, I just the idea of that old school, like, what is it? That fucking Dark Ages, basically, where you can lay claim to a 13-year-old girl or a 13-year-old boy for that matter, and go, "I'm going to marry this person, and this is mine." Like,
That's
no,
not just the Dark Ages, dude. That's literally in the Middle East.
what's that? Middle Ages. Okay.
No, I'm saying that doesn't just happen back then. That's happening still then with a certain religion.
You're right. I think what I'm thinking more of is probably the last thing I read about it was during that time frame. But yeah, the whole, no, dude, no. Even 18. I mean, yeah, you can hit on a girl that's 18 if you're an adult. Sure. I mean, I guess
But
that's the law.
they're not
But dude,
mentally
are
mature.
you exactly, dude? If you're below 25, I want nothing to do with you because you're fucking either out of control, or you're going to get distracted by social media, or you're
I would
just not
further
there
that.
yet, man.
I would further that by saying that the mass majority of women out there have been so brainwashed by feminism that they're always special. They're the special one, and they deserve everything, and they're the victim of the world, and they're so much better than men that getting a woman not that way is like a rare unicorn.
Right. It's hard. And dude, I'll tell you this, Noise and panel and chat. I knew a woman, she is 15, 16 years older than me. I met her when I was younger. She was a caseworker, social worker for like troubled teens. She got into, I don't know if she groomed him, but I think she did, because this bitch is smart, dude. She's smart as fuck. Like, there's no way I could combat her verbally or with any sort of like she's just smart. And she, we sit at the bar and she talk about this one kid, this one 16-year-old black kid that she took home, and they would have like crazy sex. And back then I was like, I think I was 19, 20. I was like, whoa, dude, that's fucking nuts. And then now that I'm older, I'm like, what a fucking predator. That bitch was a fucking predator, dude.
Oh yeah, definitely.
I was like, dude, you were supposed to be his counselor, and you fished him to your house, had sex with this kid for like months. Now, what I know is that this person now lives out of their car, is house to house, staying with her dad, and has no way of getting back in the system. What she didn't tell me is what I believe is that she got found out and someone reported her, and she's not allowed to work in the system anymore. But at the beginning, it sounded fun and cool, and I was like, no way, dude, I'd love to bang an older chick. But as being the older partner in that sort of thing, especially if you're a mental health professional trying to help troubled kids, what the fuck is wrong with you, man? So the female predators are just as gross as the guys.
Yeah, that story you just told made me realize something. I have a relative that groomed a lot of young boys, and it never fully clicked on to me, till just now. Not fully, right? I knew it in the back of my head, but it never clicked that that's what she was doing. But every time I'd have a friend, she would like get closer and closer and closer to them till she was like supporting them and had them living with her. And then she was like mad at me because they were my friend and like would push me away and to have them all to herself. And then before you knew it, they had some kind of weird ass relationship going, and then they would get away, they would take off, and then she'd start on a new one. And I kind of knew it in the back of my head, but it never really clicked to me till you just told that story. I have a family member that did a lot of that.
I'll tell you what, bouncing off of that, if anyone's listening, I mean, we're talking about a little bit of trauma stuff. This wasn't like crazy trauma or anything, but my best friend in middle school and high school, he had a way older sister. She would buy us cigarettes, and one night, everyone was gaming, and she was like, "Hey, I want to talk to you. Come here." And I was like, "What?" like, dude, I said her name, and I was like, dude, you don't fucking even notice me. What do you want? And she wanted to sit me down in her room and talk about like sex stuff, and I was like, what is this? And so it's one of those things where I've lived through it, and I'm scared to death for my kids, because you never know who's going to be that fucking creep. Because one minute they don't even fucking give a shit about you. Next minute their head, a chemical imbalance happens, and they're like, hey, what are you into? Wait a minute, what? But yeah, dude, I mean, it was very, looking back, it's disturbing. At that time I was like, whoa, this is awesome. But looking back, I'm like, dude, that was fucked up, man.
When
Like,
an older
you took something. She didn't take anything from me physically. She took a little bit of piece of me that she needed for herself. And I was like,
it's not
and yeah,
it's not unlike when a creepy old man goes like, here, want some candy? Except with an older woman, they may tell you you're special. They may bring you into their house and treat you like a king.
yeah,
and
yeah, yeah.
they may,
Dude,
have these long talks
she
with you.
tried to like offer knowledge about, do you want to see it? What should I do? And I'm like,
See, I
dude,
know
I'm
this
15. I
because
don't
of
fucking know.
I know this because of a family member that did a lot of this, and like I said, I kind of knew it in the back of my head, but it never fully clicked. And yeah, that's exactly what she was doing. I watched her do it to several people. She would make them fully dependent on her and have these long special talks, and eventually they'd be in some kind of weird ass relationship that was partly hush hush.
Yeah.
And then they'd eventually take off. But when they would take off, they would have to kind of sneak out and take off real fucking quick. Like,
That's exactly what happened to that my friend I told you about, that older girl and the kid. That's what happened. The dude just like dipped and never talked to her again. And to this day, giving the time frame, I'm pretty sure he's looking back and going, hopefully he's realizing that he got fucking manipulated. But at the same time, you never know. Some people will just stay fucked up their whole lives and don't learn.
and she would particularly take in the ones that had troubled homes or was living place to place.
Yep.
There were easy targets, I suppose.
Dude, you took the words out of my mouth. Easy targets. Yep. Where's that dog at? Is that Val?
I think he's complaining because I haven't spent any time with him.
Yeah.
So Phoenix, who's grooming you?
Nobody.
This guy named Gary down the street. He's pretty cool. He gives me popsicles and stuff.
He's got a beard and he talks like this.
And he's
And
always
every
got
time when I'm
peanut
around,
butter.
he calls me Bubba.
Always got jars and jars of peanut butter.
Yeah, but the trick is I'm gonna lock him in my dungeon. So
wait, you're gonna what?
Throw those motherfuckers in a hot box out in the desert.
Well, I think it's about time to wrap up the show.
Yeah, man.
me
Yeah, let's
too.
do it.
Falling asleep over here.
I'm gonna fuck off for a few hours. I'm still awake, but yeah, let's roll.
Okay, has anybody got anything to promote?
Yeah.
Fudo.
None of us stream. So no, I mean, if anyone wants to follow me on Rumble, same name, roadkill _101. But I'm looking at the panel and I'm like, I think Noise, you're the only one that has any like skin in the game.
Hey Phoenix, I don't think that link is the right link.
Oh. Well,
yeah. Remember your link as well, roadkill.
I don't know how to do that on mobile. If I had a computer, I could easily.
I don't got my glasses on, so it's a little hard for me to see, but I think this is the right link now. Okay.
Yeah, that'll work.
Yeah, I got a few AI songs on there. Just something to do.
Sorry about that.
Okay, any more promotions?
If anyone has any sort of, requirement, need, or the fetish for futa, I would highly recommend Valkyria Winter. They can help you out. I believe his prices are pretty cheap, and Phoenix can, also, agree that he offers some of the best futa on the internet. Say something, Phoenix.
Yeah, if you're into that kind of thing, talk to Valkyria.
Hey, Roadkill, when you start doing your own streaming, you still gonna make time to be on the show?
Absolutely, dude. I don't got shit going on. I
Okay.
told Val, I think I told Val and John, I'm gonna start off with like 1, maybe 2 days a week, just testing, all testing.
When you get there.
Exactly.
Okay, I'll say for any viewers that we might still have, when you're surfing around, you're going, well, we got 3-4 different people live, and I don't know who to watch. You've got to remember this skinny crack horse.
Me! Choose me! Love me!
I'm telling you, the girl's got potential. The girl's got potential. I mean, if you're that nuts and you start twerking in the middle of the rain, okay, come on in. I'll feed you. But you got to bulk up a little bit.
A little.
Okay.
A lot.
Okay, so everybody out there keep bringing the noise because all of us and the rest of the panel is no longer here. Sure as fuck will.
Yeah.
Ooh-wee.
Woo. Okay, we're
You say
bye
ooh-wee.
everyone.
Bye.
We're out.
Goodbye.
Be forewarned, ye devils. Don't talk shit about me, or you shall be struck down into non-existence.
I need more. More money, more blood, more war, more power, more love. I need more land, more hand, more glove, more power. I need more. Give me your shit. I need more. I'm taking all of it. I need more. I'll own this fucking earth. You and all your work. I need more drugs, more love, more sex, more power.
What the hell are you all still doing here? What, are you in love with my ass or something? Well, why don't you just get up off that couch and come here and kiss me on my ass then? Jesus Christ. Oh, well, fine. It is now official. You have just wasted most of my fucking day.